Morning, everybody. It's 9 o'clock. You can set your watches. And City Council is in session, is correct. The October 19th, big day up at UNLV today.
Big day, yes.
Big day in Southern Nevada a couple of days ago. The October 19th, 2016 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2 under closed caption for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink, you may view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 69.9. Welcome back. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2, the web, the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors of the terrace down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with one of our marshals or fire official for assistance. Once it's outside, please assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall and Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. Thank you very much. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation in public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front. Cards are available online, the clerk's office, or at the rears of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone present today has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff up front. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise this morning for the invocation given by Pastor Benny Jacks, Victory Outreach Las Vegas, and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much. Okay, so we got a few pastors here. We have Pastor Troy is here. Boy, can we wing it. We are a faith-based community. Magic does happen.
I'll fill in for Pastor Benny. He's my good buddy. He's on our recap board and is always serving night or day, and so he's got a good reason for not being here right now. So let's bow our heads. Lord, we just come before you.
Excuse me 1 second. Mayor Pro Tem has reminded me, since you are now our pastor delivering the words, would you please announce your name?
Oh, Pastor Troy Martinez, the East Vegas Christian Center.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Let's bow our heads. Lord, we just thank you for your mercy and your grace, and we thank you for this lovely city. There's so many people that care about others, that serve night and day, Lord, and we just ask your blessing upon our mayor, the city council, all those that serve in our fire department, law enforcement, Lord, all our nonprofits, and just our citizens that every day they get up and go to work and make this such a beautiful city. We need your mercy and grace, and we pray at this time, Lord, that you would just bring your blessing in the name of the Father and the Son and your Holy Spirit. We thank you. Amen.
Okay, if you can stand us, we're coming down to you to talk about our ceremonials. best dressed council in the entire country. Lovely. Now, where's Councilman Coffin? I always get scared. Is he here?
Yeah, he's here.
See, and welcome back, Councilwoman. As you can see, has a boot on, and God bless you, you're back. We missed you. Thank you. And also filling out the great look of the City Council, Councilman Barlow. All right, guess what? We're going to move ahead here. Okay, for our first item, I'd like to invite our Building and Safety Manager, Mike Baus, to join us up here, please. He's getting ready for Santa Claus. Boy, we're going to hire you out. Oh my gosh, wonderful. I know, no, I just heard that. We got charged here. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better for us all. And I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Brad Elliott. So Brad, come on down. Come on down. Thank you. Congratulations to you. Brad's been with the city for only 2 years, but he's already making a huge difference. He was recently promoted to the position of combination plans examiner after working as a plans technician. Our Building and Safety Department has been through a lot of changes since the recession, because many in our Building and Safety Department had to be let go as construction halted in the city. Now that we're on the rebound, we've begun rehiring staffers to help, fortunately, with the new workload to provide better customer service. Through these periods of change, finding time to assess and improve processes has been very difficult. But Brad took ownership of the plans examination process and designed a system to automate much of the process and allow for more effective monitoring and control. This, in turn, resulted in a much better experience for our customers and faster results. When the process was set up, Brad still had to convince his managers to make the change, but through persistence and cogent explanation, he was able to do so. The decision turned out to be a most successful one, and so Brad is a great example of team commitment because of his drive and willingness to make processes easier to manage to benefit the whole. He is eager and dependable and has quickly become a go-to person in the city. So, Brad, thank you for all your hard work, and I'm proud to present you with the Employee of the Month Award. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. And hopefully point you to the left where we have unveiled the sign with your name on it that will be displayed outside of City Hall for the next month. And it has your name for you to drive back and forth. But I know you're going to say a few words, but first, Mr. Baus.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. As those Building and Safety Department folks over there can tell you, in any customer that's come into our Development Services Center and received services from Brad Elliott, he is the key to our overall department's success. And I think that's owing to the fact that Brad began working as a plumber at the age of 19, and over the years had the great opportunity to come in and attempt to pull permits from us. And when he came to work as a permit technician, he brought to us the unique perspective of somebody who had been on the other side of the counter and was extremely helpful in identifying where we could provide higher quality of services to our customers and, in fact, re-engineer some of our processes so we could do just that. So we're extremely proud to have Brad on our team, and we congratulate him, and we thank the Mayor and Council for giving him this long overdue recognition.
Brad, your turn.
Well, I'd like to thank Council and Mayor for presenting me with this award. I have to recognize my teammates over here, Rod Clark, Lauren Storla, Kristen Guthrie, and Christy Beckwith. If you guys can please stand. Is this your family over there too? Yes, sir. And I'd like to recognize my family. Thank you for all the support. You guys have been great. And I just have to say that if it wasn't for being surrounded by such great people, this may not have happened. So, you know, we're a product of our environment, and when you're surrounded by great people, great things happen. So I want to thank all of you for being here, and thank you for the 4 teammates who I mentioned. You guys, if it wasn't for you, it wouldn't have happened. So thank you.
All right. Good job.
I think I see a little love over there, little tears. Yeah, it is. When you love somebody so much and they make you so proud, it's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch the family, but also the team. So thank you. Let's go over and get a picture by your sign. That's why this city's so great. You know, people love what they do. They love the city. They love their family. And that's what it's all about. What a great life. For our next item, Councilman Beers, you have a great program that you are going to be recognizing.
Several, as a matter of fact, Your Honor. In fact, this might be where I first had an actual intersection with City of Las Vegas services as an adult years and years ago. I'm speaking about the Lights On After School program run out here out of the city. Eric Dodge, will you please come forward? He's with the Nevada After School Network. He's the outreach director. Here he comes. The City of Las Vegas Department of Youth Development and Social Innovation. And hopefully someone stuck into my notes YIDSI for the acronym, I guess. Youth Development and Social Innovation. I think there's TDMA around here, too darn many acronyms. But here we go. These guys coordinate the Las Vegas After School Collaborative, which includes a big group of providers and stakeholders working together to ensure that our kids have stuff to do after school. Under this umbrella, we have the Las Vegas After School Collaborative members, including the Nevada After School Network, Junior Achievement, Las Vegas After School All-Stars, Boys and Girls Clubs, Communities and Schools Las Vegas, Nevada Partners, United Way, Discovery Museum, the Springs Preserve, City of Las Vegas Parks and Rec, just to name a few of the organizations that help in this effort. As part of this collaborative, we host the annual Lights On After School celebration. This is going to be held this weekend, which is why we're talking about it today. Will you describe what's going to happen this weekend? Yeah. Here you go.
All right, so the event's going to be at Western High School on Saturday, and it's from, there we go.
Yay, Warriors!
It's from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and there's going to be a lot of stuff going on there. There's going to be a DJ, refreshments, giveaways. I think Mayor Goodman's going to say a few words. There's going to be a community mural project, so anybody that likes to paint, you can go in there and get in on that. There's also going to be a lot of youth performances from some of the after-school programs throughout the city. So it's going to be a great time. Hopefully we can get as many people there as possible.
Awesome. Western High School at 10 o'clock. Western is in Ricky's ward, right? Yep. But everyone knows where Western High School is, I think, and that will be your alma mater. That will be this Saturday. We have a proclamation proclaiming it Lights On After School Day, and appreciate you making the trip down here, and especially appreciate the work you're doing for our kids.
Thank you. Thank you. Boy, are we proud. Yes, I'll see you on Saturday. Just can't wait to see the performances. But this is in, Western is on the borderline between wards 1 and 5. It's in Ward 5, lucky man. What year were you, please? Mayor Pro Tem, what year?
81.
Ha, ha, ha. Wonderful. Okay. And for our next item, for our next item, we're going to skip this one for a moment, and we're going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Ross to recognize some new award programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Are you ready to have some fun today? I see some musical instruments in the back, and I know that's for a presentation after mine. But I understand. I missed last city council meeting. I understand that our very talented Councilman Beers was performing at our last council meeting. Is that correct, Councilman? And I think I want to vote. How many of you would like to hear music at our city council meetings? Every city council meeting, live music, right? Sorry, Mayor. I'm just setting that up. I know you can't leave me alone with the microphone. It is my honor and privilege today to recognize our Compassionate Cities Award. Compassionate Cities first launched in October of 2015, led by our amazing local philanthropist, Gard Jameson. Gard, you want to come up here with me, please? Come on up here. Give him a round of applause. You are a major asset to this community. Oh, no, stand up here. You don't need to stand by him. Come over and stand by me. Okay. Guardian and members of the community and the Las Vegas City Council. Compassionate Cities brings compassion to life in practical, specific ways through compassion-driven actions. In neighborhoods, in our businesses, our schools and colleges, in healthcare, the arts, and our local government. Our peace groups, environmental advocacy groups, and our faith congregations. Annually, the City of Las Vegas hosts the Compassionate Cities Celebration and recognizes individuals and organizations that embody the principles of compassion. The Compassionate City Award recognizes acts of kindness and compassion throughout our community within the 5 sectors of the Las Vegas Healthy Communities Coalition. They are arts and culture, education, economy and jobs, natural and built environments, health and human services. The 5 sector awardees will receive a whopping $2,000 donation award for their nonprofit of their choice. Green Our Planet won the overall Compassionate Hero. Green Our Planet will receive a $5,000 donation award for their nonprofit of their choice, and that's Sierra Byrne and Kim McQuarrie. Are you guys here? Come on up here, please. If you're come on, please come on up here. Give them a round of applause. I need our amazing Lisa Morse-Hibbler. Is she with us today? Lisa, is she around here, doctor? There she is. Give her a great big round of applause. She's an amazing asset to the city of Las Vegas. She's coming down to help the mayor and I hand out these amazing awards. The awards this year for art and culture are Harold Weller. Harold, where are you? Come on down here. Where? Harold, come on over here. Have you got his award back here? Harold's award? Right there. Looks like the book goes with it. Looks like, thank you, Councilwoman. Harold, congratulations. Stay right there. In education, Sarah Richards. Huh?
Her mother is accepting.
Okay, you're accepting? Yes, thank you. And her mother's accepting, yes, because she's in school, right? And doing her testing today, yes. In economy and jobs would be Kendra Jepson. Kendra, come on down. Where are you? Come on down here, girl. Thank you, Councilwoman. Now, I hope everyone understands the important significance of all of these awards. These are people that are going the extra mile all the time in our community and in our city of Las Vegas, so we're grateful for them. In natural and built environment, Kristen Alexander. Kristen, where are you? Where's Kristen? Is she here? Come on down here, girl. Kristen, I understand you're the daughter of Pastor Troy, who gave us our invocation this morning. Congratulations.
I like to say Pastor Troy's my dad.
Okay, say that again.
I like to say Pastor Troy's my dad.
You got that, Pastor? Where are you? There you are. Congratulations. In health and human services, Cody Huff. Where's Cody? Come on down, Cody. Congratulations. Doctor, would you like to present that to him? Cody, congratulations. Thanks for being here this morning and all you do for our community. You're a good man. And the Compassionate Hero Award and that $5,000, Sierra Byrne and Kim McQuarrie. Where are you at? Come on down. Are you here? Oh, you're already here. Congratulations. Thank you so much for all you do. Would you tell us a little bit about what you've been doing?
Sure. Thanks very much. We're Green Our Planet. We're a very small nonprofit, conservation nonprofit, started here in Las Vegas about 3.5 years ago. And our mission is to help schools, help the community raise money for green projects and also to improve STEAM education, nutrition, and in the Clark County School District. And so 3.5 years ago, we helped the school put in our first garden at Wallen Elementary in Henderson, and next week we'll put in our 100th garden. Wow. And so that reaches about 60,000 students. We're working with about 3,000 teachers. And we couldn't do it because we're a very small team. We have 4 full-time coordinators, 1 program manager. Diana is one of our coordinators here, so she's been with us 2 years. We couldn't have done it without a tremendous amount of help from the community. We're partnered with about 50 different corporations, all kinds of nonprofits, individual sponsors, all that kind of thing. Gard Jameson's been our guardian angel since we began, and we couldn't have done it without all those people. So I want to thank all those people who are not here. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. 100 gardens. That means so much in 3 years. And now, Councilwoman, you have a huge community garden in your ward, and I know you're very proud of that and what they do. Gard, would you come up and talk to us a little bit about what this is really all about and how we impact people?
Thanks, Steve. Well, last night I teach philosophy at the university, and my dad used to say that's fuzzy studies. It goes nowhere, but it is really quite practical. And we were having a conversation, and I asked my students, I said, how many of you trust our political institutions? Nobody raised their hand. I asked, how many of you students trust our economic institutions? Nobody raised their hands. And then I asked, how many of you trust our religious institutions? Nobody raised their hands. Which tells you something about the generation that's coming up. And in my opinion, the most practical, the most perfect pathway back to trust is compassion. And compassion is not a luxury, as the Dalai Lama said. It is a necessity in all of our communities. So I want to thank Mayor Goodman and the City Council for being extraordinary heroes of compassion as they extend their arms around programs like Strong Start Academy that just opened up over on Alta, and My Brother's Keeper, and so many programs in which they exhibit this quality of compassion. And what we can hope and what we can trust is that the tsunami of compassion will just grow. I love the music. And so we thank again the City Council for their courage in stepping out and being part of this. And thank you, honorees, for everything you do. You guys are awesome. And God bless each and every person here.
Awesome. Thanks, Gard. Gard, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Marilyn Turkovich is going to say just a...
Oh, you want Marilyn?
She is the
Marilyn, come on up here.
Executive Director for Charter for Compassion, over 367 cities around the planet, and she leads the charge. She's come from Seattle to share a word.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you. This is really wonderful, and I have to say this is the most fun city council I've ever been to, and I've been to quite a few. You know, I'm really here to just thank Las Vegas for being a compassionate city. And Gard mentioned that we right now, as of last night, 367 cities. The city of Santa Maria in California affirmed the charter last evening. I'm leaving tomorrow to go to Mexico, where a number of cities, 7 exactly, in the state of Nuevo León, are going to affirm the charter on Saturday, and that's very exciting. And I came to give an invitation to the mayor to go to Monterrey, because they have an open invitation for you to come and to speak to the 12 cities in the state. The state declared itself a city of Monterrey, but the entire state of Nuevo León as a compassionate state. And Monterrey is in a very exciting place. But I wanted to take a few minutes, because one of the things I think that's so exciting about the Charter for Compassion is that it's a grassroots organization that works in conjunction with city government. We don't have a good housekeeping seal of approval. The approval comes from yourselves. The issues that you work with are the issues that are really the ones that are of challenge to you in your own community. So I am really excited about these awards because a couple years ago, the Netherlands Compassion Movement, Handwas voor Compassie, gave out their first awards. The very first one went to a sportsman from the national soccer team because of his compassionate actions to children in the community and to his fellow soccer players. But the unique thing was he was also an immigrant. The second Compassion Award went to a journalist for having the courage to be compassionate and to really open up dialogue between opposites in the city government and within the country. And many of you might know that, like Germany, Netherlands has taken a large number of immigrants. Every major city in the Netherlands has opened its doors to 80 immigrants from Syria in the last year. The last award that they've had so far has been to an educator. And I also wanted to say that there's exciting things happening all over the world that are somewhat reflective of the needs of a community. If you go to the Charter for Compassion in Pakistan, what you're going to find is that they have 3 primary goals: to try and end terrorism in Karachi, to educate their youth for the future, and to deal with water sanitation. And one of the things that I also wanted to point out, not that the mayor, the good mayor, is going to lose her position, but one of the things that has happened, for example, in Belfast, because in Belfast you can only be a Lord Mayor for 1 year. And so that was part that, I know, how can you get anything done?
5 years to learn what you're
I know. But the wonderful thing that the mayors, the Lord Mayors in Belfast have done is that as they are an incredible, compassionate city, each of the mayors has adopted a cause. The first Lord Mayor, who is now the Chancellor of the Treasury in northern UK, has adopted immigrants. The past Lord Mayor has adopted youth, and the present Lord Mayor has adopted the issue of hunger. And I'm going to just stop because I have so many examples. But the examples are really down-to-earth examples with people from the communities working to bring compassion, to take it from empathy and to really get the courage going to move it to action. And compassion is a verb, as Thich Van Han tells us. It is not something that is touchy-feely. It's hard, complex work. And I'm really very, very grateful to all of you who are in the thick of things. And I just wanted to say to the Hero Award people, we have a special project that's called Regreening the World in 1 Generation. So I'd love for you to join forces with that. We've just completed the planting of 1 million trees in Kenya. So it's a start. But it's something that can happen all over the world. But the big thing about the Charter is we're a network. And so we try and bring help and facilitation and connection across the globe. Thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you so much for what you're doing around the globe, obviously. Thank you so much. Now, Dr. Lisa Morse-Hibbler, would you come up here? I know you want to say a few words. Thank you for all you do as well.
Thank you, and I'll keep it brief. I just want to say, you know, in a world where random acts of violence seems to be on the increase and random acts of kindness and tolerance seems to be on the decrease, we are blessed to have Reverend Gard Jamison in our community to bring the compassionate cities to us, and blessed to have a mayor and council that cares so deeply about our community. I also want to thank the Mayor's Faith Initiative Steering Committee for vetting the applications, and we look forward to compassionate cities and making a difference in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to assure you that this is a very proactive community. And we have been calling on this community to each one take responsibility themselves for being compassionate, but actively so. And we are so proud of the people of Las Vegas, no matter where they come from, no matter how long they've been here, that they're involved in sustainability, keeping our environment for future generations healthy, working so hard in the area of education and working in so many areas, but also having our doors and our phones and our emails open for suggestions to continue to build this great community that we take great pride in. And it is because of these people and that particular person who from the day he first came to Las Vegas has been the most compassionate and involved human being. And I do thank you very much, Guard Jameson, and your family. And we're proud of Lisa. So anyway, thank you all and congratulations. Travel safely, and I'll be following you. My suitcase isn't packed yet, but I'll get there. Thank you. Oh, all right, we all have volunteers, right? We're all going to Mexico. Okay, we love it. Who has a charter plane for us? Okay. Okay, and for our final item, Councilman Beers. Thank you.
Just for touching the microphone? So it's happy birthday time. Mr. Gahn, will you please come down here and join me? Today's birthday celebration is for the Musicians Union, which has turned 80 years old in this city. Truly an institution. You don't look over 40. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Can you give us some background and history?
And more music.
We've got more music.
The Musicians Union in Las Vegas was founded on October 13th in 1931. So this is our 85th year. I think everyone in this room certainly knows that the Musicians Union has a long, rich history in Las Vegas, and it does continue. The one thing that I would like to say is that a lot of the attention is placed on the big splashy shows that happen on the Strip, but every wedding that you go to, every club that you go to, every small dance club that you go to, some of the buskers on the street down on Fremont Street, I would venture to say you'll find a member or two of Local 369. So they're very active in providing music all over the city of Las Vegas. We have some of our representatives in the back, as you just heard, are members of an organization called TAPS, which provides music for, unfortunately, too many military funerals that we have here in Las Vegas. We have Larry Ransom, Gary Cordell, who's our vice president, Joe Dirk, and Pete Bresciani in that group of people. We also have a series of concerts once the third Friday of every month that we do at Opportunity Village, which it gives those clients of Opportunity Village an opportunity to look at instruments and play with them and interact with musicians. And we're very active in the community, which sometimes does not garner as much attention as some of the splashy shows on the Strip. I also have with me today our Secretary Treasurer Keith Nelson, our accountant Don McCoy, three of our executive board members Rob Mader, Keith Thompson, and Eric Tewalt, all proud members of Local 369, and we have everybody, we represent everything from the great Las Vegas Philharmonic to the hippest rock band that you can find on this. So thank you all very much. Thank you, sir.
The fabric of Las Vegas right here. I'm going to read a little bit, and then you're going to get one last shot at the audience, all right? Whereas, as with all unions, Local 369 was formed to protect, support, and represent the interests of their professional musician members. Whereas in the last 85 years, Local 369 has survived war, economic ups and downs, the introduction of technology that has resulted in a devastating strike by providing an atmosphere of community and family for musician members. And while technology has reduced the number of shows using professional musicians, a large show here in town is often going to employ as many as 100 musicians. So the future continues to be bright for the talented individuals belonging to Local 369. Therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council, proudly proclaim this Las Vegas Musicians Union Local 369 Day. Thank you.
Something?
Here, would you all stand up and flick your lighters? More.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. I just wish you could play more. Could you play some more? Off script? Can we have a quick number? Oh, my.
Trumpeter's lullaby. Trumpeter's lullaby.
Is it short? We can.
Mayor's decree.
Come on down, just for us. I mean, this is your home. This is city. Oh, you've got three who are standing there firmly. Please come forward. He's going to do a solo? Wow. Thank you so much. We are so grateful. How great to live here. All right, we're going to take a quick 5 minutes, and it's a little break here, so we can reorganize and reset our technology. So a 9:45 sharp. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Really nice. Hey, Bob, thanks for taking that. I didn't know that somehow or another I was going to be doing it. They never warned me.
Okay, everybody, I think we have a quorum here. We do. So we're on to agenda item 9. Okay, agenda item 9 in your booklet. Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not to respond or engage in dialogue. It's your chance to address us, so please come forward, state your name for the record. We have Janice Polly Ogente, Dorothy Barnes, and Robert Henry, and anybody else. So just come forward, please, and state your name for the record. And of course, you can wait to the concluding public comment time, too, or to the public items. Okay, hearing and seeing no one. Do we see anybody? Please come forward and state your name. Yes. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Robert Henry. I am the Executive Director for the Education Services Division of the Clark County School District. I'm here this morning to seek the City Council's support and advocacy on an issue that affects one of our school district's alternative schools, specifically the Desert Rose High School. As some people may be aware, the state has identified this achievement zone school district that's going to be implemented. Just very recently, the state identified a number of Clark County schools that will be considered for that particular concept. The concept would be that they would come in, the state would in effect take over Clark County School District schools, turn them into charter schools, and allow the charter school to operate independent of the school district. The reason that I am here, I'm advocating for students who attend the alternative school known as Desert Rose High School and Desert Rose Adult High School, as if in fact the state does take over that particular school district as an achievement zone school, then many of the youth who are presently educated at Desert Rose would, and Desert Rose has probably the most at-risk students in the school district. Desert Rose takes students from all over the school district who choose to attend there. They have to get there by themselves, but they are returning to school. Many of them have dropped out previously, but they are wanting to complete their requirements for high school diploma. If, in fact,
It's on, but it's not.
That's all right.
comes
Okay, I think what you've done, I mean, because this is a preliminary public hearing, I think you've made your statement.
Okay.
And when we get to, if you're still here, our agenda item 43, which is a report on Nevada Department of Education's approach to serving underperforming schools, we will go ahead, and if I have to have left by then, please, if you will come back
Thank
and
you.
make comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You. Ma'am?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Janice Palio-Genti. I'm the principal of Desert Rose. And first, I want to thank this council. We have had interactions with your council before. And Madam Mayor, you were kind enough to take care of my students and put them under your wing and engage them in a field trip. And we were very grateful for what you did. And Councilman Barlow has been at our program to speak to our students. It's had an enormous impact. So we're very grateful for that. The reason I'm here is the same as Dr. Henry, and that is our concern for Desert Rose being converted into a charter school. Right now, the State Department is looking at Desert Rose as an underperforming school, and the reason why it's looking at it as an underperforming school is because of the students that we currently serve.
Yes.
Of the 500 students that we serve, over 300 of them were disengaged students who have returned back for their education and have successfully graduated from our program. And unfortunately, these statistics do not count the way the cohort groups work.
I'm going to make a suggestion because we can't get into a dialogue. This is just an opportunity for you to address us, but if you can stay here to agenda item 43. If you can't and have to get back to school, we understand it.
Okay.
And I'm just going to recommend that you speak with Dr. Lisa Morris-Hibbler.
I'll be glad to do so.
Development and see how we can be of assistance.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for what you do. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, Dorothy Barnes. I have a mailing
Morning.
address of P.O. Box 466, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89125. I'm here. You call my name, but I was really aiming at citizen participation at the end. But
You're right. These are only agendized items, and no, I have a feeling where your information is, it does belong at the end. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
If
So
you have
I do want to
something-
mention about
Unless there's an agenda item
yes,
that you're going to
the
speak to.
programs. You know, in the past, I've addressed the programs that I feel are a threat to national security, and I'm not getting anywhere with the military base. I went out there and tried to go on because people have had open house on me.
Right.
My future of living here as a resident might be at stake. I may be looking at
Can you
these
come back at the end for your public
Okay,
comment?
thank you.
I'd appreciate it. Thanks so much. Anyone else on agendized items? Okay, I'm going to close now this portion of the public hearing. We'll move on to agenda item 10, for possible action, any item the council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff has requested agenda item 44, abeyance.
Excuse me one second.
Yes.
For some reason, I don't have a pen.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item, sorry.
Got you covered, Mayor.
Thanks.
Staff has requested that agenda item 44, an abeyance item, review of suitability of an applicant to approve or deny a temporary tavern license, CJOG Operating Company, LLC, DBA OG, at 1531 South Las Vegas Boulevard, to be stricken from the agenda. Staff has also requested that agenda item 54, bill number 2016-65, be stricken from the agenda as well. That's my motion.
Okay, agenda item 44 and 45, staff recommends they be stricken.
44 and 54.
Excuse me, 44 and 54.
A question, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Coffin?
Yes, what item will come up for discussion regarding Olympic Garden? Do we wait?
45.
45. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's your motion, and there is a motion, please.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Please.
May we add the IFF agreement for a 2-week abeyance, please?
What agenda item is that, Ms. Fretwell? Without me digging through my agenda?
Right now.
What, 42?
42.
Also in that motion, Mayor and Council, I would move to obey agenda item 42 for
when?
2 weeks. Date? November 2nd.
Thank you.
That's in my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote.
Thank you, Ms. Fretwell.
None of us have yet. Because it's not coming up. Where did we, why does it help me here, please?
Where'd you go?
I know, because it hasn't come up yet, but I have it technologically really sound person here.
I'm working on it.
Would you like to vote orally while we take a look at your
Orally
computer?
here, yes. Oh, okay. I vote aye. There it is. Got it. Councilwoman, are you in? Are we all in now? I voted. Everybody. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Agenda item 11, possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the September 7, 2016 regular City Council meeting. Is there a motion to approve those?
I would move to approve those minutes, Mayor.
Thank you. This motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Items 12 through 39 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. Please note concerning item 36, backup references one of the agreements as, quote, interlocal agreement for maintenance of 215 Beltway corridor infrastructure improvements, end quote, and that name has been revised by both parties to, quote, interlocal agreement for maintenance of infrastructure improvements along the Clark County 215 Bruce Woodbury Beltway, end quote. Also note that the record should reflect my abstention on item 21 because it pertains to medical marijuana-related business, and one of my sons is in that industry. I will be voting on all other items. Are there any other items the council wishes to bring forward?
You guys good?
No? Are they cool down here?
If that's the case, Mayor, I would move to approve the consent agenda items 12 through 39.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve consent agenda. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 40, report on the 2016 Life is Beautiful Music and Art Festival held September 23rd through the 26th, 2016, downtown Las Vegas. From Justin Weniger, CEO, Life is Beautiful. This is wards 3 and 5, Councilman Coffin and Barlow. And good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. I'm joined today by Justin Weniger, who's the CEO of Life is Beautiful, and his team. Justin's going to come down here. He's going to provide a short overview on this year's festival that was held last month, as you know. But before I turn it over to him, you may recall that in June we came before you with a contract for Life is Beautiful, and you approved a 3-year agreement with them. It's a 1-year deal with 2 one-year renewal options at our discretion, of course. The contract requires that they provide us an economic analysis of the festival no later than December 31st of this year. It's the same report that you've seen in previous years, the one that was done by R&R that talks about the numbers and the economic impact of the event each year. So we'll be getting that towards the end of the year. And then we have a month, which is January, to make a determination to renew so that he has enough time to figure out what he needs to do. Okay.
Wonderful.
So, as you also know, we are a platinum sponsor, and this year in June you asked us to step up our efforts to make this even more successful than it's been in the past. And I can tell you that the city and our department certainly did that this year. There's a lot of folks that put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this event. So before turning it over, I just want to, on a personal note, thank Justin. He was very willing to help me out. We provided a tour for our friends from the Raider during the event, so he spent close to 2 hours talking to them about this event, the impacts on the community, and working with the city of Las Vegas. And I can tell you it was madness, but he took the time to do that, and it was very helpful to me in providing a tour to them. So thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Justin.
Ryan?
Hi there. I'm joined today by my business partner, Ryan Daugherty, and the two people that really, if anyone in this room worked on Life is Beautiful, absolutely dealt with them every single day. Our festival director, Eve Cohen, and Lauren Del Frigo. Absolutely could not make it happen without them. Absolutely cannot make it happen without you guys and your support. The event this year as a whole was, I don't know if it's going to go into a video. Just flip through some of these.
Are all these pictures, if I might interrupt you, from this year's event? Or
Yeah,
there's
they're
some
all from this year's
reflect-
event. We'll show
all
some,
this
just
year.
some quick
Okay.
photos and really just kind of his background while I'm speaking. But just as a quick update on the festival this year, we saw substantial growth of the festival. We
Look at
sold
that.
tickets in 23 countries and all 50 states and U.S. territories. We had 62% in the California markets, 60% growth in the California markets, meaning this is really catching on. We're having more and more people come to town and spend money while they're here in town. 40% in other key feeder markets, we've seen growth. We've done over $100 million in economic impact for this event over the course of 4
Wow.
years.
Beautiful.
We'll have as Ted had mentioned, we'll have a full economic report that comes from the LVCVA.
$100 million economic impact.
Over the course of 4 years, yes.
We're
at this point, we're over
Unbelievable.
$100 million of
Good.
economic impact. We brought 400,000 people to the market over the course of 4 years, which is it's incredible. It's a platform that people are coming and they're seeing what we're doing. It's supporting the local business in a lot of ways. We're seeing people having their best weekends of the year. We've had reports in the plaza that they had a record month. A record weekend. Temporary jobs are being created. There's 3,000 people that work on the festival over the course of the weekend. That's incremental income for people. There's overtime hours being created and a lot of other great things happening. It hasn't come without challenges within the community. We are displacing people at times. We are creating noise, asking people to take a different route to work. We understand that. We acknowledge that. We try to work with people every single year, and I think every year it's gotten better. We've created new programs. We've had shuttle programs. We've had staycations for people. We've done everything we can within the local community to minimize the negative impacts on some people while we're creating such an amazing experience for other people. I think the art, if you look at some of these slides as you go through, we're now 4 years of incredible artwork going on these murals that stay every year. And now downtown Las Vegas is an art destination. There's people that are art fans that are coming to downtown Las Vegas. They're taking a tour all the way from East Fremont, where you see now Fafi and Shepard Fairey, who's arguably the biggest street artist in the world, to all of Ogden and 7th. That whole street is one of the most renowned art streets now in the country because every building has a different piece on it. All in all, we're doing it also in a time where we think that message is critical. We think the message of the positivity of life is beautiful. There's a lot of divisive behavior. There's a lot of rhetoric. There's a lot of things that are going on. And more and more, it seems like in mainstream media, more and more hate. We're creating something that's influencing hundreds of thousands of people around the world to say that the phrase life is beautiful. And that's incredibly, incredibly powerful. I think we see it within our local community, the way people are working together. All in all, like I said, we couldn't do it without the support of you guys. I think the city is doing some incredible things. We're growing every day. Small businesses are opening and succeeding. All that isn't possible without the kindness of people like Tony Hsieh, without the support of you guys, and without the people, the human capital, the small business owners, and everyone that's really making an impact to make this the best city in the world. We hope, Life is Beautiful can certainly not take credit for that. We just hope that we could be a megaphone for it. We hope we could be a catalyst and help spread the word throughout throughout the country and the rest of the world. So I just kind of want to quickly, while I'm here, call some people out. Obviously, you guys and your support of this, it's critical. Why don't we actually bring Ted and Esther? You guys want to come back up? No? Where'd they go? Come on. Where's Esther? This team and all the people that we're gonna, and we'll try not to take too much time. I know you guys are on a quick agenda, but absolutely, blood, sweat, and tears is probably an understatement. What it takes to make this happen is it's moving mountains. It's monumental. The city attorney's office. Can I bring everybody up before we do this? Can we get a little picture?
Stand up.
We have them stand up. Or if you don't like them. Can you guys hear me if I turn around? City attorney's office, Terry. Operations and Maintenance Department, Terry Walker. Here, stand up.
Yeah.
Come on down.
It's so good.
And all the guys that worked on it.
Oh, yeah, stand up.
I mean, these guys spend hours and hours and hours repairing the streets, getting everything back into working order, working with our team. It's incredible. Public Works Department, Jason Jackson, Phil Garcia, Anthony Smith. Business license, Minerva. Planning, Jerry, obviously. Anybody in planning? Fire and rescue. Fire and rescue.
Fire, great.
Public safety, all the communications that help. What's that? This is an public safety marshal.
It takes an army.
Emergency management.
Look at that.
Emergency management, Las Vegas Metro Police Department. Yay!
Justin,
Come on.
call you out.
What's really special and what makes this event so special is the community and the people. And there's a lot of music festivals, and we book a great lineup, and a lot of other festivals book great lineups. And we have great artists, and a lot of other festivals have great artists. The difference for us that makes this festival so special and is now one of the top 5 festivals in the country is the people and all the contributions to it, and the community coming together. So we couldn't do it without all of you. We sincerely appreciate it, and we look forward to doing it again next year.
Well, we're proud of you and your team. Great event. Great event. And I know all of these members of our team just really are behind this. And it's just been really exciting to see and hear about the success of Life is Beautiful. It's great. Any comments? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So my wife and I went to Life is Beautiful, and I will tell you, it was a couple of comments. Number one, it was very organized. I mean, it was easy to park. It was easy to get in and out. You walk inside, everybody's having a great time. Nobody's acting what I call stupid. You know, they were just having, it was fun. Everybody was having a lot of fun, and, you know, a lot of it because it was very organized. And hats off to all of you for doing that, though. But I have another comment. I looked at the lineup of bands, and I didn't recognize one. So I showed them to my kids, and they said, go see them, and they recognized most of them. So I guess my only, my maybe one recommendation is most of the people, 90% were young kids, maybe 10% were my age. Maybe you could have somebody, a band my age, that's there, like the Rolling Stones or Led Zeppelin or Pink Floyd, or if you could just have one senior citizen band there, that would be very helpful to the people that go to my age.
I second that motion.
Send me a list of recommendations. We'll jump on it.
But I've been to a lot of events, and I'm telling you, it's just fun to go to because you know there are no problems going on. It's all just having a lot of fun. So good job to all of you for doing that.
Thank you, team. Honest, fabulous. Go ahead,
and if
please,
I may,
Mayor.
Mayor, this has become such a signature event. And I know Councilman Coffin, and he's got some complaints from businesses that have been impacted by this event, but it's spectacular. I mean, the first slide that you showed with that crowd, and now 2 of my kids went with their spouses as well, and they had an absolute blast. So I am looking forward to this continuing. I know there's hiccups. I know there's bumps in the road. To this team, what an amazing team you've assembled to make this happen. So on behalf of certainly my office, thank you all very much for continuing to do this, and I hope this continues for years to come. Thank you, Mayor.
Good job. Thank you. Same dates
Your Honor,
next year?
Your Honor, there are others here.
Yes, please, Councilman.
Hi, thank you. Since I represent Ward 3, which is half of the footprint of Life is Beautiful, and Councilman Barlow represents the other half of the footprint, I did want to speak on a couple of hiccups. I have nothing to disparage anything that's been said. It's wonderful, and we want it to continue forever. The footprint keeps shifting just a little bit like an amoeba, and I know it depends on availability and you know, people trying to get access to places, but not every business had access. It became extremely difficult for some to do any business at all. Some of them were put out of business for 3 days. So it isn't all roses out there. We've got to find a way to improve access in and out for residents as well as business owners, because you know they depend on those weekends. I mean, that's when you're there, and that's when we wanted you to be there. But some of them really depend on a weekend, 4 of them a month, to make a living. So we've got to work together earlier, and not just simply telling somebody a street is closed early enough is good enough. We want to make sure that in those exceptions where we need to have access, that we actually allow it. We must find a way to make it happen. And I think we've got 11 and a half months to do that. We hopefully can make that work better.
Absolutely. I can't sit in front of you today and say that we've eliminated every single problem. We're aware of everything, and every year I think it's gotten substantially better. There's still a few things, and the most critical part of our cycle is now this next 30 days when we're recapping, we're meeting with people in the community, we're seeing what went well, what didn't went well, and fixing those problems for next year. I think the growth year over year in that facility has been tremendous, and I think it'll continue to get better next year. It's not, there's always going to be.
Well, I think you're doing well on things like observing the noise ordinance, as I saw. I thought for a moment, I don't know, it was a day or so that you had actually gone over, but you really didn't. And I live over a mile away, and I could hear it pretty well. So I didn't mind it. That's a good, vibrant feeling to have the music going all over the city. Probably carried at least 2 miles. And so that was really nice. And then, but again, I'm just trying to make sure you know that we need to do more. And we can't just get involved a month in advance of the concert. We have to have this so that people don't actually lose business. Because even though you might think that people are coming down, they'll see the business and then they'll come back. They don't, because it's the regular customers of businesses like the Hydrant Club. They got shut out very, very badly. And, it's just, I don't want to say it's the cost of doing business, but it is something to consider. So other than that, I really applaud what's going on. I want it to continue. It's just a lot of fun. So thank you.
I would thank you, Councilman, and I think there's just one last question to that. Is there on your website a place where people can go with suggestions?
We have suggestions through email. There is a suggestions email
Because
box.
when I was down there were a couple of people that had come up to me and asked, well, what about this? And I said, well, check on the website. I'm sure there must be some avenue for you to share what your question is and see if something can be done. And your website is?
Lifeisbeautiful.com.
Lifeisbeautiful.com. So look for sharing a suggestion.
Mayor,
Thank you. It's
the
great.
printed
Yes, Councilman.
By the way, the printed materials were really good. They're really helpful. The maps, the programs showing when and who will be where, they really worked well. So, there's just hardly anything to improve. Really, you've hit a home run here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you all, I should say. And thank you, team. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 41, report by city staff regarding batteries included mobile app designed by students to provide resources for area youth. This is so exciting and fabulous. So proud of you all.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. Lisa Morris Tibler, Director of Youth Development and Social Innovation. And this is really an exciting project that we are happy to bring before you. The Batteries Included program has been with us for 10 years now, beginning with the suggestion of former Mayor Oscar Goodman, who believed that we needed to do more for the teens in our community. Started out with 50 teens in our community centers, quickly grew by 2013 to over 100 teens, and have that programming integrated into our community centers. We are now have expanded into 9 high school sites as well as our community centers, and have nearly 400 students that participate in Batteries Included activities annually. Our goal over the next 3 years is to be in every City of Las Vegas high school, and I can tell you that we get requests all the time from high schools outside of the City of Las Vegas, so we certainly hope that our jurisdictional partners will invest in a program like this. We offer various services to our members, including academic counseling, leadership development, workforce readiness training, and we're excited about our own internal internship program that we created with SafeKey to give our kids work experience. So we can employ up to 50 high school seniors in our SafeKey programs. And then we have formal partnerships with Nevada Jobs as Graduates, UNLV Center for Academic Enrichment, UNR Cooperative Extension, which provides career and college pathways to our youth. After 10 years, we can say that the volunteer hours increased from 1,037 hours to now we annually have about 5,200 hours of volunteer from our youth. The teens are giving back by providing mentorships in at-risk area elementary schools. Our graduation rate for youth in Batteries Included is 95%, which we've increased over the 3 years. 65% of our teens go on to higher education, four-year universities, junior college, and our kids have attended colleges from CSN, UNLV, UNR, to Johns Hopkins, Harvard, and Yale. This year, we have expanded our program to support students through the first year of college and their career to ensure their success as young adults. So we're excited about that. One may ask, well, why are we doing all of this stuff? Part of it is the youth resiliency. Nevada has the 4th highest suicide rate in the nation. Suicide is the 2nd leading cause of death for Nevadans ages 15 to 24. Drug overdose death rates have more than doubled during the past decade among people 12 to 15. 70 to 80% of child sex trafficking victims caught in the Las Vegas area are residents of Las Vegas. The reason that youth report being bullied most often are around body image and shape, race, and their look. And CCSD reports homeless youth spend into the thousands when you consider individuals sharing living quarters with other families. And also that youth law enforcement interactions and relationships across the country are strained. And so it's our belief that no matter the race, the socioeconomic status, the gender, or the zip code, all youth can and do face some adversity. And that is why Batteries Included has been here for the past 10 years. We believe that youth are change agents, that we need to ensure that they can actualize their greatest potential. And so we utilize youth as advocates and allies. We like to create opportunities for youth to be innovators, and we want to make sure that youth understand their power. In fact, the model of Batteries Included is that all youth are born with the power to change the world. It was interesting, we were at the National League of Cities, and we heard from Mayor Nutter, who talked about a resource card he gave to all of his youth in his community. It was a little pocket card. And so myself, Dr. Tiffany Tyler, and Captain Scott thought about what we could do for the youth in our community. And we came back and said, would any youth really carry a pocket card? And we thought, probably not. And so we talked about it as part of the Sheriff's African American Advisory Committee, and thought, well, let's do a youth challenge. Let's take this to our Batteries Included teens and let's see what they can come up with. And so when we asked the youth if they could come up with a way to outreach to other youth more effectively, the Cimarron Memorial Teen Council accepted it and took it on. And as a result, came up with the concept of creating an app that would serve as a resource for youth. So with me today are 4 of the youth who are going to just share their experience in the project. They represent hundreds of youth that are in the program, and we have several youth with us here today. Other youth wanted to be here, but they are doing testing this week, so we did not want to disrupt that. So I'm going to now turn it over to Nadia.
Hello, my name is Nadia McGriff, and I'm the president at Cimarron Memorial Teen Council. And when we first accepted this challenge, we were so excited that we were able to have an opportunity to connect law enforcement and teenagers. But not only did we want that, for the connection to become better, we also wanted the app to be resourceful, I guess would the word be. So we decided to put a lot of resources, a lot of things that teenagers can use nowadays that appeals to them, that works with them, and we basically created an app that we named Hope, which is helping out people everywhere, including teens. So, yeah.
Thank you. Shania, did you want to talk about why Hope?
Yes, my name is Shania Espy. I am a youth ambassador representing Legacy Project at Legacy High School. So the importance of this app is to provide a sense of security for teens within the Las Vegas community. We also have a live stream feature on the app, and this is available to record any possibly dangerous situation that a child might be in before it gets out of hand. Also, they can report for help immediately with the live stream app, as well as a help hotline that we have on the app, which is a resource to all kinds of emergency crisis assistance. This includes domestic violence, rape, and suicide help. Also, this app is not only important to the child, but the parent as well. It keeps the parent informed on any upcoming dates about their child, and it also keeps the child informed about any upcoming dates as well. And also, any BI members, it's able to keep them safe and informed and aware within our community.
Wonderful. So as we work with the youth, they were very, very specific about what they wanted to see. And I'm going to ask Taps to come on up. This is the app developer who developed the actual app from the concept that the kids came up with. And just working with them and seeing them brainstorm was amazing. They facilitated their own sessions. They came up with the design. They knew specifically what they wanted. And when we brought back some of the earlier designs, they were like, this is not going to work. It's not snazzy enough. It doesn't speak to the youth. You got to go back. So we were like, okay, well, we're going to go back to the drawing board and work with them. Jessica's going to share some of the app features, and I know that you all have had a full demonstration. We're not going to do that here this morning, but we just want to show a couple of the screenshots.
Greetings, my name is Jessica. I'm currently a senior at Western High School, and I'm also a president with Batteries Included Youth Ambassadors. So what I really like about this app is the app, I feel like teenagers often go through a lot of obstacles in life, and sometimes teenagers aren't really as comfortable telling their parents, hey, I'm getting bullied, or hey, I feel, suicide and all of that sort. So what I really like about this app is when it launches, it basically gives you a number as if it says 911, suicide prevention, runaway safe line, and so on. And if a teenager is going through any obstacles, as one of these I mentioned before, they could go ahead and call this number, and we'll have a lot of people that are on the line to go ahead and talk to the teenager and tell them, hey, this is not the choice, we'll talk to you, and make them feel comfortable. And that's what I really like about the app, so I'm excited for it to launch.
Wonderful. Other features include the fact that we can, as they said, live stream. We can push video out from KCLV, and we have some screenshots of that. There's a full directory of the City of Las Vegas. People can know more about their representatives, know more about the City Council, and so we're excited about that. Also, there is an Ask an Officer feature that we're working on with both Metro and School District Police. And the, I don't know if Jonathan wants to talk a little bit about the Ask an
And
Officer.
Dr. Hibbler, excuse me, is this bilingual on the receiving end in those apps? When you call up, the response all bilingual?
Yes, it will be bilingual.
It will be. Thank you.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jonathan Sosa. I am from Western High School. I am the president of the Batteries Included Youth Ambassadors program there. The Ask an Officer feature is just to ask officer any questions that you have. Provides a direction of how to report a crime that you may be facing or that another friend might be facing. It encourages positive engagement inside the community as well. So anything that you might want to ask an officer, this is the feature for the students. And on a more personal note, this app, once I found out about it, I was amazed of how much it could change lives. Because honestly, in the past, a lot of friends come up to me, tell me their problems, tell me how much they want to commit suicide. Sorry for spraying out there like that. But honestly, there's a lot of youth out there that can't find a way, find the answer to deal with their struggles, not only with parents, but with also school and all their other activities that they're facing. And once I found out that the app features some sort of help, I was amazed of how this could change our lives from now on. It's right at your fingertips. On your phone, you could access it very easily. And I'm very proud of all my youth and the people that created this app. I'm very proud of them.
Innovation is phenomenal. Good job.
Jonathan, and Metro is also working on videos that they can push out to the youth that will provide relevant information, as well as the school district. And so I have with us the representatives from TAPS. TAPS was the one who heard about, through Pat Cabrera, what we were trying to develop, and we had the kids and they had the concept, when we thought to ourselves, how are we ever going to bring this into reality? Because we don't create apps, so we don't know. But because of the remarkable technology that TAPS had, we have Stockton Berry, Paul Lindoff, Clark Madsen, and Andy Allen. And I just want to let you know that they donated their time to develop the app. And so we want to commend them for that. So, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and Councilman. We are very grateful to be here as TAPS. As the creator of this technology, one of the founding members of the company, the aspect of TAPS came out of my...
Could you repeat your name for our...
Clark Madsen.
Thank you.
My love for technology is what spurred the development of this technology, my love for education. As a past educator, I would like to applaud the students that are here and the Batteries Included initiative that has united these students and all that they do. This is one of the most advanced systems I've seen in the country. I currently own a software development company for educational software, and we operate in 13 states, some of the very large states back east, and I have never seen anything like what you are doing here in your city in the other states. So I applaud you for that. The greatest thrill in my heart is seeing the technology I've created being used and developed beyond the scope of what I have intended. So we've created a platform that allows anyone to build an app without having to be a developer or a programmer. And what these students have done to create this concept and bring it to life is astounding. There are many other features that TAPS will provide. This is going to be a long-term relationship. We're not going to simply come here and donate this to you and walk away. We are looking forward to doing this for the rest of our lives. This is my love in education. My love is working with the students of your community. So the live streaming events, the engaging systems we have to bring the students to life and really bring them around the community. And the most exciting feature for me is the Ask a Cop. It's a revolutionary feature that we were asked by your staff and by your police force to develop. We worked in conjunction with them. We feel we've come up with a great idea. We're about a week away of having that project fully completed and tested and ready to be involved in the app. So we thank you for your ability, for all that you've done, and for allowing us to be a part of this wonderful initiative. Thank you.
We are so grateful to you. Just so grateful.
My name is Paul Leidolf. I'm one of the founders of TAPS as well. We wanted to say a specific thank you to the people who were involved. The Honorable Mayor Goodman has been a tremendous force behind this project. The council as well. We appreciate your time. The City Attorney's Office, in particular, Bob Sylvain. And then we've had people, the kids especially, we'd like to thank them. And if they want to stand, that's great. But we appreciate you. We appreciate what you've done. And you should thank each other. It's going to be a phenomenal program for them. Hopefully it's a wonderful opportunity, and it's a growth opportunity. As we develop more features and as they give us more ideas, we will incorporate these as we go. Some of the project-specific people I'd like to thank: Pat Cabrera, Michael Sherwood, Mike Greitz, Dr. Morris Ibler, Jordan Moore, Sheena Mitchell, Captain William Scott, Officer Woodland, and once again, Bob Sylvain. So we appreciate your time, we appreciate the opportunity, and we look forward to a long association with the City of Las Vegas.
This is revolutionary. This is something that you have all been participating in, is going to change across this country. You've done a great, great job. And now building something at the beginning, you have a lot of times that you fall down before you get back up again and get it going. This is awesome. And we are so grateful to TAPS and to you both, and of course to Dr. Hibbler and pulling this together for the students that are out there. And you will continue to be involved even after you graduate, I hope.
And Mayor, I just wanted to say that we want to thank our partner agencies on the I Need Help app. If this wouldn't be possible without our local nonprofits, and we have the partners that are listed: the Clark County School District, the Police Department. We have Jeff Horn in the audience. Under Sheriff McMahill was unable to be here with his team because of the preparation for the debates, but they are very committed. The Project 150, we have Melly in the audience. Say No to Bullying, Seeds of Hope. The Center, Andre is in the audience. A Rape Crisis Center and West Care. And again, these are partners that have said, yeah, absolutely want to be a part of the app, and we want to be a part of bringing resources to our youth. And again, I think Paul named everybody, but I just want to thank all the other people that helped out to make this a reality. And I think Dr. Tyler with Communities and Schools is in the audience as well. So just want to thank everybody. We believe that this app and the innovation with our youth, that possibilities are endless. So I'll leave you on this slide. And thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, please, Councilwoman.
I'd just like to say what a magnificent step forward to fill in the gaps that are so many and that have kept us from success, and doing it with the leadership of youth to help serve other youth, and getting the help from the specialists to put these apps together. It's just a wonderful, wonderful thing you're all doing. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it possible to go back to the one chart labeled Youth Resiliency? The list of what I'm curious about is here, I know we have macro data statewide and nationwide, but I don't know what data would be that tells us why the suicide rate is fourth. It's not here. There are some reasons why there are kids dying, drug overdose, and bullying is obviously a big problem, but I can't tell if there's a link between those two things and suicide from this data. But there must be data sliced and diced somewhere in there. What are the, what is, or if there is a one largest cause for suicide?
Mayor, through you to Councilman Coffin, I don't have that information, Councilman Coffin, but we do have the Suicide Prevention Partnership, and I can certainly ask them what they believe are the correlations
Lisa,
between.
can I ask the kids what they can tell me, please?
Do you know why your friends, what challenges your friends are having that are leading to them thinking that suicide is the option?
Well, on a personal note, I know bullying is a very bad situation, and me being a teenager as well, obviously I'm interacted with a lot of students, and the majority of the time is because they don't feel welcome or they don't feel that much attention is put into them. And so sometimes they've tried to find a way for an outreach, and many of them aren't coming towards them, and they just want to feel loved and welcome. And so sometimes everybody handles the situation differently. And so I know they maybe think of suicide because they don't feel loved by either a parent or a teacher or whatever the case may be. And so I also tell them, you know, it's not the right situation, because I know if you hurt yourself, it's also going to hurt me. And even though you're going through this, it's also going to affect the outside people. So basically because they don't feel they're putting, working enough together.
Well, something I would say is that today and age, social media is increasing tremendously. And personally, I feel as though society, trying to fit in with society's image of what ideal person is, may not be what someone thinks of themselves. So when you feel like an outcast of something, you may feel that you don't belong. So personally, social media would be something that I feel like society is.
Speak up.
This is my own personal view of it, because in my past, I was one of those victims that got bullied. I was one of those that wanted to commit suicide. I was one of those that didn't find a meaning in life no more. But as life went by, I started meeting people that actually helped me. I mean, yeah, I met them really late in my life journey that I'm still damaged a little bit, but they helped me overcome that sensation of suicide, that it's not the right choice. It's really not. And honestly, that is, for me, the biggest motive for people, for youth committing suicide. It's a real damage to people. I felt it firsthand, and I want to say I can forget it, but I can't. It's like a scar with the side of you. So I feel like that's...
But it makes you stronger, and therefore you can understand others and help them. So you have gained a real purpose in your life because of the experience and the emotions that you have felt. Your handout to others forever is really, really important.
Exactly.
Very proud.
Thank you.
I guess what I was looking for is I'm wondering, there's two things. One is I have a couple of suggestions on the dashboards on the app, but also that what we really need to know is what the closest friends know about the suicide victim. They are the ones who know why, generally. And I don't know if an outreach through law enforcement is being made sufficiently to be able to tabulate all that. Do you know, Lisa, if in fact, in these cases, self-inflicted, do we have the causes narrowed down?
I don't know.
Okay, I wish we would find out.
I will
think
ask.
Really helpful. Then the other thing on the dashboards, on the mobile app features, I really think bullying should go up at the top where I need help. Really, that is horrible.
Okay.
And it's not there, it's down at the bottom. And I was thinking maybe it could replace child abuse hotline or suicide prevention hotline. No, not that. But bullying got to be up at the top instead of at the bottom.
Okay.
Because that is the most reported. And so therefore, we may be underreporting if it's not there. So let's see if we can bring that up. I'm not surprised by race being a much lesser reason, and that is because racial people have friends. They either have the defenses already built up and they have allies, whether it's just one other person or 1,000. There's a reason. And they can resist it better with other people to talk about who have the same thing. But this individual criticism on looks and body shape, my God, it's part of the presidential election. So, couldn't have come at a better time or a worse time. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, and I would like to add, I know Mayor Pro Tem wanted to make a comment, but having been involved with students for 30 years plus, it has really, it is so comprehensive. I've known students who are absolutely so talented, so beautiful according to what entertainment says is beautiful, and so shunned and bullied, feeling the same pressure in their lives, being rejected because from the viewpoint of somebody who's a regular person, they're so jealous of this person that they get banged together, they become a gang together, and really create a problem. So in living it and understanding it and being compassionate, just one person to another. That's all we need is one voice to another. But I can think of a handful of students who I thought were just sailing through life. They were smart, great grades, seemed to have good families that cared about them, and were just attacked by those who just thought they had too much. So it really, when Councilman Coffin talks about it, it is so comprehensive, bullying. It reaches everybody, regardless of any characteristic. It's total. So it's so wonderful that you've come and brought this to a connecting point. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. First, let me say this. There are 2 Western Warriors standing up there. Who else is from Western? All right, look at that. I'm in good company. Secondly...
And you're old.
And I'm old now.
He's probably 2 or 3 times your age.
Take the knife out of my back. Secondly, I see our replacements in front of us today. I see mayors and city council members in front of us, and I must say that I am so proud of all of you for participating in this project. And TAPS, thank you so much for this. My questions are going to kind of be in this line. And Mr. Riggleman, as our communications director, how, and Doctor, maybe you need to tell me, I don't know, but how are we rolling this out? Because this, one of you said it, this will change lives, and I fully believe that. Understanding the pressures that you young people are going through today in school every single day, this is huge. So I'm really grateful for that. How are we rolling this out? I want every student in Southern Nevada to have this right here in their hand every day when they need it. How's that going to happen? Doctor? Through the mayor, of course.
Well, we are working with Director Riggleman's office on this. The young people had their own way that they wanted it rolled out, and they wanted to drum up a lot of excitement about the app and then roll it out. So we're working with the social media team on that. And then as soon as the app is in the App Store, we're going to do a hard launch. So right now, this is our soft launch.
Again, Mayor, if I can continue with your permission, please. Can I make a suggestion? Include Nevada Child Seekers in this, because I was on the board for some time. Kelly's on their board today, and we're very active with them, and they're very active with our youth in this community. I'd like to see that connection happen in any way you can make that happen. And I'm trying to download the app, and obviously it's not ready yet because I can't download the app.
Yeah.
Okay. When is it going live? Do we know?
It's mostly ready right now, and in about a week we should be at the point where we do the social media drive, but It's been available. We can talk to you after the event here today or after the meeting here today. We can get you all the information you need to be able to log on, review the site, and give us your feedback.
Awesome.
So
Mayor,
it's set to go.
council members, this is so amazing. Doctor, this is great. And I know all of you are part of this team, and all the warriors in the audience today. I'm feeling an overwhelming bit of love today. But I'm excited about this, Mayor, and excited to see this launch. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
How many of you out there are seniors? Dr. Hibbler, we need to keep them connected after senior year. Because you're the founders. You're the founders, and you're the continuation. So they're really important to keep them in line.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Congratulations. Good luck in exams. Okay, agenda item 42 has been obeyed to the 2nd of November. On agenda item 43, we're going to trail that till afternoon, to 12 o'clock noon. If anybody's here on agenda item 43, it will be an hour and 15 minutes out. And then we'll move on to agenda item, agenda item 44 has been stricken. So agenda item 45. Discussion for possible action regarding the review of suitability of an applicant to approve and deny a permanent tavern license, CJOG Operating Company LLC DBA OG at 1531 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Christopher Jorkin, managing member. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, and good morning, team.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I could begin very briefly, say this matter has been resolved. I want to remind everybody before we go into the resolution of the matter, the only thing we are agendaed for today is the liquor license. We are going to talk about the sexual-oriented business license and some ownership concerns that we have, but we are not agendaed for anything more than just give you information on that because the two are somewhat related. Having said that, I'll turn the podium over to Karen Dunston, Mary
May
McElhone.
I ask you a question then? If in fact we're only agendized to vote on the liquor license, how about discussion from council and inquiry and further discussion? Should we just stay on point and just about the liquor license, up or down, after we hear the information? Or what's your recommendation?
Correct. I think you can ask any question you want regarding the liquor license. That's totally appropriate. I don't think we're even going to need a vote at the end of this, but that's up to you. And so with that, I might interrupt from time to time if we start to deviate from the agenda item. But with that, I'll turn it over to the people at the podium.
Thank you very much.
So, Your Honor, so this is on for the application.
I'm sorry, did you announce yourself?
Oh, excuse me, Your Honor. I thought Mr. Jerk. Deputy City Attorney John Curtis for the City of Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor and Council. It's on today on the application for a permanent tavern license by the applicant for approval of said license. We have been in extensive discussions with the holder of the temporary license, which I'll get to a potential resolution in a moment. But before I get there, I think staff would like to address the concerns it has and they have about the status of this license, the original application, what was wrong with it, and why they will be recommending denial. And after they conclude, I will present what I think is a resolution for the councils to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Director of Planning, and with me today is Mary McElhone, your Business Licensing Manager. Under Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.06, liquor licenses are privileged licenses. They go through an extensive investigation by the Metropolitan Police Department. They come before the City Council for the City Council to not only approve or deny those licenses, but approve or deny the suitability of the principals requesting those licenses to hold a privileged license in the City of Las Vegas. We issued a confidential memo and a confidential report put together by the Metropolitan Police Department. In the recommendation that we gave to the City Council, we discussed the ongoing current ownership litigation issues the non-disclosure of ownership and financial information by the application before you, the concealment of documents and financial information, and the lack of cooperation by principals, as well as prostitution and drug arrests that have been made at this location. And based on those reports and investigations, staff is recommending denial of a permanent license at this time. And we're here to answer any questions you may have.
And if I might add, Ms. Maynard, would you announce yourself and anything else you wish to add?
For the record, Mary McElhone, Business Licensing Manager, and I have
Maynard,
nothing
I'm
further
sorry,
to add
do
at
that
this
to you
time.
all the time.
Okay, may I?
Yes, and now back to you, Mr.
With this information in mind, and these facts in mind, and the staff's recommendation of denial in mind, we have had extensive conversations with the applicant over the last few weeks, and they have sent us a letter, I think 2 letters we've received in the last couple of days, in which the applicant has agreed to withdraw its application for a permanent tavern license, and which would cause the tavern license, by its very terms, the temporary had been issued, will expire by its own terms this Sunday, October 23rd at midnight. And the applicant is agreed to allow it to expire by its own terms, and will withdraw its application at this time, which would have the effect, of course, of terminating any and all alcohol sales and tavern operations at the Olympic Garden, effective as of this Sunday night.
Thank you very much.
Having said that, Your Honor, if I could jump in at this point, we have also worked with the councilman who represents this area. There are a number of consequences that come from the problems with the background of the applicant, not with respect to the liquor license, but with respect to the sexually oriented business license as well. In order to run a strip club in this town, in this case a topless club, with liquor, you need 2 licenses. One is subject to discipline before you today, and that is a temporary liquor license. The other is not, and that is a sexually oriented business license. In this case, it's called an erotic dance license. Because this location is a non-conforming use, which means that if somebody were to come in here today from scratch and apply for a sexual and business license and or a liquor license, they wouldn't even be eligible because of proximity issues and other issues under today's code. So the rules are a little bit different with respect to each license, and I'd like to just take a moment to explain that. With respect to liquor, if the council follows staff's recommendation today and allow the surrender of the license to occur and the shutdown to occur at midnight on Sunday, the applicant would have 1 year, or the owners, I should say, would have 1 year to come in with a suitable applicant to apply for another temporary license. Suitability will be determined by Ms. Duddleston and her staff, and if they believe that they are unsuitable, it's possible that that temporary license, if there's one applied for, would come back before the council. However, if no liquor license of any kind is reissued within the next year, that use goes away forever. That's with respect to the liquor. This allows a future owner and a suitable applicant to come forward within a year and reapply for liquor. With respect to the sexual and business, it's a different timeline. First of all, as we discussed earlier with business licensing, if we have a problem with ownership with respect to the liquor license, we also have a problem with ownership with respect to the sexual and business license. So we do not believe the applicant who has the sexual and business license right now is qualified to have that license, and we might administratively, if we didn't work something out, pursue the elimination of that license.
But excuse me, didn't you just tell us at the onset we're only here on the liquor license?
I'm just giving you background information to let you know that there's more
But that
here.
is a
You're not
separate
going to vote
issue.
today on it, and you're not going to discuss the sexual and business license, but I
Correct.
do want to make this part of the record.
Okay.
The sexual and business license, we have communicated to individuals involved with this operation. There is a receiver or trustee that is apparently appointed by the court. If that individual receives authority from the court to come in and substitute and fill out an application for a sexual and business license, this would allow the club to potentially open every 30 days for about an hour, not to exceed an hour, to keep that land use in place. If the sexual and business license is extinguished because of a failure to make beneficial use of it for more than 30 days, it also goes away forever. So those are the 2 components. And if the goal is to keep the business itself potentially able to be opened by somebody in the future, then staff's recommendation would be to allow them to surrender their license. It goes away at midnight. They keep the second floor closed until then, and then they come in with the procedure I just outlined in the future.
But if I may, Mr. Jerbick, that is conditional to the court's ruling.
Correct. If the receiver or the trustee is going to apply for a sexual-related business license, they will need court approval and produce documentation or satisfaction that they have that approval. If they do that and they come in and fill out an application, assuming there's no problems with them, that's the potential path to keep this viable for a future suitable owner.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? And before I turn this over to Councilman Coffin? Hearing no one. Okay, Councilman,
Your Honor,
please.
right. Thank you very much. And I'm sure that others may speak because I don't mind opening it up. The thing is I've got a responsibility to the neighborhood. And you know, I think, what's a councilman doing suggesting we leave a sexually oriented business open in your neighborhood? And it is this. It is that we have peace on the boulevard now, gradually improvements, tremendous investments by on this street. If this club closes, it is going to turn a quarter mile of the boulevard dark. And I don't like that idea at all. Now, I know there's a dispute about ownership, but it is dispute amongst known or between two known parties. They were present at a meeting this week. I was there. So we know who the default is. It's one or the other. I mean, there is a third potential owner, and that is the former owner, Mr. Eliadis, if there's a default on payment. But he's passed all the inspections that we have, so we don't really worry about it falling into his hands again. But the fact is that I worry about the neighborhood. Look, that has been for 30 years. It's funny. It's been a good partner with the neighborhood. They have kept the lights on, kept security up and crime down at the corner of Oakey and the boulevard. And that extends several hundred yards to the north. They have learned to get along, and I live closer than anybody. I live just a few hundred feet away from the end of their property line. So if anybody knows about the condition of this place, I do. More than our licensing people, frankly, and more than the lawyers who represent any party here. But I can tell you that it's ironic that you have to stand up here and argue for the continued existence of something, because closing something is punitive. It takes money away from some people. It takes jobs away from a lot of people. And it takes the security of some of my neighborhoods away. So I'm going to tell you that you really can argue this. It's not in the industrial area or the commerce area or the western area. It's right on the boulevard. And it's been an acceptable part of the scene for a long time. They don't have problems there. I know there was mention of prostitution. I think there's 3 cases in this year. I mean, who knows? Not a very large number. I mean, good Lord, at my corner where I live, just 100 yards away, there's probably 3 of those a night, you know. So I don't think that is a problem. I realize it's always politically deadly to try to understate what is a problem on the surface. But you try to put it in the context of life in Las Vegas and life on the boulevard, it is not a problem causer. So in that meeting this week were some people. We were ably represented by our council. We were ably represented by our licensing people. And several of the owners or representatives of owners were there. And it was really it was a good meeting. It was collegial, it was exchanged, and it really stayed within the boundaries of the walls. But also there were 3 people from the court. 3 people from the court, which has some jurisdiction here. 1 is an attorney and 2 were masters of sorts. And I'm not quite sure. I think they did say, we use the term masters, not receivers, because receivers implies a much larger involvement of virtual takeover.
If I may, Councilman Kaufman, they were, Larry Birch, B-E-R-T-S-C-H, has been appointed as a master to oversee the finances as they exist right now by the District Court for the state of Nevada. So it was Larry Birch and his attorney, Tony Zamilo, present at the meeting.
That's
We
the
were-
name.
Yes.
Well, Judge Denton, I believe, is the judge
Yes.
in charge on this. I know Judge Denton, but I haven't discussed this case with him at all. Don't intend to. But isn't it possible that these people, these trustees, if you will, could take over the running of this club in order to avoid all of the unnecessary anguish that's going to happen? You know, millions of dollars at stake here and a lot of jobs, and the security of my neighborhood. As crazy as it sounds, I'm standing for it. Why not? They're court-appointed. They were there. They told me in the meeting, we could do this. There's ample precedent for court-appointed people running an operation, even one off-color, like a cat house in Washoe County, or is it Story County, Joe Conforti's old bordello. The feds even took over management of that. We, it seems to me, could have a locally appointed judge who everyone knows appoint someone to run it. With our consent, obviously, because we can't take it away. If we take it away, of course, then there's no point. But why not a middle way? Why not the third way? Counsel, I'm going to ask you, John, as well as Brad Jerbick, to chime in on this idea.
Well,
why not?
If I may, Mary McElhone was at the court appearance last Friday. She can address exactly what occurred then. But before I give it to her, the Larry Birch has already begun a preliminary application process to become the temporary tavern owner, to obtain a new tavern license, a temporary tavern license from the city. So that process has begun. He hasn't turned it in yet, but there's nothing to prevent him, I think, from applying for a new SOB license, sexually oriented business license, as well. Mary can address what happened last Friday at the district court.
Mary McElhone, Business Licensing Manager, and I'm going to ask for help if I get this wrong. But last Friday, Judge Mark Denton had granted a motion in part that Larry Birch be a special master, and he's authorized to supervise the finances and assets of the business pending further information from the court. It's my understanding that 10 days from last Friday, there would be another hearing in which further instruction for the court could be heard.
Well, that's interesting, and maybe Brad has something to say on that, too. Theoretically, then, you could, I suppose you could let everything lapse until the application had been perfected, if, in fact, we have to do that, or keep it going pending the no doubt approval of the applicant based upon the fact that the court knows them, we know them, they're local people. Is there a way there?
At this point in time, the application that we have filed with business licensing that is before the City Council for approval has an ownership structure that the judge has said is incorrect. So the ownership structure before you today is not the owners of this establishment, to our knowledge, from the court documents and from the Metro report. So I know that the city attorney will tell us what we can and can't deal with today, but I believe it's just the application that is on your agenda. That's all business licensing has.
And that's all you can say, if I may interrupt, Mayor. No, you're finished. I really think that's all you can say. You're doing the right thing.
Which is why we're recommending, why staff is recommending denial, and we have negotiated, I believe, the voluntary withdrawal of the application if the council is inclined to accept that voluntary withdrawal, because they're fully cognizant of this ownership imbroglio that's going on in court and staff's recommendation. So they really have no choice but to withdraw the application at this point.
Correct. I want to make sure of one thing, though, of my earlier statement. Does anybody disagree with that? We know it's one of two owners. I mean, it's
three.
not perfect. It's definitely deficient. Although they did say in that meeting, yes, there was an app, but you didn't get it. So you have no choice. On the other hand, we know that of the two, there's an A and a B. So they may be proceeding forward while that fight goes on. But I don't want their greed to get in the way of what we really have is something stable on the boulevard.
So are you going to move for the permission to withdraw without prejudice?
If, Your Honor, I'd like to hear from Brad Jerbick on whether or not that would conform to a plan that would allow essentially the courts to take over and keep this place from being shuttered?
I believe it does. I think that, as we've outlined, regardless of who owns it that's in the mix right now, there's a problem with the way this has been handled. And I can tell you right now that business licensing isn't going to approve them for another temporary liquor license, and not going to approve them based on this record that was made today for a sexual and a business license. The path forward is for them to avoid a black mark from having a revocation or an outright denial, to allow a withdrawal of the application for a permanent license, and then they understand that if there's a second component to it, they know what they have to do through the special master to try and get there. This gives them that opportunity. There's no guarantee that they'll get it, but it gives them that opportunity.
So, Brad, then a motion to accept the withdrawal, and at the same time, is there any further motion, or is it understood that this process is happening? And because I don't want to leave the record incomplete as far as council opinion. If we're not taking a vote, there won't be a record vote on how we all feel about that third way. But you know, I don't know how you get consensus if, you know, whether I don't want to jumpstart everybody into a divisive vote at an argument.
You don't get anything more than information on the other issues. I just wanted to put them on the record so that everybody's aware that they're out there, so that nobody's under the belief that all we have is a liquor license issue here and it's easily solved by this withdrawal. But the only thing on this agenda is the liquor license, and the appropriate motion that I think Mr. Curtis is recommending is a motion to allow the applicant to withdraw.
So moved.
All right. Then I'll take your advice on food, but I get to make the motion to withdraw. Curtis.
Well, that is the recommendation that we would like to have.
And that is my motion.
That accepted by the council.
Okay, there's a motion.
Withdraw.
Thank you very much.
Thank
There's a motion. Please vote.
You
Motion.
can tell how patient the mayor is here. I want to vote too, but I don't see it. There it is.
Please vote and please post, and thank you all very much. Thank you. Please post. Motion carried. Thank you very much. And so we will now move on to agenda item 46. Is it afternoon? No, still watching. Okay, agenda item 46, R43-2016, public hearing for a possible action regarding a resolution authorizing a medium-term obligation and execution delivery of documents relating thereto in the amount not to exceed $24 million to finance the cost of acquiring, constructing, improving, and equipping recreational projects not to exceed $24 million, LVCVA Special Revenue Fund, all wards. Good morning.
Good morning. In the FY17 budget, you all approved...
Name.
I'm sorry, thank you. Vanetta Appleyard, Director of Finance. In the FY17 budget, you approved the issuance of $24 million in bonds to fund various recreation projects. With this resolution, this is the first step in authorizing those bonds, and it authorizes staff to go out and start arranging the sale of the bonds. We will be bringing these bonds back to you once those terms are determined for your approval.
Okay, thank you. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? Okay, I'll close public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman?
Mayor, I would move to approve agenda item 46.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 46. Please vote and please post. Motion, and Councilman Coffin has an oral aye. Thank you. Unanimous.
Thank you.
Move on to agenda item 47, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2016-62. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2016-62, First Amendment, an ordinance to revise the limitations pertaining to the keeping of pot-bellied pigs on residential lots and to related matters. Your Honor, there is a proposed Second Amendment that came out of recommending, I understand, and Mr. Steed is here to explain that.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. The committee had recommended a First Amendment that changed the original bill that referred to single-family residential lots, and the clarification that was requested at the committee level was that it be tied to detached single-family residences. So the First Amendment that was in your backup reflects those changes. The sponsors yesterday requested that I prepare a proposed Second Amendment that would take the what essentially were four-tier treatment of the number of pigs that could be kept on a lot depending on the lot size, and reduce that to 3, so that if you have less than 13,200 square feet, you can have 1. Between 13,200 feet and 20,000 square feet, you can have 2, and 20,000 square feet or greater, you could have 3, and that's the maximum. The proposed Second Amendment that I've passed out, everybody should have a copy of that, reflects that change.
Okay, Councilman, any comments, questions here? Councilman Beers, I think it's yours, or is it Councilman Poppins? You're the Potbelly Pig man.
I have no comments.
Okay. Do you like to make a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion. I move for approval.
Okay.
It's with Second Amendment.
Thank you. There's a motion, Second Amendment to approve. Please vote and please post. Welcome to a, what do you call a group of pot-bellied pigs?
In this case, at most, a trio.
A trio. That's not,
pot-bellied
that's it?
pigs.
Perfect, thank you. We have a trio.
Your Honor, the
Thank you,
pigs-
Mr. Steve.
The pig, Your Honor, this is right out of George Orwell on the farm.
Yes.
You know, I've learned so much, way too much about pot-bellied pigs, but I now feel sorry for them. I sympathize. If I didn't have a lot of cats, I might have one, but they would look upon it as bacon and surely chew it to death. And it doesn't move fast enough to get away from cats. And so I could see a slow, steady death. And then they have company now, and that's important. The main thing is to reestablish that a pot-bellied pig, which is a very social animal, a very intelligent animal, has company. So there we are.
I'm shaking
For whatever
my-
purposes they want their company.
I am shaking my head. Okay, we're beyond the pot-bellied pigs. Let's go on to agenda item 48. Bill number 2016-63. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read, please?
Yes, Mayor.
Please.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2016-63, in order to adopt that certain agreement entitled Third Amendment and restated to the restatement to the development agreement for Sky Canyon Master Plan Community and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 48. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Bills number 49 to 52, bills number 2016-50 and 2016-56 through 2016-58 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. Agenda item 53, items 53 and 55 through 57, bills number 2016-64 and 2016-66 through 2016-68 will be heard at recommending committee meeting on Monday, October 31st, 2016. City Attorney, would you please read the new bills?
On behalf of Your Honor, Bill number 2016-64, an ordinance relating to the service area of the city's municipal sewer disposal system, authorizing new connections to the system from properties located outside the service area under certain circumstances and providing other matters. Bill number 2016-66 says ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly described land be annexed, makes its habits, subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2016-67, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for related matters. And finally, Bill number 2016-68, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Let's see. These bills are assigned to the recommending committee members, Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. If any so designated or unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction. The morning session of City Council meeting is now in recess. We will start the afternoon session at noon, because at noon, well, we are going to hear one item at noon, which is agenda item 43. Then we'll recess again because we can't hear any of the afternoon items till 1. So we're in recess now until noon. And please, punctually at noon. Okay.
I want to tell you something. When we come through that item that I have,
Just alerting everybody, it's 11:59. All right, we are unrecessed. We are reconvened. And I think we definitely have a quorum here. All right, this is agenda item number 43. It is a report on the Nevada Department of Education's approach to serving the state's underperforming schools and the state charter authority related to other educational activities in alignment with the governor's education initiative. This is in reference to all wards, and we have wonderful Dr. Hibbler back.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris Hibbler, Director of Youth Development and Social Innovation. The 2015 session was really considered the education reform session, and there were a lot of items that came out of that that are now being implemented. And for the council and the community, we felt like it would be appropriate to bring an agenda item before you to talk about all of the things that are built into the governor's education platform. I would like to indicate, never mind, our speaker has arrived. We have Patrick Gavin, Executive Director, Nevada State Public Charter Authority, who will be your first speaker, followed by Allison Seraphin, Founder and President of Opportunity 180 and also the Charter Harbor Master for the state, followed by Brett Barley, the Deputy Superintendent for Student Achievement with the Nevada Department of Education, and closing will be Jana Wilcox-Lavin, the Superintendent of the Achievement School District. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Gavin. Thank you.
Do I need to hit anything here?
No,
All
you're
set?
live.
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak with you here today. My name is Patrick Gavin, and I am the Executive Director of the State Public Charter School Authority. I have been on the job.
We held for you. Did you get lunch?
I did not yet, ma'am, but I will be fine.
Okay, calling all people to save lunch for Mr. Gavin in the back.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate that. So, this is just going to be a really brief overview of charter schools, but of course we're happy to answer any questions you may have about charters either with our agency or with charter schools across the state. This is really focused on 4 areas. What do you know now? Common misunderstandings about charter schools, the charter school context here in Nevada, and then an opportunity for questions and answers. So, common misunderstandings nationally. There are a couple of beliefs out there that happen to be dead wrong. The first is that there are those who believe that charter schools are not public schools. There are those who believe that charters do not accept English language learners. And there are those out there that charter schools do not accept all students. Since '91, when Minnesota passed the first charter school law, 42 states, including as well as Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia, have signed laws allowing for the creation of public charter schools. This first point, common misunderstandings. Charter schools are in fact public schools. They are tuition-free and open to all students. They are non-sectarian. They may not teach religion, or they may not engage in other prohibited faith-based activities. They do not discriminate on any basis. They are publicly funded based on enrollment, in both state and federal law. And they are held accountable to applicable state and federal standards. Here in Nevada, we have explicitly aligned our public school accountability systems for both public charter schools and for traditional public schools. A second common misunderstanding is that public charter schools serve fewer English language learners than traditional public schools. The fact is, on a national level, there is no significant difference between the percentage of English language learners served by traditional public schools or public charter schools. Moreover, I would note here in Nevada, we have the fastest growing population of English language learners in state-sponsored public charter schools. Since the inception of the authority, our ELL population has grown by over 4,000%. And we are rapidly approaching the state average. Third point, there is this myth out there that charter schools skim or cherry-pick the best students from traditional public schools. The fact is that charter schools serve all students. As I noted before, there are no selective admissions requirements. Indeed, under our state law, there are actually provisions providing that charter schools can serve more high-need populations and can use tools such as weighted lotteries or preferential admissions for students who have specific high academic needs. For example, students who are academically behind, students who have disabilities, et cetera. They are also permitted in Nevada to enroll. Yes, ma'am.
Could you please repeat those last 2 sentences?
Sorry. Okay. And please, I'm speaking extemporaneously. So,
you were talking about those students who had special needs and
yes.
so forth and so on.
So, under state law, there are provisions allowing charter schools to do a couple of things. The first is to use something called a weighted lottery to enroll more high-need students than have typically applied to charter schools. The second is there is the permission for charter schools to give enrollment preference to students who have disabilities or who are academically behind. Additionally, here, for example, in places such as Clark County, there are specific provisions in the law allowing for charter schools to enroll within a specific zone to ensure that they are enrolling students from a high-need community immediately surrounding the school. And we have several schools in the state that do that, including the Kipo Academy here in Clark County. They are also required by law to hold lotteries that as a mechanism to ensure that every child who applies has an equal chance to be admitted. Charter schools in Nevada. We currently have 5 charter school authorizers. An authorizer is synonymous with the term sponsor in state law. There's the Clark County School District, the Washoe County School District, the Carson City School District, the State Public Charter School Authority, and now, as you'll speak with Ms. Lavin later, we have the Achievement School District as well. Collectively, those schools serve 39,000 students. My authority alone, with over 30,000 students, is the 3rd largest local education agency or school district equivalent in the state of Nevada. And we are on track to eclipse Washoe County in population by 2020. And we are collectively across the state currently 51% students of color. We also see that percentage growing rapidly, particularly in state-sponsored schools, both based on a lot of proactive work that schools are doing on admissions, outreach, and community engagement, and certainly with the advent of new schools in our urban core. This chart at the bottom shows the difference in enrollment and growth between 2011 and now with relation to both state-sponsored and district schools. The light blue band at the bottom shows the aggregate enrollment across all school districts with charters. So those are the district-sponsored schools. And then the purple up above is the growth of the state charter school authority from 11,000 students in 2011 to approximately 31,000 students this year. And now I have some time for questions if people want that, or we can also defer to the end if you'd like to ask questions of the group at large.
Well, the question is, do we want to hear the whole presentation and then specifics, or do you want to ask questions as we go, or what is your appetite? You want to hear all the presentation?
I think so.
Okay. And then are you able to stay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I assume I don't get
Evan.
lunched until we're done. So.
Okay. Well, let's see how brief they are. You blame them, that's all. Thank you.
Lisa, will the presentation just pop up?
Mayor Goodman, City Council members, Allison Serafin, for the record, founder and president of Opportunity 180, the nation's first state-appointed harbor master, which is an interesting term given the fact that we live in the desert. Councilman Coffin, good to see you. A harbor master serves as an economic development authority, if you will, to recruit the best nonprofit public charter schools that are committed to serving low-income kiddos and figuring out what it takes in order for them to consider expanding to Southern Nevada. In addition, we know that great schools don't run alone. So we also focus on talent, families, and facilities, which I'll have the opportunity to talk through in this presentation. So I'm going to start by talking about our current landscape, and then I'll dive into more information about our approach. This footprint doesn't surprise, I'm sure, many of you at the dais, where it demonstrates the concentration of children that are attending low-achieving public elementary schools. The reason why I share this with you today is this is why Opportunity 180 exists. We believe that zip code should not determine the quality of school a child has access to. And so our work is focused on public, nonprofit charter schools serving children in our most underserved areas. If you'll notice, 89115 and 89110 have the highest concentration of low-achieving elementary schools, and that's one of our priority areas. So in Clark County, we have 83,000 kiddos in low-achieving schools. Low achieving is identified by 1 or 2 stars on the Nevada Performance Framework. In the city of Las Vegas, based on state data, it's nearly 24,000 kiddos that are in low achieving schools. And if you have access to the presentations, we've just launched an interactive map this week, and you'll have the chance, when you get some time, you can click on the public school quality map, and you can even have it based on wards. So you can click on Las Vegas wards and you can see the quality of all schools that are within the city of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, and unincorporated Las Vegas. So in the city of Las Vegas, we took the liberty of taking your respective wards and identifying the lowest achieving schools and the highest achieving schools. The reason why I share this with you is that we fundamentally believe that there should not be an opportunity gap that is impacting our children and families every day. And so you notice that there is a wide scatter plot, if you will, of high achieving schools across the city of Las Vegas. But there's a concentration in a particular area of those 3 wards where we know that children lack access to more high quality schools. And Opportunity 180's vision is to figure out, like, what more can we do in working with the city to ensure that changes. And I know you all are doing tremendous work with Collective Impact and Downtown Achieves. And so it's also thinking through how we can continue to work together to impact thousands more lives. So let me walk you through our approach. Opportunity 180 has 4 main priorities: great schools, great leaders, affordable school buildings, and engaging families. So let's start with schools. Opportunity 180 launched a little over 1 year ago. I've lived in Las Vegas 9 years, and when I moved here from Houston, Texas, I uncovered that many of our public charter schools serving low-income kiddos were not demonstrating the significant outcomes that we believed they should, which was unlike my experience in Houston. And so through working with other cities that have launched more successful harbor masters, we uncovered that there are great nonprofit public charter schools across the country that also are really interested in learning more about expanding to Las Vegas. And so to date, we have recruited 2 CMOs to apply for authorization, and Jana will share more about the authorization process through the Achievement School District, to ultimately run and serve kiddos next fall. In addition, we've also paid for the support and training of a CCSD veteran teacher named Ignacio Prado, who will be launching Futuro Academy in Councilman Coffin's ward at 900 North Lamb, where he'll be focused on serving neighborhood students and offering them a great education. So these are the 3 leaders that we've currently recruited to launch nonprofit public charter schools here in Clark County. All of them veteran CCSD teachers, all 3 of them incredibly successful, and deeply believe that every child deserves access to a great education regardless of their race, their zip code, or the amount of money in their bank account. And we are incredibly proud of our partnership with Building Excellent Schools, which is based in Boston, that provides the training and development for these leaders to be entrepreneurs focused on closing the opportunity gap. And just a quick heads up, this program is funded directly by Kirk Kerkorian's UCLA Dream Fund. And that foundation funded 2 years of our partnership with Building Excellent Schools. We also need to make sure that we have as much money going towards instructing kiddos as opposed to keeping the lights on. So we had the great privilege of working with Councilman Coffin and all of you so that we could receive a special use permit for Futuro Academy to transform Las Plazas Americas at 900 North Lamb and convert it to a thriving, high-quality public school for neighborhood kiddos. I share the cost with you to see that repurposing existing commercial property and through your great partnership with the special use permit, we're able to build a thriving school for nearly 600 kids at slightly over $15,000 a student versus the current expected cost of the Clark County School District for a school building that will be in southwest Clark County at nearly $34,000 a student. And we think that's a great use of resources to serve students for, well, quite frankly, in a scrappy way with constrained resources.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt
Yes,
you there,
ma'am.
looking at those numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we know through the school district, the allocation, which moves around, doesn't really follow the student. The allocation, when you look at it, is $5,200. So knowing that this charter school, and just for example, Futuro,
Yes, ma'am.
where is the other $10,200 coming
That's
from?
a great question, ma'am. So this is just the cost of the building. This is not, this is the cost to actually develop, purchase, and develop the building into a school. So we're not factoring in the cost per pupil that you're referencing.
But I mean, all right, so if that is a separate unit.
Yes, ma'am. Just
Where's
like
that
Bondo.
money coming from? Kirk
That money is
Kerkorian's grant?
It's coming from philanthropy and some of the state dollars that match the philanthropy that we have raised to address the inequity in Clark County. It's both public
I'm sorry,
and
just
private
because
money. No, it's good.
it's so key at this point. The philanthropy and the fundraising, is there an arm of the charter school system that's totally devoted to fundraising to afford this? Because I know over the years since the creation of the first of the charter schools, the money that came from the district to follow the child ostensibly to the charter school did not pay any capital expenditures. So the question was, and knowing that we've had some issues with some charter schools that have ended up a couple of $1 million in debt.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain this further?
I absolutely can.
Okay.
So Opportunity 180 did not purchase this building outright. We are a 501c3 with a board of directors, and knowing, to your point, that an affordable building is one of the largest barriers to a public charter school being able to successfully run and operate and sustain over time, we partnered with 2 nonprofit facility organizations.
Such as Agassiz, for example?
That would be
their
an example
concept.
of one. The ones that we partnered with were Building Hope and Charter School Development Corporation. And our board had an RFP process for organizations to come and present, focused on, to your point, how can we ensure that we provide schools with a space that is safe in areas of great need, and most importantly, affordable. And we defined affordable in looking at school rates across the country at no more than 15%. The lease should be no more than 15% of the per pupil revenue, so that we can have as much money as possible going towards instruction. So Opportunity 180 served as the harbor master and facilitator of that process for the school. So the school is a tenant. They'll lease the building from Charter School Development Corporation. The role that we play is we provided capital to the stack to enable CSDC to purchase and develop the property. And we also provide grant dollars to the school to ensure that public dollars, 85% of public dollars, are going towards the instruction of children.
Okay, so to take it a step further, having sat and now returned to the LVCVA, in 1996 was the first cutout of funding to support capital expenditure for the Nevada whole education system. Capital funds are there. It is now at a rate of 39 cents of every room tax dollar is allocated to the state of education. And how that's disseminated, I have no idea. But do any of the charter schools, because they are able to participate and glean from the schools the per pupil tuition cost, are you able, is the charter, or is there anything coming that the charter schools are able to take a piece of the capital allocation from the hotel room tax?
Currently, only public district schools have access to those bond dollars available for facility expenses.
Is that true across the country too, pretty much?
That is not necessarily true across the country, Mayor. So in Denver, for instance, the school district, so Denver PS, Denver Public Schools, carves out a portion of their bond dollars to support the growth of public charter schools, knowing that it's also saving them additional costs and addressing overcrowding, opportunity gaps, seeing charters as partners in serving families as opposed to being adversarial or competitive. I think, quite frankly, it's a lens with which to see the work, and we believe that we can all work together. But currently, charter schools may not have access to bond dollars for facility expenses. They must use the per pupil expense for instruction and their building. So the role that Opportunity 180 plays is offsetting that initial cost so that they can at least get in a building, because our school leader's 700 credit score isn't going to allow him to get a $4 million loan for a facility. So we provide that financial support, and then he'll pay his lease. He's going to enroll students, and then he will pay 15% of his per pupil on his lease payment every month. And we'll provide some grant support to bolster that lease payment so that he won't be in debt. And the expectation, Mayor, is that when he's at full enrollment, he can cover the entire cost of instruction and facility.
And do you have a model of that that can be used as each new charter school comes on board, that they can see their way to a sustainable model of physical structure?
Absolutely.
In which you do. And then,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
every time a new charter school desires, through its management and administration, to be born, there's a pathway to them not to get in debt.
Yes, ma'am. Our focus is on in areas where there is great need. So if a charter school needed support with facilities, for instance, in the suburban corridor, we would not be the ideal partner, but we would be happy to introduce them to many of those facility partners. Our sole focus is figuring out how can we reinvest in communities that lack access to high-quality public schools and not let facilities be a barrier.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, of course.
Councilwoman, I know when we get started, we'll be here all day.
I was interested in the difference in the costs that you have. The CCSD, evidently, from what you're saying, is over twice as much as it is for the charter schools?
Yes, ma'am. So that number is based on a newspaper article. So there's a citation at the bottom just to ensure it's clear for everyone. There's a link to a newspaper article that shared the cost to build a new school in Southwest Clark County and what the predicted student enrollment was. And so that's how we landed at that cost per pupil to build. What we're in a position to do, what public charter schools can do that our public district schools don't have the flexibility to do, is to identify existing vacant commercial property and work with our planning commission and city council members for special use permits to repurpose vacant property. And so there's an innovative opportunity that public charter schools can engage in.
All right, but then do you have to follow the same rules and regulations per footage, per student, per windows, per air conditioning that are set for the schools?
Yes, so...
And do you have to have the same means by which you do the architecture?
We do ensure that the designs meet the expectations that are laid out in regulations for the amount of space that should be available for a student. It does require creativity when it comes to fields and areas for sports, given the tremendous acreage required. If you consider many schools in Clark County have 100 acres. Many schools, 100,000 square feet is not crazy, quite frankly.
No, and I can understand
Yes,
that. My questioning is, I had started a private school one time in California. We did a lot of it ourselves. We did not have to follow the same rules and regulations. Now, did we follow the city's fire code? Yes. Did we follow all that? Yes. But I mean, the schools were required to have even more because they were dealing with the children, and that's what I was wondering, if that requirement was kept for you. But we're not quite sure if that 33,000 is accurate from the newspaper either, so.
Yes, ma'am. So the difference is predominantly extracurricular space. So identifying fields and gyms, usually those spaces require significantly more land. That is not required for a public charter school, as it's typically laid out for a public
And
district.
if this was a Southwest school, the land would have cost more probably.
Cost more, and it would have been more readily available than our more dense pockets of our city. The last component of our priorities is family engagement. We all know that parents are the most important partners in their child's education. So Opportunity 180 has launched a family engagement initiative called Great Schools, All Kids. We have a landing page that's up, and so I encourage you to go to our website and sign up to be included in many of our upcoming events. We'll have an event in East Las Vegas on November 19th for families to learn about magnet schools and public charter schools and nonprofits that can support their child's education. We believe we have to do more to go into communities to inform and support families with being able to make decisions that will give their kiddo the best chance in life.
And how about the transportation?
Yes,
Do you
sir.
provide the transportation, which sometimes costs more than the education in the public school?
Public charter schools do not have access to the funding that the district schools have access to for transportation, which
So
at
that might
times...
hinder some a desire, if somebody wanted to go to this charter school, they might not be able to because it's too far and they'd have to go to another. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And so ultimately, our vision is for 25,000 Clark County students to attend great urban schools by 2025. And I'm excited to introduce Brett Barley, who can share more about the interventions and the focus and priority that the state has to do more for our kiddos and families.
All right, sounds like this is on. Good afternoon. My name is Brett Barley. I'm the Deputy State Superintendent with the Nevada Department of Education, and I oversee the Student Achievement Division. There's 3 deputies, one for teachers and parents, one for students, and one for finance, and I'm the one for students.
Hi. Oh, well, maybe this one's on. There we go. Good afternoon. I'm Jana Wilcox-Lavin, and I'm the Superintendent in Residence for the Nevada Achievement School District, where our focus is on partnering with local and state initiatives to help change outcomes for our lowest performing schools across the state.
I believe we've got a PowerPoint presentation to share with you that we're waiting to get pulled up here. Since we've seen this before, we can dive right in and tell you what we're hoping that you take away from it. And that's, one, the council will understand a little bit more about the emerging ecosystem of support that has been created through the 2015 legislative process and is beginning to emerge across the state, that the department, in partnership with local communities and school districts, are hoping to use to make Nevada the nation's fastest improving state in terms of student achievement. I'm sure it comes as no surprise to all of you that Nevada has been on the bottom of many national rankings for far too long. We know we've got students in this state that can excel when given high quality instruction, and it's incumbent upon the Nevada Department, in partnership with everybody across the state, to ensure that we give access to all of our kids to a high quality school. Nevada has a school performance rating system that's based on stars right now. So we imagine a world where all of Nevada students attend a school that is 5 stars, that is preparing them for college and career and setting them up for success in a 21st century economy that we know is more anchored to high-tech industries like Faraday, Tesla, and Switch, and that economy is going to demand more of our students. Did you want to take this one, Jana?
Sure. So this is likely familiar to many of you, but the Nevada Achievement School District was a part of the governor's 2015 legislative package to really put together a comprehensive suite of both supports, financial, and strategies to improve our schools and improve our state from the bottom to the fastest improving over time. And we've spent, the department and in partnership with local districts, have been working over the past 18 months to really operationalize and bring that strategy and those efforts to life. And I'm sure, as you're hearing through the media, the ASD and the Nevada Achievement School District is starting to come to life, and we'll talk a little bit more about the process of how that will play forward. But it really is designed to be a comprehensive opportunity to look for the right fit for each school, to help each family bring their students' dreams to life, and where the state fits in partnership with local districts to make that happen.
Great. So as the department works with the community and school districts, we really kind of look at this as 3 kind of inflection points to drive improved student performance and school performance. And that's supports that are offered through the State Department and even the federal government through title funding, like Title I, II, III, and IV, IDEA for our special education students. Interventions, things like the Nevada Achievement School District and a turnaround law that the state has to empower principals that are of high quality, have gone through an evaluation process, some additional autonomies in their school to run the program that they think will meet the unique needs of their kids. And then what you heard from Allison about the harbor master, that's creating the conditions for success. We think that when you blend those things, that's a really powerful mixture to address a lot of unique school needs. And so, we're on our way there. And last week was a really interesting week because the state released 2 lists of schools. By statute, the department is obligated to release a list of underperforming schools, and that's what we had called that list for a very long time. But going back to our vision of improving student performance and being the fastest improving state in the country, we've rebranded that as the Rising Stars list as we try to elevate every school to 5 stars. And Jana likes to describe this with a pit stop at 3 so that we've got realistic targets to hit, and then accelerating those schools up to 4 and 5-star schools. One of the second list is a brand new list that the department has released, and that again came out on Friday. And the goal there was to shine a very bright spotlight on the schools across Nevada that are serving high poverty students, but doing so in an exceptional way. So we looked at schools that were 75% poverty at the elementary school and middle school level, and 50% poverty at the high school level. And we looked to see if they were 4 or 5 stars, or if they were in the top 10% on our assessment results. And across the state, there was 9 schools serving high poverty kids that could hit that benchmark. And we know that those kids are capable of great things. So our hope over the next several years is to grow that list of shining star schools exponentially. And we think that through this work and partnership with folks like yourself can do that and will do that. So if you think about the schools across the state in groupings, there's a handful of ways that we can kind of put those together. So you've got your effective schools. Those are schools that don't really need a lot of additional support from the State Department of Education or school districts, but we're here and we're available to assist should they call and have questions, and we can provide value. Then there's also those schools, maybe those are the 3 and 4-star schools that are still improving and they have goals to be 5-star schools. They need less support as well. And then we get down a little bit into our 2-star schools, our 1-star schools. Those are the schools that we're really focused on here. And so the department is going to try to play an additional helpful role or a more proactive role in helping those schools address their unique needs. We have obligations through our requirements with the federal government and the Every Student Succeeds Act to approve school site plans for what they call comprehensive support schools. And there's also targeted support schools that the federal government has us identify as well. And those are schools that have underperformance with specific student subgroups. And so the department has an obligation to assist through federal law in both of those types of schools, the comprehensive and the targeted support. And under Nevada law, each school has a needs assessment and a school site plan that they fill out as well, and then they come to the State Department of Education for new programs and services like Zoom and Victory Funds and Read by Grade 3, and then they come to us as well to apply for their title funds for high poverty kids, English language learner kids, extended learning, things like that. And so we're really hoping that as we move forward with these supports, we can begin to ease paperwork burdens, help districts and school sites think kind of holistically and strategically about how to draw down these funds to address their unique school site needs. And then obviously at the bottom here, you've got your chronically underperforming schools, and that's kind of the tip of the spear with no more than 6 a year. Potentially, if the right school site and operator match can be found, end up working with Jana. I mentioned one of the other interventions that we have at our disposal is the state turnaround designation. In 2015, there was a law that was passed called SB 92, and that allows principals that go through an evaluation process and are found to be highly effective principals to raise their hand and apply for additional flexibility to implement a program that meets their students' unique needs. And so that would give them additional flexibility around hiring schedules, curriculum, instructional design, things like that. That list is based off of the same list of eligibility of schools that are eligible for the Nevada Achievement School District. And so if the Achievement School District isn't a good fit, maybe the principal empowerment mechanism through the state turnaround designation is, as well as the other list of kind of holistic interventions and supports that the department can provide in partnership with districts. The timeline here is also kind of mirrored similar to the Achievement School District timeline that you'll hear of later, but it's a tiering process. So the list of schools is released. It's the same list of schools on the Rising Stars list. That was, again, that rebranded underperforming schools list. Then the principals go through their evaluation in March, And then within 30 days of that, we'll find out if the principal has the skills in order to be successful in that type of role. And then those schools can be designated the following school year with that designation and that additional autonomy.
Mayor, if I may, would you please explain again how the schools will be selected and who will be doing the selection process and how that ties into the principal in regards to the turnaround designation for the timeline?
Yes. So in statute, the Nevada Achievement School District law says, I believe it's the bottom 5% of schools across the state, and schools that have a graduation rate lower than 60%. And so those were the schools that were on the Rising Stars schools list. And there's a one-to-one relationship between eligible schools for the ASD and the SB 92 principal empowerment law. And that's just the way that the laws were written. There's some regulations going through the regulatory process now because there is a subsection C under A and B, so bottom 5% lower than 60%, that says other criteria as determined by the department. And through that mechanism, we're hoping to create one list of schools to limit confusion rather than having a federal list and a state list and an ASD list and a turnaround list, but to create one list of schools through which supports and intervention can flow from, like a flow chart. And so if we're successful in having those regs adopted, the comprehensive and targeted support schools that we have to identify through the federal government would also end up on that list. But because those regs are still moving through the process, the list that was released this year was only based on the statute.
And when will the schools be selected?
For the turnaround designation, they're selected 30 days after the evaluation happens, and that's March 15th, so April 15th or so, and then that would give them the end of that school year and over the summer to plan, and then they would open up with that additional
For the
autonomy.
following school year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. So Jana Wilcox-Lavin again, and we will move now to talking a little bit more about the tip of the spear, as Brett called it, so our chronically underperforming schools. And I want to make sure we point out that outlined here on this slide, also to the right, are recognition of district and local interventions that we know are in place across the state. We know are in place here in Clark County, both through your work with Downtown Achieves and Reinvent Schools and the Clark County Turnaround Zone. And so we really see the opportunity to work in partnership to sort of use all of the tools we have available to move all of our schools forward and raise the floor for our lowest performing schools. And I think it's important, and we'll talk a little bit more about how we work more closely in partnership, because I think that's an important part of this process. And just to make it a little bit more concrete for you about the schools that are currently on our Rising Stars list that are deemed chronically underperforming right now, essentially what that means is, according to the most recent assessment we took, the Smarter Balanced Assessment, which is nationally normed on national standards, it means on about 2 out of 10 of our kids can read at a national level, and 1 out of 10 can do math against national norms using that assessment. So I just wanted to say that to sort of help you understand that we're really focusing on those schools that are furthest from the bar of our pit stop at 3 stars on our destination to 5. So what does the ASD do for kids? We primarily characterize our work in 3 ways. So we pair a current public school that has been chronically underperforming with a public charter school operator to transform the school for kids. So essentially what happens is we take the building, we take the same kids, we take every kid that's assigned to that school, and we bring in a new operator, we give them full autonomy and very rigorous accountability, and we give them an opportunity to create a proof point for what's possible for those kids in that community so that we can change the lives of those kids, aligned to the dreams that they have and their parents have for them, aligned to the vision that that community has for their public schools, and to create proof points for what's possible so that we can learn from what's working and then scale that out. And that's really a part of where the partnership comes into play as an opportunity to learn from these autonomous sites and scale out those practices in a way that benefits all. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So just so I'm understanding if I can repeat this. You have a public school that's underperforming.
Yes.
So you match that public school with a public charter school operator, which is what you're doing. You're the operators?
No, so.
You're just helping select the operators.
I'm the facilitator.
You're the facilitators, so we get the right operators. Okay.
Correct. So Allison recruits them, and then I facilitate a selection process and an authorization process, and then match them together.
Okay, so who works in selecting the principal, which is a specially trained principal, right, that passes, okay?
Yeah. So
And
the operators themselves need, as part of their application, have to submit a plan for either who their principal already is or how they are identifying that individual, and they are included. That's included as a part of the authorization process.
And so then all of the students that are zoned to this underperforming school has options. So they don't have to just stay in that school, they might go to another school?
So they're guaranteed a seat in that school because that's their neighborhood school.
Right.
So this becomes basically an autonomous neighborhood school.
Okay.
If they choose to leave, which I fundamentally believe, right, that's the purpose of choice in creating options for our families, in particular
Right.
our families that haven't been given options. Should they choose to leave, they can opt out and they can be given another placement in another school in the local district.
Can I just ask you, what if you have a class for deaf students at a school, or for autistic students at a school? They come from more than one school probably, but it's located there. What do you do with those children who wouldn't be within that, district for that particular school?
Sure. So it's a good question. So my previous experience, so I used to be an operator, and I used to partner with communities and authorizers to transform low-performing schools across 4 states. And so what we did, in my experience, is we would keep the programs there, and we would work in a partnership, in a contract with the local district to ensure that those students were served. So for example, in a school in Philadelphia, there were 2 autism placement classrooms in the building, and they came with the school, so they became our responsibility. So that was a commitment as a charter operator that we made to serve those students. So every student that attends the school on the day that the school is picked is guaranteed a seat. Now, if the operator doesn't have a program that's designed to meet the needs of those students, they still must cover the financial burden to ensure that those students, burden isn't quite the right word, the financial feasibility for that student to receive all of the interventions that they need to continue on their learning trajectory. So they will find a placement for that student, and then they will cover the cost, and they will maintain the program.
And that placement might be within one of the public school programs?
Correct. Yep. And so what we've seen is often relationships brokered between the host district and the new charter operator, where they lay out a plan for what that looks like in terms of placement and transportation costs and covering all those costs and making sure that everything works for the student.
But would you be responsible for the special ed class in that particular school still?
The charter operator would, yes.
The charter operator would, and would that charter operate then to have a fully trained teacher and not a long-term sub, the way we have throughout our entire district now practically?
I mean, absolutely, that would be the intention. Yes.
So then the quality of education for the special ed students would be expected to move up also.
Correct. And we've seen that historically.
And you
in
do
others.
pre and post testing, of course,
So again, I don't, but
I know.
the operators do.
The operator, I mean the operator.
So the one thing to note from a mechanism, to just clarify, is the Achievement School District in Nevada is not a local education agency. So we are different from the State Public Charter School Authority in that we are an authorizer and we are an agency, but we don't operate the schools themselves. The schools themselves become their own local education agency and report directly to
Under the operator.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
And that operator is responsible then for the quality of the teachers? Okay.
Teachers, principals, and the quality of the outcomes for those kids.
Councilman, did you?
She covered it. Thank you.
Okay, thank
You're
you.
very welcome.
Good, you got your question answered? Okay.
Same, she covered it.
Yeah,
Great.
she covered it. Thank you.
Great, sure. So we pair operators in schools to transform outcomes for kids and create autonomous autonomous neighborhood public schools. The second thing that we do is provide kids zoned to underperforming schools with high-quality public choice options, similar to Future Academy that Allison Serafin talked a little bit about before, where they will prioritize serving students that are currently zoned to schools on our Rising Stars list as a way to provide agency and option to families should they choose to take advantage of that opportunity. And we focus exclusively on identifying locations in our highest need, if you remember the heat map, in our highest need communities. So we also do not sponsor authorized schools in zones where there already are high quality options either through the local district or state public charter school authority.
And you don't select the curriculum either. The principal determines the curriculum, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Probably with staff determines the curriculum. All you will do is evaluate to see if the progress is made as expected.
Correct. And the accountability that we have laid out in our proposed regulations is also included in the statute, is quite rigorous, actually, and really important to the process. So with autonomy must come very strong accountability, and we have the opportunity to make a decision about that school's progress year over year. And then there's a 4-year soft review, even though the contract is for 6 years, where we have the opportunity to pause and say, are you on track to change the outcomes for kids? Are more than 2 out of 10 students reading at a nationally normed level? They should be, and if they're not, we will make a change and do something to course correct, because I think the other opportunity for a proof point for the Achievement School District is not only proof points for what's possible in terms of outcomes, but also proof points around what accountability can really look like and how we can leverage it in the best interest of our kids and families.
And where does the responsibility lie for inner-city schools and low-performing schools to work at the personal level to advise that family that is desperate for wraparound services, that this school may not be right for your child, we'll have to help you get transportation to another school? Where does that responsibility lie to help each family with this desperate need for full wraparound services?
Sure.
To help that child, that student, find a better placement for that child?
Yeah.
Whose responsibility is that?
Well, so first, our authorization process, we hope, is rigorous enough to identify operators who come with a plan to serve every kid and every family. And the operators who we are recruiting from out of state in partnership with the harbor master, we're not recruiting, they are recruiting from out of state, have experience in communities very similar to our communities here. Are they identical? No, but they are similar in terms of makeup and in terms of poverty and in terms of need. And so many of these operators have already built infrastructure and systems to provide those services. Many of them partner with organizations like Communities in Schools and other places, or similar organizations like Turnaround for Children that do those kinds of services, and others of them have them built in-house. So for the operators that are coming in that are well established, our expectation is they will provide that service rather than counsel a student in a different direction, unless they can legitimately not provide the best quality education for that student. But our expectation is that they do everything possible to make that happen for that student.
But to attract and retain the best and the brightest to run these schools and to hire, it has to be one, tuition-based that's at a better level than it is. You can't do any of this without proper funding.
So I think that's right. Yeah, I think so I certainly am not going to take I will certainly say that public education, in terms of our per pupil, could certainly use some infusion of additional supports. I will also say that because the school is autonomous, so because it's taken outside of the district portfolio, and we remove all the constraints, they also receive the per pupil spending without any constraints, so without any core infrastructure costs that are district specific, without it covering any of the fixed costs that the district has to cover through their broad infrastructure and sort of distribute across all their schools. So what it does is it allows some greater flexibility for how that per pupil money is spent in the best interest of kids. And so if you think about the school district like a barge, and you think about an autonomous achievement school like a speedboat, you can think about the funding that they get and their ability to facilitate their movement, and also the way that they spend their funding in a much more responsive way to their students, which is why, again, we see them as proof points. Because if we can learn from what they're able to do and the decisions they're able to make to drive results for kids in an autonomous setting, we can use that to inform the changes we might need to make in the broader system.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. So the last thing we do, so we pay our schools and transform them. We provide kids with quality public school options that are in those students currently in Rising Star School zones. Then we also partner with the city and local districts to really catalyze and organize all of our tools and strategies in the same direction towards 5 stars. One of the most important things to get across to families when I have the privilege and opportunity to talk with them is that their voice is central to this process. But we also need to understand that we heard about the turnaround designation. We know of local efforts to support and change the outcomes for schools, and we know of the ASD. And what we really need to do is not say which one wins, and we're going to pick this one and use this one globally. What we need to say is, what's the best strategy for this school and this community and these kids to activate their dreams and their trajectory to, and use whatever tool we have available. So we have a big toolbox, both state and local, and we need to figure out, in partnership with our families, which of those strategies fits for that community and that market. And so I say all of that to say I don't think the ASD is a one-size-fits-all kind of strategy. It is the right place for a certain set of schools and a community that's ready for that partnership.
Briefly, that lady.
So I'm going to address 3 quick facts that I know that Patrick also spoke to sort of tangentially related to achievement schools specifically. So 1, when a school goes through transformation, teachers, administrators, and staff can stay. They do need to reapply for their jobs and make sure that the fit with the operator is the right fit for them. And that's why we've organized our timeline to ensure that we allow educators to make the best choice for themselves going forward. When a school goes through transformation, as I mentioned, we serve all the same students that were there on the day the school was transformed, and we also serve all the students zoned to that school. And those kids are guaranteed a seat. The achievement schools operate like a neighborhood school. So in and out in the same way you would see in a traditional public school. Although what we have seen, and in my experience in Memphis and in DC, is that you actually decrease the number of students who are leaving and you increase the number of students who stay because you've built a new culture that is really cements the community together. And the last is that and this gets to the Councilwoman's question, that achievement schools will serve all kids. I know there's been some back and forth about whether or not charter schools are required to serve all students by law. The ASD is, period. End of story. The ASD will serve, achievement schools will serve all kids. And then, Councilman Barlow, to your point, here's the question about the process and timeline for our decision-making process. So Friday, the list of Rising Star schools was announced, and that's the schools that we talked about that have been chronically that met those 2 statutory requirements. Between now and November 15th, the Nevada ASD team, in partnership with communities and other and local constituents, will narrow that list to no less than 20%. So we'll take that list of 47 schools, narrow it down. We will propose that list of recommended schools to the state board. The state board will then have 30 days to approve at least 50% of our recommendations. And then we have the holidays to engage with families and local community members to make the best choice for final selections in January.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
So just for a point of clarification, you're presenting this recommendation to the State Board of Education. And was it the State Board of Education that hired you all to come in to conduct this assessment?
To conduct the assessment of schools?
As far as the evaluation of the schools?
In terms of their performance. So that's a statutory requirement of the Nevada Department of Education. That's something that the Nevada Department of Education does every year.
Okay.
We release a list of schools that are we release a list of schools that were previously, formerly known as our underperforming schools list, now known as our Rising Star School list. That's a statutory requirement that happens every year.
Okay, great. And in addition to that, Mayor, if you will, have you spoken to the principals at the schools that are on your list?
So gaining access, so I've spoken to the principals who have reached out directly. And
I'm sorry?
I've spoken to those principals who've reached out to me directly.
But the reverse has not taking place?
So I know that we are attempting to work in partnership with Clark County to get information to those principals in a way that makes it, that provides the message clearly, and that we're working on that.
Did you all have a meeting at West Prep yesterday?
So the Parent Advisory Committee of West Prep had a meeting yesterday, and we were invited
Regarding this discussion, right?
to speak. Yeah, we were invited to be a part of that conversation, and our purpose there was to listen and learn from families and hear families' perspective.
And what was your takeaway?
On families' perspective? So the parents that were there and the parents that stood up and spoke, I think, feel like the ASD may not be the right fit for their community, and we still have a lot of exploration to do, and we're far away from making a decision. We had a chance to speak to some of the families after also, which we appreciate, and mostly the point was not to make any decisions, but really just to hear people's questions and be sure that we provided information on the process so that people felt well informed.
So by November 15th, a decision would have been made in order for you to submit those schools to the State Board of Education for recommendation?
A recommended list of no fewer than 20% of the current list. And I think one of the pieces of the conversation that didn't get to happen yesterday, which was disappointing, was this conversation about let's not have a conversation about what strategy wins. Let's have a conversation about how we work together to raise the bar for kids, because there was recognition from both families and the school that the middle school there, which is the only school under consideration, does need to improve.
Okay, thank you for the report. We appreciate this. I know we had two, Dr. Hebler, I didn't know if that was the conclusion of the report.
I think they're just about, you have a couple more slides. I think they're just about finished.
Yeah, the last thing, so I have two things really quickly. One, I've had the privilege of being able to begin a partnership with Dr. Morris Hibler to talk about ways in which we can work together to set some clarity and outcomes moving forward with the schools that the city is already engaged with, as a way to not create disruption for the sake of more disruption. So where things are working, we want them to continue to work. And we have some formal ways to do that. You'll have a map of all of the schools in the PowerPoint in front of you so that you can see where they are located. And then the most important thing is you all, as leaders of your community, have the opportunity to help provide a platform for families to be a part of this process. Certainly you don't need to endorse the Achievement School District to do that. However, we would love you to be a part of helping us gain access to families and family voice in this process. It is central that families get to be the agent for their student, and that they get to make the best decision for their child. And so I've listed 4 ways here that you may be able to help us get access to families. So if you already have events that you're hosting, we can come and share information. We could host a focus group together. And I will certainly, now that I've shared this with you, be following up after this conversation to see if any of these are possible.
And if I may put one final point before we hand off here. In 2015, the legislature passed 24 new education policies and initiatives in recognition that 48, 47, 46 in the nation isn't good enough for our kids. And we would like nothing more than to come up beside all of you in your communities and figure out what's the right thing for your community to help ensure that every kid has access to a great school. There's a broad portfolio of tools that the state has never had, and it's about finding the right tool for the right need. And that's the kind of conversation that we hope to have all across the state. Thank you.
Just one last quick question. Suppose somebody that used that KIP program came in and the charter school wanted to do that. Would that be okay to go ahead with that, even though that involves extra hours of teaching and Saturday too?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, because they're autonomous, they get to make decisions about their school day and how that works for them and their kids and families.
Okay, thank you so much for taking the time to answer all these questions.
Thanks for having us.
I would just like to put on the record that Opportunity 180 would be grateful to host any of you that are interested in visiting high-performing public charter schools in Los Angeles, so that we have the opportunity to see firsthand what those schools are doing, what it looks like. We'd be more than welcome to host you all if you're interested. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I did want to ask, we had Mr. Henry and Janice Pauley Agente, are you still here? Did you want to speak at the conclusion in public hearing or in relationship to this agenda item? Okay, at the conclusion. Thank you very much. And how about Mr. Henry? Is he still here?
No, you got the lead.
You'll be speaking for both of you. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for your
Your Honor.
presentation. And
Your Honor,
yes.
down here on the end.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I've met with Allison on this issue a few times, and I am supportive of the school that's going to be created there in our Ward 3. I want to make sure that, though you and others understand, I am still a skeptic of charter school operations. I was there at the beginning in the legislature, and I believe I voted for it after a lot of compromises were made to get this rolling. But I only supported it in those days because I wanted it understood that I felt that these were for special issues. They might be special needs, as illustrated by Councilwoman Tarkanian, or special talents, as exhibited by the interest of our mayor. And the thing is that I always looked at a targeted audience of students. That was the main thing, because I was not one of those who felt, and I don't feel today, that the schools are failing. I think our measurement tools of what is passing and failing are weak. I don't think the measurement tools adequately account for what's going on, let's say, in the family, and the fact that in the last 30 years, and the trend has been, the families don't spend as much attention at the schools for reasons that both parents are employed. I think that what worries me is that charter schools are looked upon as a panacea for failing schools, when in reality they can't replace the failing parents. And any program that involves the parents, which we do have here at the city, and we're cooperating, we really do see improvement, and I think you've got to have both. So I say I'm a friendly skeptic because the birth of this was very political. It was financial too. It was people seeing a market to come in and to make some money. And a nonprofit can make money too. So a nonprofit is sometimes, frankly, just a name over something to conceal the fact that there's money to be made there. So I really want to see standards in a longitudinal fashion of the outcomes of what goes on, over the period of time. We had a great landmark, we had fights in the late 80s, early 90s about class size reduction, because we believed, and I still do, that the size of the classes in the first 3 grades are critical, and then after that, lots of things take care of themselves. And so I'm watching your ratios. I want to see what you're doing, and if you're getting a better ratio, it could be because of your selectivity. And I know there is selectivity. It's hard to avoid. And that's why all these other things are put in about lotteries and serving students in a neighborhood. But I'm very concerned that people just assume this is a panacea for so-called failing schools. I have 13 elementary schools situated in Ward 3. I visit every one of them at least once a year, with supplies and good cheer and something to say hi to the parents if they're there, and the students. And, they're dedicated people. And just changing the ownership structure, whether it be CCSD or a private operator, I don't think changes the outcome until it can be demonstrated to me that they come from the same roots, the same choice, which the district does not have. They do not have. So again, I want to see it succeed, but I don't want it to be seen as a substitute for public education, because that is what has grown our country, and political divisions created the charter schools. And I don't want to go into that now, but it did. Thank you very much.
If I might just add to you, Councilman Coffin, what this might do is eliminate a lot of the bureaucracy and a lot of the stuff that comes in middle management in public schools, so the concentration is more on what happens in the classroom. That's what I think this might do. I wanted to ask 2 quick questions. One is Odyssey Charter High School. That's a charter school. I'm looking at my ward. That's the only one that you have down here. So that was not a public school. And right, Odyssey?
It's not a traditional public school. It's a public charter school, yes.
Yeah, public charter school. And then lastly, when you evaluated, did you find that the magnet schools did very well here? Good, she said yes, I'll take that.
Yes, although it is unfortunately my focus to focus only on the schools that are traditionally, I do my analysis on the lower end of the spectrum, so I would, I'm not sure we've released the full accountability report yet, but I'll put that to Brett.
No, we did identify 9 high-poverty schools delivering exceptional results for students. And on that list, I believe there were 3 career technical academies that I'd have to double-check, but I believe they were
Yeah, the magnet schools have, and that was a change that was made, and it was too bad that we couldn't have done for all the schools what we were able to do for the magnet. Thanks so much for
Thank
your
you.
information.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your reports, taking the time. And please make sure that
You gotta watch this one carefully, though.
Mr. Gavin Eats. Yes.
Can I ask a few questions,
Yes.
please? Might as well start with Mr. Gavin, with your permission, Mayor. Find my question.
We're into our 1 o'clock session,
I'm
so
sorry.
if you would be brief.
Mr. Gavin, you mentioned that these are all nonprofit organizations, but I'm under the impression that board members get paid. Is that true?
I'll watch the smoke.
To the extent that any public officer can be paid a very modest amount of funds to serve on a board, there is that provision in statute, just
Well,
like
you're,
there is.
you're keenly familiar with the charter school that we had in my ward recently that's no longer there, and I understand that those board members were paid quite a bit of money. And I'm a little concerned about taking public dollars and handing it over to private organizations, if you will, to pay board members and not pay put the money towards the education of the students. That's a big concern of mine.
So, Councilman Ross, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Ross, my apologies. We did uncover some allegations, there were allegations of improprieties with relation to a school in your ward. That is correct, sir. And we engaged the audit firm of Deloitte & Touche to go in and perform a comprehensive forensic audit of that entity. And we did discover that there was a related entity with whom there were overlapping directorships and a lack of transparency about where those funds were going. As a result of that,
my question isn't
dismissed.
specifically about that school.
Yeah.
It's the general question
Yeah,
about board members getting paid.
So, to the degree that happens, it is illegal. Okay. And we did refer that matter to the Attorney General's office
Okay,
for review.
where'd the rest of your team disappear to?
Hungry, they're
I
hungry.
think they thought we had concluded, but
Yeah.
if I can ask you guys to quickly come up.
They went to
I
eat.
apologize, Mayor Pro Tem, I thought you.
No, there's a couple more questions, and this is for Ms. Serafin, since you're coming up front first. Since you're the recruiter, harbor master,
Yes.
how are you keeping bad operators that have failed in other states out of the state of Nevada?
I really appreciate that question. So in addition, so the first piece of kind of order of operations is identifying high-quality public charter schools serving a high percentage of kids in poverty. So it's the identification. We work with Charter School Growth Fund out of Denver, as well as other numerous foundations that are in the world of addressing inequity and supporting high-quality public charter schools. So I first focus on identification. Then I look at the schools that are in states with per pupils close to ours, per pupil rates. Because our per pupil cost is about $6,500. So for instance, I'm not reaching out to charter networks in states where it's $17,500 a kiddo, because that would price us out. So we're first looking at high quality. That's based on student achievement data, based on graduation rates, ACT scores, teacher retention. There are key metrics that we can look at. And then we begin to cull a list. From there, that's not enough. Once we begin to have recruitment conversations with charter networks, we have a third-party think tank out of North Carolina called Public Impact. And we ask Public Impact to engage in a due diligence analysis of student achievement. So we get another third party with just kind of source out to them to analyze the student achievement results to ensure that what we're looking at and what schools are telling us they're achieving is in fact true, to give us a vote of confidence that they are delivering great outcomes for low-income kiddos. But that's also not enough. We also need to look at their books, and we need to ensure they have the liquidity and the financial resources to consider expansion. So we also have a forensic auditor look at their financials that they submit to us as a recruiter to ensure that if we're going to recommend a school to apply to the Achievement School District, we have already engaged at analyzing their student data, and we've analyzed their financials. But I want to just make sure this is overstated, that we are not in the position to authorize. So we take great trust that the regulatory authority of giving the license to operate lives within the Achievement School District. We serve as the talent headhunter, if you will, for the Clark County community, and then we know that the regulatory authority lives in the ASD.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, if I may continue, with your permission, of course, and through you. Ms. Lavin, my question to you, since you were an operator at one point, is about teachers. And I think it should be directed to you. You know, in Clark County, we've got a union that represents our teachers, then they get benefits and retirement benefits. Can you speak a little bit about that with these operators? Are they operating the same package, or offering the same packages, the same pay scales, higher pay scales, or what?
Sure. Yeah, so they generally offer what we would consider comparable benefits. So the teachers working for if they're working for the public school, will still be a part of the public education retirement system. And generally speaking, in terms of health care, we offer comparable benefits. So as an operator myself, when we would go into a market, we would say, what is the sort of baseline of what the local district offers? And then how do we either match that or beat it based on what we can afford within our given financial portfolio? And then in terms of salaries, again, going back to this idea of no constraints, there is no fixed salary scale. So teachers are generally paid based on what value they bring to the classroom and the experience and the outcomes that they've driven. And so generally, we've seen charter schools be competitive or slightly higher in terms of rates of salary.
Okay, that helps a lot. And one more question, Mayor, if I may, and this is to anybody. Why in the world is the public so against these charter schools? I'm trying to figure this out, other than taking taxpayer money, you know, putting it into a nonprofit, so to speak. I mean, certainly the legislature and the governor's efforts have been to increase education in our state, which we all want. Correct? So why is the public, so many in the public, so opposed to these charter schools? That's my last question, Mayor, and anybody can answer.
So I'll speak for the achievement schools quickly, and I'll say one thing is because the information out there right now is not clear. So this is where I need you all to help us get in front of families and help them have I want to be a purveyor of truth, and I would love you to be a part of that mission along with us, in that the information isn't clear, and people have not been given the best information to be the highest quality agent for themselves and for their student. And so that's one reason, is there's just a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of fear. That's why the slide in the PowerPoint talks about myths and facts, because there's a lot of misinformation about who will serve and who we won't serve and what that means, and people have taken a lot of liberties to interpret that information and then share that with communities as fact, and that's actually a disservice to the community's ability to make a choice and to participate in the process. And so I would say the number one thing is misinformation and lack of ability to be able to engage and clarify that with families. And I think the other thing is, this is really emotional, right? Change is really hard. Accepting where your school is in terms of that it has not yet met the expectations that you believe your student deserves is a really challenging thing to embrace, both for the staff and for the families. And so because it's very emotional and it's hard, we sort of have to go through the stages, right, of acceptance until we get to a place where, and I have experienced in the families that I've had the privilege and opportunity to serve in other communities, that families really, once the operator lives up to their promise, they really rally behind the school and become a school unit. And the schools that are the most successful in terms of transformation are those that become a part of the community and infuse themselves into the community, and not those schools that just plop themselves down in the center. And so the family and community engagement component is essential to driving student achievement and making these schools successful.
Okay, thank you.
If I might, Mayor Pro Tem Ross, I would add some additional context as well, and that is that the ASD is sort of a tabula rasa. It is a new initiative. The fact of the matter is there is something of a hangover from the early authorization work that happened in this state prior to 2011. For schools that have been sponsored by my agency since its inception in 2011, they significantly outperform the state, both in graduation rates and on the test score data that is available. The fact of the matter is that for schools that were sponsored by any entity prior to 2011, they tend historically to have underperformed. Some of that is because they may serve a particular niche population, or that was their initial intent. And in some cases, as we discussed earlier, there have been some bad actors in this space, either on the organizational financial side or on the academic side. I would note that of the 4 schools that in my portfolio that are on the Rising Stars list, we have placed one of those schools into receivership and have eliminated their middle school in the last 7 months, much like we placed Quest into receivership. With another, and with 2 others, we have issued notices of intent to revoke if they do not sign new contracts with specific performance benchmarks for them to improve. I am optimistic that we will achieve appropriate resolutions with both of those schools. And as you may be aware, at least one of those schools has chosen to resort to the courts in that matter. So I can't really comment on that, but in another case, we're continuing to have active conversations to get that school on the right track to where it needs to be.
If I can, one more time, Mayor, I think, Mr. Yadav, thank you very much for that, both of you. I think all eyes on the game is significant and important because these are taxpayer dollars, and they are our children and the next generation of leaders in this community. So I appreciate your presentation and answering my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you again. Feed him. Okay, and Our Lady, because from Desert Rose, please come on down. Janice Pauly, Agente, please come on down. And if you would, Dr. Hibbler, just in case you might be able to assist in this, if you would just be there to help guide her and answer questions that perhaps can happen. So please take your microphone, repeat your name for us, and then your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Polly Argenti, and I'm with Desert Rose. I'm the principal of Desert Rose. And the only reason I'm here today is to speak on behalf of Desert Rose and my concerns for the students that are attending there. Desert Rose is a special school. It is different than many of the other schools in Clark County School District in that we are a choice school. We are not a neighborhood school. We accept students from all over the valley, including Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, who have not been successful in their home school, and are reaching out to us for a second chance. We are on the Rising Star list, but we were concerned about being on the Rising Star list because of the students that we serve. For instance, this particular year, of the 478 students that we serve in our high school program, 178 are from the cohort 2016, which means they should have graduated last year. 22 are from 2015, and 1 is from 2014. And these statistics are not considered when we are looking at the graduation rates for that particular school. The reality is last year we graduated 122 students from our school.
Good.
And as a result, but it shows on the statistics as 11.5% of a graduation rate. Our concern is that our statistics are not being accurately reviewed, and so we want that taken into consideration. In addition, we are an adult school, so we have an unusual format in which we have the adult school mixed with the high school. So our classes are combined, they are heterogeneous, and so we have high school students attending with adult school students, in which we have over 800 adults on that campus as well. And so we would like consideration for our circumstances, and we come to you for assistance in having that reviewed and in further consideration of whether or not we should be on the Rising Star list.
And if you will then work with, thank you very much for waiting, and Dr. Hibbler will help you, guide you, and talk to you about some suggestions. Thank you, Dr. Hibbler, and for the report, and thank you for being so patient and waiting.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are into our 1 o'clock session, only 20 minutes late, so sorry. Agenda item 58, for possible action, any items council staff and or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Coffin has requested that agenda items 84 through 86 be obeyed to the November 2nd meeting. Those are ZON 64861 and VAR 64862 and VAR 64864. It is a public hearing. Applicant owner Nita Quitorio and Buddy N. Quitorio at 519 South 8th Street. And The applicant has requested to withdraw without prejudice agenda items 87 through 91. They are GPA 64838, ZON 64839, SUP 65273, SDR 65272, and TMP 65348. Public hearing applicant Booz Development Group Incorporated, owner Nevada State Bank, on 2.17 acres at the northwest corner of Cheyenne Avenue and Fort Apache Road. And the applicant has actually requested, and I think through Councilwoman's office, agenda items 97 through 101 be obeyed till November 16th, Councilwoman?
Right.
November
45 days.
You want 45 days?
45 days because there was a problem in an over-scheduled agenda. So 45 days rather would be
Date
the
would
best.
December 7th. Agenda items 97 through 101, that is ZON 65372, VAR 65373, VR 65374, SUP 65375, and SDR 65376. Applicant Nevada Safes, owner MCC Investment Company LTD, on .53 acres at the 5250 West Charleston Boulevard. That is my motion, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And Councilman Barlow's been excused.
I need to trail these items.
Okay.
I'll make that request.
Now as we get to them. Okay, have we got everybody that's here? Yes. Please post, and the motion carries. We will now move on to agenda items 59 through 61, which shall I read, or do you want to speak first?
Actually, Mayor, I'd like to trail 59, 60, 61, and 62 till at least a quarter to 2, with your permission.
Okay. There's a motion to trail agenda items. Do we have everybody?
You don't need a motion?
Do we need a motion to trail, and we can just do it? Okay, so we are going to trail 59, if I can open it. Why don't these open? I don't have to read it. We're just going to trail 59 to 62 until quarter of 2. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item, let me make sure I got this, 63 through 66. 63, and these are all Councilman Ross. These are also in your ward. All right, 63, VAR 65326, on a request for a variance to allow no additional off-site improvements where complete street standards require a 5-foot sidewalk, 5-foot amenity zone, other amenities along Elkhorn Road, and to allow connectivity ratio of 1.25, where 1.3 is the minimum required. Agenda item 64, WVR 65331, a request for a waiver from LVMC 13.52 to allow overhead transmission lines where underground utilities are required. Agenda item 65, WVR 5593, and a request to allow no street lights for all interior streets where street lights are required. And agenda item 66, TMP 65275, and a request for a tentative map for a 95-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is D.R. Horton, and the owner is Green Gale Properties, LLC, on 39.18 acres at the southeast corner of Elkhorn Road and Tenaya Way, RD single-family residential restricted zone. Staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval of all items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross, and our public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council, my name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing D.R. Horton in these matters.
Thank you. Mr. Parago?
Thank you, Mayor. Staff is recommending denial of all the proposed subdivision as we cannot support any of the associated waivers or variances. They're self-imposed and preferential in nature. Staff would like to further emphasize that retaining the overhead power lines above ground will negatively affect the surrounding area. There is some discussion about some added or amended conditions if this does move forward, and Mr. Anderson will speak to those at the appropriate time.
Okay. This is a public hearing, and I declare that open. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak to any of these agenda items 63 through 66? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Is there anything you would like to say, Mr. Grono?
Yeah, I'd like to just give a quick little
Please.
spiel here, just to get you to the location of where we are and what we're discussing.
Okay.
The first thing that I have here is the overhead, is an aerial on the overhead here, which is a property which is approximately 40 acres of property. You saw this application come in for a GPA and zone change several months ago, where it was approved for RD zoning on the 40 acres. D.R. Horton has come back in after working with the neighbors. We have a site plan that's a tentative map for 95 lots on the property that's located here. One of the things that the neighbors wanted us to do is make sure we had no interior streetlights within the property itself. That's one of the waivers that we're asking for. That was approved at the Planning Commission along with the tentative map. The other waiver development, the waiver that we're asking for is we would like to keep the power lines in the area that traverse across our property, the transmission lines up in this area. And what I'll do is show you on the overhead here exactly where the lines are. If you take a look on the overhead here, this is the intersection of Tenaya and Elkhorn. This is our 40 acres. The power lines actually go from Tenaya all the way, they run all the way down past Jones as you go east. And just to give you an example, as you're going down along Elkhorn here, you can see where the power lines are going across our property in this area. This is going across the south side of our property along one of the private streets that have been vacated. Again, this is going east on Elkhorn. And then as you can see here is you do have some residential developments that have been developed with the power lines in the area here as you go further down east, going down to Jones. And again, this is one of the D.R. Horton subdivisions that's currently under construction, where you can see where the power lines go with the landscaping and so on. So with that being said, we'd like to keep the power lines at its location on the property itself. And the reasoning is, as I've been showing you here, they're already in existence along the south side of Elkhorn itself. And one of the things that we've realized as we've gone through the process, it becomes a significant cost issue here with respect to the development of this property. Typically, the transmission lines, we thought they were going to be a certain price. It's come out to be about $1.8 million hit for the development costs on the property itself if we were to put these transmission lines underground. And the reason is because we have multiple utilities on these lines also. So that's one of the reasons why we're asking for that request, because the amount of homes that we're actually proposing here, it makes it a little bit more difficult here to develop the property with respect to the lower density when you have to go in and put a significant amount of money in to put these power lines down. But what I wanted to point out from the pictures that we showed you is those power lines are going to be existing as you go further east down, because you can see from the existing residential developments there. As a matter of fact, I showed you a picture where D.R. Horton is actually constructing where the power lines are going to be staying in place in that area. So we'd like to keep the character the way it is. And with that being said, if that's possible, we'd ask you to follow the Planning Commission's recommendations for approvals on all the applications.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let's take them one at a time, or all together. Councilman Ross, what are you doing?
We're going to do them
Pro
one at a
tem?
time, Mayor.
Okay,
Just to stretch this out.
good. Okay.
On agenda item 63, VAR 65326, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve agenda item 63. 63, motion to approve.
Mayor, if I may, Public Works.
Yes, hi.
You're on 64.
Well, 63, 64, and 66 might need modifications based on...
What you're going to tell us?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to raise that issue, that if the...
Let's do this, Mayor. Let me withdraw that motion and let Mr. Anderson chime in here, because we've made a couple of changes to a couple of these items, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor, through you.
Okay, so let me get that, where there's a motion to withdraw the vote on 63. Please don't need to do it, because you didn't record it. Good. Okay. Okay, Mr., we're all ready.
Thank you. I'm listening to a cohort here. There's some discussion as to whether the power lines are going to be above ground or below ground. And the conditions are written under the assumption that they're not going to remain above ground. However, at the Planning Commission, it was approved that they be above ground. And so if they are to be above ground, consistent with Planning Commission's recommendation, we would need to modify items number 63, 64, and 66. So if the decision is to allow them to go above ground, and that is actually item number 64, then number 63 would need to have the following condition added. A deviation of standards for roadway cross-section on Elkhorn Road is hereby approved, allowing for a 35-foot wide roadway section from center line to back of curb, as depicted in the submitted tentative map, cross-sections dated stamped 7/28/16, with a detached sidewalk and landscaping, and possibly an equestrian trail if the trail is also a desirable amenity. And that's the condition that would need to be changed. I'd just like to speak a little bit to that. The reason we think it's important is if the power lines are to remain above ground, we'd like to separate the pedestrians from those power lines, giving this additional buffer and this additional landscaping an opportunity to mitigate any impacts that those power lines might have. It gives additional amenities to the surrounding people at the zoning. If you recall when this came in, a lot of neighbors wanted that equestrian trail. It provides an opportunity to provide that should we so desire. So if those are to remain above ground, then I would recommend item number 63 have that condition that I read in. Number 64 would need the following condition. A variance to allow a non-standard roadway cross-section, such as VAR 65326, must be approved by City Council. That's a new condition. I apologize, am I? And then on the tentative map, item number 66, TMP 65275, if the equestrian trail is recommended to be a part of this, then we need a condition that says the proposed equestrian trail shall be privately maintained in perpetuity by the homeowners association. We need to modify condition number 11 to add as the second sentence, additionally, construct the proposed equestrian trail adjacent to this site along Elkhorn Road concurrent with development of this site. And we need to modify condition number 15 to delete, oh no, I apologize. This is if the horse trail is not approved, then I would need to modify that one. I leave it to you guys to tell me whether it's an equestrian trail or not, but I've got the conditions ready.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, if I may.
Let's go back.
In light of, I went and looked at the power lines again last night, and I'm concerned about the rest of Elkhorn. Those power lines are never going underground. In light of the new information that Mr. Jennings shared with me yesterday in regards to the two double circuit that NV Energy's got on those poles, and recognizing that Rio Vista on the backside is a horse trail.
Yes, yes.
And is an existing horse trail.
Yep.
That being said, I think we're going to go back to the original plans that were submitted with the equestrian trail, Mr. Groner. I'm not sure you can answer for your client at this point.
Your staff, Public Works and Planning, has done an excellent job this morning in explaining everything to us. So we are in acceptance of those conditions.
And let me express my appreciation of them. And this is not normally how we operate, and you know that. But in light of trying to make this an actual reality for your client. And recognizing the significance of those power lines. And I've told some folks out there that the power lines are going underground. They would for a block, but they wouldn't the rest all the way down to Jones Boulevard. So that's concerning to me as well. And there are power lines on Jones Boulevard as well.
Yes.
So, yeah, and you see those when you're going back to your house. So that being said, with those additions that Mr. Anderson added to agenda items 63, 64, and 66, I'm going to start moving forward, and you're in agreement with the first set of drawings that you've prepared.
Yes.
We've got a bike trail there. We'll have separation from the power lines. We'll have, I'm calling it a multi-use trail.
Yes.
That you can ride a horse down.
Yes.
Does that work? And that should be significant to your, and I think, Mr. Anderson, the street widths as well, because I know Mr. Cervantes and I talked about, we don't need a 100-foot right-of-way there.
That's correct. And the conditions specifically address that.
Okay. With that then, Your Honor and council members, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 63 with Mr. Anderson's comments, additional conditions.
Thank you.
Motion. There's a motion on 63 to approve with the conditions. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. On 64.
I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 64, along with Mr. Anderson's additional comments and conditions.
There's a motion to approve 64 with additions and comments from Mr. Anderson. Please vote and please post. 65 had nothing.
And thank you, Your Honor. On agenda item 65, I would move to follow Planning Commission and its recommendation for approval as well.
Agenda item 65, a motion to approve as offered here. Please vote and please post. An agenda item that carries, and agenda item 66.
Before I make that motion, Mr. Groner, please express to your client my appreciation for working with both city residents and county residents in that area, as this is a sensitive piece of land that I know will become a great addition to the Northwest and Centennial Hills. I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 66, and along with Mr. Anderson's comments and additional conditions.
Thank you. Motion to approve on 66. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. You've got 7 minutes.
Your Honor,
Okay.
could I ask a question?
Yes, please.
It's just on the general subject. It's okay, not on that specific, but rather as people move out farther and farther, there's a lot of power lines above ground. When they were first permitted years ago, was there an understanding that they should go underground ultimately and at the expense of the ratepayers of the utility or for anybody that would develop? How did that happen?
Through the mayor, with your permission, Your Honor, I think I'd direct that to Mr. Perigo or Mr. Lowenstein, because I believe at other projects we required those power lines to be undergrounded at the cost of the developer, not the ratepayers. But I'll let these gentlemen answer that question.
It's probably what you call a legacy question because it goes way back, but I just wonder what permission was granted back in the day, and then was it understood that the residents would have to pick up the tab for this, or was it the utility's responsibility, which shifts it to the ratepayer?
Well, I'll answer part of that, Madam
Nobody
Mayor.
old enough?
Usually it's on the cost of the developer to underground those utilities unless there was some kind of SID entered into, which then would be shared among all the participants of that SID, being probably the homeowners after the subdivision was piecemeal sold off. Bart, I'm not sure if you have anything to add to that.
I'm ready, Mayor.
Okay.
Sorry. That sounds correct to me. I don't know if an SID could be done specifically and only to underground, but as part of a full SID with full street improvements, it probably could be done that way. But to my knowledge, it's always been the adjacent developer's responsibility to put them underground.
I suppose that's going to have to be the way it is. I just think about older parts of town, wards 1, 3, and 5, which have a lot of above ground, and that's just the way it was then. They would very much appreciate having them underground because it definitely retards the appearance of the neighborhoods. Especially if they've been loaded with stuff beyond power, phone, cable, you
and
name
they're
it.
constantly causing outages above ground. When you get a bad wind or tree growth falls on one of them. I mean, the above ground lines have been a real source of problems, especially in Ward 1 and 3.
And we don't have a hammer, I suppose. It's just over our own heads because we can put pressure on a developer to do it. And they know it going in, so they can price their product accordingly. But we still have to find a way to get them underground.
We always wish we could go underground with ours. But thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we're ready. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gronauer. And now we are going to return to agenda items 59 through 62. 59 GPA 64884 and a request for a general plan amendment from R Rural Density Residential to GC General Commercial. Number 60 ZON 64885 and a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C2 General Commercial. Agenda item 61, VAR 64887, a request for a variance to allow a 40-foot residential adjacency setback along the east property line where 72 feet is required and allow 56-foot residential adjacency setback along the north property line where 72 feet is required. And agenda item 62, SDR 64886, and a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 3,668 square foot general retail store other than listed convenience store with fuel pumps and canopy, a 1,223 square foot general retail store other than listed, a 2,300 square foot car wash full service with a waiver to allow the car wash bay to face the public right of way where such is not permitted, a 2,220 square foot restaurant with drive-through with a waiver to allow a stacking lane for 5 vehicles where 6 vehicles is required, a 2,061 square foot restaurant with drive-through, and a 700 unit 84,800 square foot mini storage facility with waivers to allow 5 feet of perimeter landscape buffering on a portion of the east property line where 8 feet is the minimum required, and not to orient the buildings to the corner and street fronts where such is required. Note, this item is related to GPA 64884, ZON 64885, and VAR 64887 only, and not to VAR 65068 as noticed. The applicant owner is 7470 LLC on 5.19 acres northeast corner of Deer Springs Way and Wallapai Way, RE Residence Estate Zone, proposed C2 General Commercial. Staff recommends denial, and Planning Commission recommends approval of all items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. Our public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Hello.
Yes, Your Honor. For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is the applicant's architect, George Rogers. First, what the applicant would like to do, we've consulted with staff, and we think under the circumstances, we'd like to change our request for today for item 59, the general plan amendment. Instead of general commercial, we're only going to be asking today for service commercial. On item 60, our request was to rezone from RE to C2. We're now asking that it be changed from RE to C1 And we're further asking that item 6, that takes care of 59 and 60, and items 61 and 62, we'd like to withdraw those applications without prejudice.
Okay.
Okay? Moving forward, this project is at the intersection of a section line street, Wallapai, and the center section line street, Deer Springs, which is the significant intersection on Wallapai north of the 215 off-ramp. It's heavily traveled today, and we anticipate it'll be more so in the future. At that intersection, there's a 3-story multifamily residential constructed on the northwest corner. There is planned development, planned development is master planned to the southwest, which will allow commercial as a use, and that property is currently owned by the VLM. Commercial that you recently approved on the southeast corner, so as you can see, residential will no longer work on that site. We've met with the neighbors several times outside of the neighborhood meeting, and we've heard their concerns, and now Mr. Rogers wants to tell you how we've addressed those concerns as best we can.
Thank you. Please.
Your Honor, council people, George Rogers, 6325 South Jones. So when we set up the site plan, we did it in such a way that we kept the commercial along Wallapai Way. Of course, the site plan has been withdrawn and will be considered again later. But the point is to keep the commercial along the most heavily traveled street and to set back from any of the single-family residential to the north. And the site plan we'll come back with will do just that. The single-family development to the north, I might add, is buffered from the site by their own 20-foot wide, moderately landscaped drainage easement with 8-foot walls on both sides. So what we do on the south side of it, which would be a landscape buffer, perhaps another landscape buffer, driveway, will certainly keep the single-family residential buffered really very well. And in the past, we had as much as 110 foot of separation from the single family, and we'll continue to show you that when we come back. The landscape buffers would continue around all sides of the site in compliance with the ordinance, I might add. Despite the variance request that was withdrawn today, we were prepared to produce that, and we'll be prepared to produce it again for you. And what's more is we begin to set back the mini storage, the second floor, so that it met the residential adjacency standards. It's a point that we'll need to continue on, is to address the slope setback to the residential adjacency. The last thing that's, I guess, most important, and again, we'll deal with the site plan later when it's brought back to you, is that our site sits lower than the single family that's most affected, lower by quite a few feet. And we suspect that our finished floor will be lower than the single family finished floor by 8, 10, 11 feet. That's almost a whole story. And I guess that's one of the things of the site that makes it appropriate for commercial. We're down, we're low, we're not dense, and we're a very low use in a mini storage here and in the commercial along the street. With that, I'm available for any questions. Jay?
We'll let anyone who want to speak, and then we'll respond.
Okay, I'd like to hear from staff first and then public hearing. So, Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Your Honor. The original request for general commercial and C2 zoning, staff did feel was too intense, and that is why the recommendation for denial. However, with the reduction in the request, staff would need more time to fully evaluate that, but clearly it's a lesser, much lesser intensity commercial that's being requested in that area. So we could look at that. I don't know if there's any need to give you a report on our thoughts on the site plan, since all that's been requested to be withdrawn without prejudice. So when that comes back, it'll come to Planning Commission, and we'll address it at that time.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Hi.
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Ross, and others. My name is Bridget Salvi. I live at 7030 North Conquistador Street. If perhaps audio AV can zone in just on my drawing instead of the larger scape. If you will notice, the perimeter has a large amount of PCD that was Old Providence master plan. And that I've tried to color with the pencil to match up with the standard zoning that you can pull off a website as the pink. The property, I'll switch mics. The property to the immediate south right here is 15 acres that was zoned to match all three the same and finalized in September as C1. That's a very large footprint of commercial property that's going to impact this area that doesn't have any commercial to date other than a small neighborhood commercial, which is off the top of the map, which would be a Providence that was master planned in, a small neighborhood commercial. Neighborhood services, I think they called it. So my concern is multiple. I live outside the perimeter, about here where my ink pen is. But this property has been contended that because there is commercial that is now zoned as all matching, this 15 acres, that there's no possible way that this property, this subject property, could be residential any longer. I argue to the opposite, that this property, and I've driven all over town, across the street from the YMCA at Durango, go north Las Vegas, across from a Target off of North 5th. There's, I mean, the list, I can just name a whole bunch. There's multiple projects that are residential, that are right opposite commercial, they're beautifully done. to the advantage of the scape of the property, and it was noted by the developer and his representative, there is a large drape or fall in the land, and that can be worked to an advantage to a residential that is done beautifully to complement this neighborhood. My concern is the density. I know that just today he's withdrawn his site design, but he's still seeking the zoning. I argue that the zoning is inappropriate and not compatible for the Centennial area because we are an older RNP that is dwindling with overlay to get more residential density. The residential density overlap comes all the way into the second older RNP property here, this first green bar that I've colored in, to be just an R1. It's like an RNP1 is like a subclass, it's an older designation, but it still stands. So we can still put in residential, residential, and this is still in the older RNP of 2 dwelling units per acre. So what we've got is a conflict of opinion and a change from the master plan to break the rules and to just say, oh, since this 15 acres is going commercial, well, naturally, we can just put in more commercial footprint and go all the way up Hualapai. I remind the council that to the north is a huge development being put in Sky Canyon with a double-story Smiths, a very large footprint of commercial. So in essence, for Providence folk, which is a large population of people, you have a north bookend and a south bookend with this 15 acres of adequate commercial and private services in small stores, nails, dry cleaners, sandwich shops, shoe repair, whatever you want to come up with, okay? So to ask for another footprint just because they think that residential won't fit here, I argue that that's not necessarily the case. It is also worth noting that these two properties here are old PCD, but if you look on the internet, both of these actually are being used as footprint for just stocking material for field operations with City of Las Vegas. This is footprinted for a school district someday. We've got water district on the other side of here, so there's an awful lot of area that is not necessarily going to be commercial, but this 15 acres is suffice to change the characteristics of this inflow into this neighborhood is going to be dramatic. The last thing I'd like to point out to the council, and I know you're aware of it because staff has commented on it quite elaborately, or not elaborately, but quite correctly, these roadways will not handle both of these. This project's already zoned commercial. It would have had a site design had they not had to do a redressing on some of their landscaping, and that would have been done a week and a half ago at a meeting, or was it last week? My dates get confused. But this roadway is now only 80 feet, if I'm correct. Deer Springs across here is even less, or maybe it's 90 and 80. The point is, the traffic flow that will be generated between the 15 acres that's already zoned and this subject property before you today, Deer Springs can't get any wider. There's no options. Hualapai can't get any wider. The infrastructure for traffic flow is not able to handle all of this. And mind you, this last 5 acres for the pre-existing is yet to be developed. We're not exactly sure what this development is going to, this phase 2, if you would, of this other 15 acres. I know Mr. Gronauer, he works with the developer and he has the inside track, but I don't know that it's public, so I won't say anything. But the point is that this is not yet full. And so to bring in essentially 20 acres of traffic flow into this neighborhood, infrastructure just won't support it. So I would please ask that the council consider these points as viable and knock this down and refuse the zoning, let it remain residential, and refuse to break from the GPA and the master plan as it exists now, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You guys want this next?
Sir? And your name, please.
Hello.
Morning.
My name is Mark Kornheiser, and I was at the Planning Commission meeting, and I was quite surprised there. They heard, as Your Honor stated, all the different variances for the project, which are many. And their reason at the end of it was that they thought that this property couldn't be effectively residential. And that really shocks me. It's like they've never been to the area. I think you can see a couple pictures I have of the area. This is just north of the project, a facility that's already there, right on Wallapai, right on that same street that they say is uninhabitable. The next one is a brand new project. I just passed by it yesterday. D.R. Horton, they now have a couple models open and they're selling it right on that same exact street that is supposedly uninhabitable, that nobody will buy, but Horton seems to think that they will. The next is kind of personal. I just built a home in the area, and when I was building it, I was looking for a place around there to stay while it's being built. This apartment complex is right across the street from it, but I wasn't able to get into this apartment complex because it was booked solid. I think people want to get into this area. Also, they were playing around with the leases. It was in so much demand that they were extending the leases out because they were getting them fully packed. Why do a short lease when you can make it longer and longer? So there is a huge demand for it. And as far as busy streets, this is just to the east of the project down Deer Springs. So also, that area is selling out. Even more to the point, this next one. This is a project just kitty corner to the project that's right on 215. You'll have to say that 215 is busier than Wallapai and Deer Springs put together, but people are buying. This is not uninhabitable. This is not forcing residents not to buy into this area. These people are certainly willing and have been buying these properties, and that just is not an argument. There's a couple charts, and I know your time you've gone over, so I'll just flip through these, but new home sales are on the rise in this area. We need new homes. Now, I know they're coming back, but let's look at this project as a whole. They want a gas station in this project. They want a car wash. We have car washes in the area. This one is a mile to the east of the project. If that one you don't like, you can go a block to the south, there's another one. Don't like that one? 2 blocks north of the project, there's another one. Don't like that one? There's a plan to build one right across the street from the subject property. This is going to be known as Car Wash instead of any other community name. The forecasters on the news are going to come out and say it's 78 degrees in Car Wash. This is a joke. You don't want to make, as the person before me said, this is the entrance to our community. They want to not only put in a car wash, but they want to orient it against city policy so the blowers are toward the street. They want to put this whole project in, not straight like a normal one would be, but offset, again, against city policy. This is a gateway, and they're trying to make it a laughing stock and a mockery. I agree with city staff. They, your experts have said that you should deny this project, and I agree with them on that. And I would hope that you would keep this project residential as is needed in the area and not make this a laughing stock of the city and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Coffin.
If I could ask Mr. Formaster, is it Mr. Formaster?
Kornheiser.
What?
Kornheiser.
Kornheiser, well, that was close. Cousin Tony's a very good reporter. When I first saw this project, I did ask about the blowers. Car washes can be noisy, but I was assured they're pointed toward the street, which is what you just said you didn't like because it's the gateway. But in reality, isn't that much nicer? I mean, I was thinking noise problem. It's not aesthetics. I mean, a car wash is a car wash, but the blowers going away from the houses seems to me to make a lot of sense.
Well, there's two ways of it, but you're right, the sound, but there's also the visual aesthetics. And I believe that's the city policy visually. And as I said, you're coming off of 215 down Wallapai into this community. That's what you hit. Right in the corner, you would, I hope, want the aesthetics coming into a community to be right, as well as the sound.
Well, I also had in mind the ambient noise, which can only grow as time passes, as 215 traffic increases, and it becomes an alternate route around the valley, which will happen in some years to come with the interstate coming in. But it's just my thoughts, because that will become used as an alternate around the north part of the town for people heading from Arizona, that Route 11 on up to Reno. Anyway, for my 2 cents in, that's primarily what I was concerned about, was the noise, that you're going to have it, and it's going to be increasing anyway.
Well, you're right, too, that it's now 45 miles per hour where it's going to be increasing. But again, those homes I showed you are right on there. There's a whole string of them along 215 homes right on the edge, and they're selling out. Those people are willing to be residential there. This is going to be even further. It's a block north of 215. But I was just making the comparison of the traffic down Wallapai and Deer Springs, saying that that's too much. Well, these other people are buying an area that's much noisier, much more affected. So this area should be no problem for being residential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And anyone else, please come forward and state your name.
Hello, my name is Amy Jackson, 6932 Lakota Summit Court, and I live in Dorrell Summit, which is just north of the property in question. And so I guess I'm reiterating what they said. It's a beautiful location there, this piece of property for residential estates. There's a nice view of the city and the mountains, and their neighborhoods all up and down the street, Deer Springs. There's no reason why a residential development wouldn't do well there. And let's see, there's currently plenty of shopping in the area. We don't need another commercial spot right there. Just a half mile up Wallapai, there's a convenience store, gas station, car wash, 2 restaurants, nail salon, just a little convenient little shopping center there. And like they've mentioned, they're going to build another shopping center just on the other side of Deer Springs, just south, where we're going to have an Albertsons and probably, several other things. And it's just not needed to have another commercial development at that location. There are many storage units within 5 miles. There's one on Durango and there's one on Centennial. So we don't need another mini storage there. And there are a lot of negatives to putting a commercial development right there. First, it's going to devalue the neighborhood. It's going to disrupt the nice landscaping. It's nice landscaping there along Wallapai in front of my neighborhood and on down. And it's going to clutter up the area with unneeded and unwanted commercial development and noise. And there's just really no reason at all, and definitely no compelling reason to change the zoning. So thank you, and I hope that you'll deny this request, and I'd really appreciate it, and so will the whole neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you
very
for coming
much.
down. Appreciate it. Sir?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Larry Schultz, and I'm also a resident in Ward 6 near the proposed project, the rezoning of that parcel. And just as my fellow neighbors have well expressed, I too oppose commercial development and rezoning in that area. Additionally, I believe the planning staff has done an excellent job in articulating in their August report why that should not be rezoned and should be maintained, as well as other residents have articulated the same. So I will not restate what they've articulated. However, one other point too that wasn't articulated. There's a middle school off kind of inside of Deer Springs, and there are some children that are not eligible to take buses, so they walk to school. The more commercial facilities, the more traffic there's always a heightened risk of safety, and that should be considered by the council and by the city and that wasn't articulated up to this point. But obviously, more traffic density increases risk of child safety. Okay, having said that, I do recognize that, you know, my views and sometimes the views of the rest of the residents, you know, have to be considered with other things that the council and the mayor consider as they look at the future of the city. And I respect that, although I certainly would urge you not to rezone. But I do respect that you are considering other things as well. So, to ensure that if you elect to allow the rezoning, okay, which I oppose, that you also add some provisions into that decision so there's no question that it can mitigate the appearance of the community. So there is a drafted provision which I would like to, I'm going to review the provision in a minute, but I'd like to, who can I give this to so you can
Right here, clerk.
Okay, can you distribute to the staff and to planning people as well? Hopefully I gave you enough, but council first, and the mayor, and then the planning people, okay? Let's see. Now, if I put this right here, can your wonderful overhead machine look at this?
Yes. There it
Okay.
is.
Oh, I got to push it up further. Okay. Now, can we, whoops, let's move this here. Okay. I don't know if everybody here could read it, but let me just review this. And again, these are things that have been reviewed by the developer and have been agreed to by the developer. So there's no dissension there. Additionally, I know the planning staff has raised some concerns or things that they wanted to see modified. That's in here too. So there's no objectionable items unless, of course, the council, mayor, you have concerns. So let's go through this. First, grade reduction. The storage facility is clearly the greatest eyesore in my opinion. So to the extent that the grade of the storage facility can be lowered somewhere between 3 to 6 feet, and I understand that maybe 5 to 6 makes more sense or is possible, then that sort of takes the appearance of it down to the surrounding community. Additionally, the planting of trees on both the north and east borders of the facility, 36-inch box trees planted 10 feet apart, will actually make that area look more attractive and also will conceal the storage facility. So again, and also to the extent, keep everybody honest, and I guess, you know, from a city standpoint, we want to keep everybody honest. To the extent that these things don't happen, we're asking the developers to explain or make it transparent to why it didn't happen. So what I would ask, again, first, we oppose the development. Second, if the council and mayor approve the development, then let's include this provision as part of that decision. Now, do you have any questions of me, Brent? I'll sit down and get out of your way.
Oh, good work. Well presented, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else from public hearing? Yes? Okay, well, you'll address that at the time we get there.
Okay, wow, that guy is organized. Last one here, Michelle Dishon, 9690 Wittig Avenue. I also oppose this request for rezoning. First of all, I'd like to deny it based upon the fact that we don't even have a site plan submitted with this application. One of our concerns before was that it had a fast food 24-hour, I don't know if they're going to limit the hours, right next to these D.R. Horton homes. So you can imagine the noise that that's going to provide to these people who live in these D.R. Horton homes that are right here. Where's the microphone? Oh, there we are. So without a site design, how do we know what they're going to present the next time? And then it's so hard to get that denied once the zoning is already approved. In addition, we've fought long and hard in this area to keep commercial out of here. And Councilman Ross has done a great job of trying to help us with that. I know the city spent millions of dollars actually on that town center plan that was developed, and that was meant to keep most of the commercial along this Durango corridor and out of sprawling into the neighborhoods. So now I know Lorch has been approved for commercial, and now we're going for another 5 acres here. Once again, if this guy gets approved, then what about the rest of these people? It doesn't seem fair that we can only allow this guy to get, you know, his rezoning changed and not everybody else. across the freeway here, with all due respect, where Councilman Ross lives over here, it's so nice, there's not one car wash over there. So we would really ask that you keep our neighborhood as nice as your side of the freeway and don't allow any more car washes. We have 2. Lorch is going to put one in. We currently have one. And I know Mr. Coffin's not worried about the noise, but I am. I live about a mile from that thing, and I can still hear it, and it's not even directed at my house. And I think it's just because there's a lot of open space out there, and there's not a lot of homes to maybe, I don't know, buffer that sound. But it is still loud. In addition, the aesthetics aren't nice. Lastly, who benefits from this? It's not the homeowners trying to get out of this overcrowded Hualapai or trying to get home on their way home from work. Now it's so crowded. It's not the adjacent homes that are going to have a lot of noise and light pollution. Only one person is going to benefit from this, and that's the developer. And how is it fair to just let one person benefit financially while the rest of us suffer? It just doesn't seem like a good idea. And I respect that you help us keep our neighborhood nice and appealing and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time.
Your Honor,
Anyone else? Yes, Councilman?
I have a question. Maybe the Councilman Ross could answer this. If there is a car wash contemplated, are there conditions on hours of operation and things like that that go along with the noise limitations? I also do worry about the noise. I think the previous commentator just said that, but she didn't understand. It was all a relative thing in relationship to the ambient noise coming from 15, which is going to get a lot worse over the years, that in the end it probably wouldn't be noticeable, but that's another thing. So that's my question is, limitation of hours.
Mayor?
Please.
Through the mayor to you, Councilman Coffin, certainly can be part of that discussion when they come back with the site plan.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Merritt, and I'm new to Las Vegas. I moved here from a large city. What I love about my neighborhood, which is very close to this site, it's dark at night. I can see the stars. I've seen coyotes. I run at 5:30 in the morning. There's nobody out there but people quietly going to work. I do see kids walking to school. It's the ambiance of the whole area will be destroyed by this development. We're already going to have the light and the noise across the street on the south side of Deer Springs. It would be nice to keep it residential, not to smell the trash. No one's talked about that. I said, I run in the morning. I go by that little site. I can smell it. What about the people who live in Doral Summit? It's right there. Please vote to keep this residential and keep our neighborhood a neighborhood for families. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
I think you've
if I
already
may.
spoken.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one comment to Councilman Coffin. The 215 is depressed. The ambient noise from the 215 probably won't change. And with the added construction, it's staying depressed all the way around the curve to the north. So I just wanted to, he kept saying that, and I'm like, I don't think so, because it's depressed really far already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no one else? I'm going to close the public hearing, and you want to hear from Mr. Brown?
We'll be very brief.
Thank you. And you are?
Jay Brown again for the record, 520 South 4th Street. As far as the site plan, you noticed we took out, we asked that 62 be stricken without prejudice. When we file that site plan, we'll address some of the things that were raised, including what Mr. Schultz said. We didn't have an opportunity to really look at it, but he did meet, and we appreciated very much with the developer. He and the developer did come to an agreement. If that paperwork was the same as what they agreed upon, then so be it. Okay, we just didn't have a chance to look at it really quick. Mr. Rogers will make a few brief comments and we're through.
I have a copy here, an extra one. If it's the same, can you pass it back to them so they, here's the extra one, so they can see if in fact it's the same to which they agreed?
Your Honor, just a couple points about the site plan that's been withdrawn. The car wash was mentioned a few times in the presentations I heard, and the car wash sits about 80 feet away from the street right-of-way, and it's buffered by the landscape, by the RTC bus stop, and a 100-foot right-of-way for Hualapai, not 90, not 80, 100 feet. So the nearest property line is about 180 feet from that car wash entrance. And yes, indeed, we had conceded to operating hours when the site plan was still on the table, which it's not. Furthermore, we had landscaped the perimeter really quite extensively. More than that, we had doubled the landscape buffer and trees along the north edge to the single-family development to the north most affected, as well as along the east edge. And so landscaping at the time was really a significant part of our design. But it's the 100-foot right-of-way at Wallapai. It's not ever going to be a little street with a little traffic. It was never intended to be. It's a section line street. And it is this primary street that comes off of the Beltway. So with that.
We do agree with the paperwork Mrs. Schultz
Okay.
submitted. We agree.
Do you want that signed by them and submitted to the clerk, say of the record, or no?
No, that'll be on the site plan.
Right.
Okay.
Your Honor, most of what was submitted it was placed on as conditions at the site plan at Planning Commission. I suspect if the applicant brings this site plan back to Planning Commission, these conditions will be there again, and they will cover most of, well, I think everything that's on this sheet.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Brown, let me say this first. You have some great clients that have gone above and beyond with the neighbors who live in that area in regards to their concerns about noise pollution, light pollution. The additional landscaping is phenomenal. I got to hand it to you guys. You did a really great job. And so has your clients in regards to my request to go meet with the neighbors, working with Mr. Schultz. Mr. Schultz, I want to thank you very much, too, representing your neighbors out there as well in regards to this. This isn't an easy corner. We all recognize that and know that. And to some of the comments that were made, it is a 100-foot right-of-way. That road was never designed to just be a small town road. We both know that. That's a major cross-section line. I will mention this about the 5 acres behind this piece. We've had this conversation in my office. I don't think, Mr. Brown, you were part of it at that time. It will not be commercial. In fact, that land is a much bigger discussion we're currently having with Clark County in regards to entering into a new interlocal agreement with them. So that's never going to happen, and I made that perfectly clear to your clients as well. So moving forward, I appreciate the down zoning that you guys have done. I think that's going to help quite a bit, and I apologize about the confusion for this afternoon or this morning when this all began. But with that, Your Honor and council members, I would move to. Did you want to add any conditions, Mr. Perigo, on these items?
Through Your Honor, Mayor Pro Tem, no, not to the general plan amendment nor the zoning, no.
Okay. Then I'm going to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval on agenda item 59.
Could I ask a question?
Only with your microphone on.
Your Honor, I think the motion would be the request as amended to service commercial.
Correct. I apologize. As requested by Mr. Brown to service commercial, not general commercial, on agenda item 59.
Okay, and we have a question or comment by Councilwoman?
Yes, planning members, could you tell me what your objections were again? I mean, you moved for denial, right?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman, the original request for general commercial and land use and C2 zoning would allow uses that we feel are too intense for that area, given the adjacency to residential.
Now, that has been changed, however.
It has been changed, reduced in intensity to a service commercial, which is more intended for retail and personal services type commercial, a less intense type of commercial that is more appropriate near residential and especially along arterial roads. So I don't have a recommendation on, without having the opportunity to do more of a full analysis, but the recommendation for denial was based on an intensity that we think is not appropriate for the area.
Okay, but that intensity's gone. I just want, how about the traffic? Did you have any comments on that? I didn't have that book with me, so. I mean, people have mentioned.
Yeah, given that what the applicant has said, that they intend to bring the same site plan back, the traffic wouldn't change. And I don't think that the traffic generation out of this particular project is inappropriate for the area, again, along an arterial road.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I think the residents gave some very good reasons. And each of the council people knows their ward. If this were in my ward, I may not feel it's appropriate, but I know that Councilman Ross knows his ward better than I, so I will move in that direction.
Okay, thank you. All right, so there has been a motion made on agenda item 59 for approval
As service commercial.
as service commercial with the change. Please vote and please post.
And lastly, do we have all of these things that we changed? They're all in writing and conditions and all that, right?
Right, and he said when they submit, they will be there.
Okay, when you, to be sure to protect. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And that motion carries.
And on item 60, before I make a motion and vote on that, I would remind Mr. Schultz and his neighbors that there was a commercial project just north of this that Mr. Becker had, that this council denied because it was not right for that location. And that's probably like a quarter of a mile down the road, north of on Hualapai. So we are trying to do the best we can to make these accommodations. In regards to agenda item 60, I would move to approve C1 service commercial for the zoning on that agenda item.
Okay, on agenda item 60, there's a motion to approve as C1. Please vote and please post. You have to vote. And the motion passes.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank you all for coming down. We are sensitive to your issues, as Councilwoman said. Agenda items 61 and 62 have been withdrawn without prejudice.
Oh, sorry, Mayor, I think I need to make a motion to withdraw.
Without prejudice on 61 and 62. We haven't gotten quite there yet.
That would be my motion.
Thank you.
Your
As you
Honor.
were walking around.
Your Honor, can I say something here?
Sure.
Off topic, but it's important. My staff just returned from a visit to Huntridge Park, which is, as you know, in Ward 3 and right in the heart of it all, and downtown. And today, there were almost 100 vagrants hanging out in that little park. And we tried to get marshals to help, but marshals are all detailed with the security for the debate. So we're really between a rock and a hard place with that one location. People worry about light pollution and noise pollution. We've got people pollution downtown. Boy, what a day. We'll have pictures shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a lot of challenges in the community today because of the debate, so.
Well, the staff just went down there and tried to break it up a little bit.
Thank you. Councilwoman, if you'll vote, and then please post this. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. And at this point, I'm going to have to excuse myself, and you still remain with a quorum. And I know on agenda items 67 and 60, is that where we are, 67, 68? Councilwoman Tarkanian, these are in her ward, and she would like to make some comments leading off.
No, we withdrew 62. With that. Then, Your Honor, through you, I'll make a motion to withdraw without prejudice agenda item 62 as well.
Okay, didn't say that.
Sorry, Councilwoman.
That's all right.
Okay. I am. That carries. Thank you. Good catch. That's why we have such wonderful city clerks. Thank you. Okay.
Have a good time.
I'll read these in the record. We're on agenda item 67. This is SUP 65450 on a request. Did you want to speak before I?
Yes, I did. I wanted to speak because it's come to my attention through several individuals that a pamphlet, a sheet, was delivered to a large number of homes in the area involving this application. And I want to talk about it because much of the information on that pamphlet was not accurate. And I don't have anything against sending out information. I think that's wonderful that we learn as much as we can about any applicant that comes. But the information needs to be accurate. So I want to emphasize the true facts about some of those inaccuracies. Most importantly, it stated that alcohol was going to be sold, beer and wine, in this, on this project. Now, an application did come where they had asked for that if possible. They were told absolutely not. So from the very beginning, it has been understood by the applicant, it has been understood by city personnel that there would be absolutely no liquor allowed in that project. And then, you know, the only bar they're going to have there, because someone talked about a bar and drunks were, this is what the pamphlet said, and drunks were going to go out and inebriated people and drive unsafely. The only bar is a smoothie bar.
Councilwoman?
That's all.
Councilwoman?
No alcohol.
Mr. Gerber wants to say something.
We just lost.
Oh. Well, all that talk for nothing.
We were listening.
Oh, good.
We were listening.
How did this quorum just walk out on us?
Well, and
Why
just
didn't you grab
for
it?
staff and those still left with us, we will be down to 4 members of this council, as the mayor had Councilman Anthony and Councilman Barlow's already gone for the day, so it will just be 4 of us.
And we need the other one
Yep, we'll wait.
before we can do anything.
We'll wait. Good catch, Brad. And I thought he was down there sleeping.
Late one, huh?
Is someone getting our 4th one?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Councilman Beers has returned. You're on fire. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay. Councilman Beers, thank you for being here.
Before you resume, Councilwoman, we need to read both of these items into the record.
Okay, let me read them both into the record, and then Councilwoman, you may continue. This is Agenda Item 67, SUP 65450, on a request for special use permit for a country club private. Agenda Item 68 is SDR 65451, on a request for a site development plan review for proposed 4,200 square foot clubhouse and 8 sport courts associated with the country club private. The applicant is Real Racket Academy, and the owner is Mary Barches 13 LLC on 2.03 acres at the southeast corner of Oakey Boulevard and Buffalo Drive, zoned RE Residence Estates. Both the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of both items, which are in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, and our public hearing items, which I now declare open. You're on, Mayor. You're on, Councilwoman.
Thank you. So anyway, in the pamphlet that was distributed, it stated that there was going to be liquor. There has never been any consideration of liquor since they first came to us and asked for it, and they were told no. So there is no liquor whatsoever that's going to be there. The pamphlet mentioned a bar and people getting inebriated at it. The only bar will be health smoothies that you have at sporting type activities. Secondly, on that pamphlet, it mentioned spot zoning and said that this was spot zoning. It is not spot zoning. We are not changing the zoning. The zoning is the same as it was last year and the year before. It's the same. So there is no zoning in spot, and I think probably of all the people I think on the council, I'm the hardest on spot zoning. I don't give spot zoning, so that sort of bothered me that that information came out. So I wanted to mention those things to you because when you get an applicant who comes, they may want to have a whole lot of things. And then they come to the city and we talk with them and we tell them you can't have this or you can't have that. So what we end up with may be very different than what they had hoped to get originally. And that happened here and it happened early on. The spot zoning thing is nothing, and the alcohol is nothing. If anybody wanted alcohol, they would have to come back and try and go through the council again, and certainly when I'm on it, I would not move for approval. So I just wanted to say that because if anybody's here and wants to talk about those two things, there's really no sense in talking about it because those two things don't exist. Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that, Mr. Perigo, turn the time over to you on these 2 agenda items.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The private country club use is permitted in the residence estate zoning district, which this parcel is zoned residential estates, and that does not need to change. It is permitted with approval of a special use permit. The use is appropriately sized for this parcel, and the paddle courts and clubhouse are adequately screened through walls and landscaping from the adjacent RE zone residential properties. All Title 19 requirements are being met by way of site design and alternate landscape design. For these reasons, staff recommends approval of the special use permit and site development plan review. If approved, the applicant has proposed several conditions of approval to be added to both applications. These conditions have been submitted to the city clerk and are as follows. If it's okay, I'd like to read those into the record.
Please.
In relation to SDR 65451, the following conditions have been requested to be added. Number 1, applicant to provide traffic calming devices within the property subject to the approval of City Fire Department and Public Works Director. 2, if an engineer determines that the engineering of the existing block wall along the east property line can be increased in height, then the applicant will pay reasonable cost for the additional block added to the existing wall. The adjacent property owner shall make the request during the development of the property. Property owner is to obtain 2 separate bids to increase the height of the block wall. 3, applicant is required to sound attenuate the existing block wall along the east property line by providing a stucco treatment that is approved by a sound engineer to provide sound attenuation. 4, applicant is required to plant 3 rows of African sumac trees to be placed at a minimum of 20 feet on center along the east property line as depicted on the site plan. African sumac trees will be planted along the south property line. The remaining trees along Buffalo and Okie and parking areas will be mesquite trees. 5, security cameras will be placed within the property, including vehicle recognition cameras. The security footage will be subject to data protection legislation, and security footage will be retained up to 30 days. 6, motion sensor lights to be placed on the property to provide adequate security. 7, subject to the approval of City Fire Department and Public Works Director, security gates to be closed when the country club is not open for business. In relation to SUP 65450, the following conditions have been requested to be added. 1, court lighting shall not be higher than 20 feet and shall be directed to the sports court. Court lighting shall be turned on only when the court is being used. 2, signage to be provided on the property to encourage proper paddle tennis etiquette to include but not limited to unnecessary loud play. 3, 1-year required review shall be heard at City Council on the date of opening of the country club to determine if the hours of operation for the 3 sport courts nearest to the east property line is appropriate. 4, hours of operation shall be 7 a.m. until 11 p.m. 5, no alcohol is allowed to be sold on the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perigo. This is a public hearing, and anyone wish to be heard on this item, please come forward and state your name for the record, please. We'll give you three minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Green. I live at 1870 Blackwater Court. I did send out a half sheet, 100 words, in which I stated that if the Jehovah's Witness Hall were not built on the northeast corner of El Parque and Buffalo, then the protection against having a liquor, beer and wine sales in the Racket Club would be removed. I went to all the meetings except the third one. On the first meeting, they were adamant about beer and wine. We were so concerned that after the meeting, I actually went to the Vintner's Grill, where Councilman Beers was having a neighborhood meeting, and spoke to him about it. It wasn't until after the second meeting, or in the course at the end of it, we realized that we were protected by the Kingdom Hall. Then the sign for the Kingdom Hall disappeared. I tried 2 phone numbers over and over again. I even sought help from the city for a phone number to reach the people at Jehovah's Witness to clarify the issue. The next issue that came up, to no avail. The next issue that presented itself was signage. We were told that this is the fastest growing sport in Europe. I gave the brochure to Councilman Beers, that it was going to be the only one in the United States, that this was the only place for it. So that left us to wonder, how are you going to advertise this? It doesn't seem appropriate that you put such a fast-growing sport on this corner in a residential neighborhood. My concern is now, and always has been, to maintain the residential quality along Buffalo. This corridor is zoned residential. If this facility goes in, the northeast corner of Buffalo and Okie and the northeast corner of El Parque and Buffalo will no longer go residential. Shortly, we'll have different kinds of applications for different kinds of venues and issues. And that's what I speak of. I'm very concerned. I live directly across the street from the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else like to be heard on this agenda item, please come forward and state your name. Thank you.
Thank
you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Please, Councilman.
Question I have. This is a private racket club, right?
Yes,
With memberships?
yes. There's a limited number.
Yeah.
limited number of courts.
And so are non-members permitted except with the, prohibited except with, by the invitation? I can understand why beer and wine wouldn't be permitted at a private club.
Because it's not related to the church. The church, by the way, still owns the property and still, as far as we know, is within, well, we do know, is within the 2 years it has to make its beginning building. So right now, the church is, and the church would prevent having liquor there right next to it. But that's not what's preventing the alcohol now. What's preventing it is that we have put that in the condition.
Yeah.
And we told the applicant it was going to be in the condition. It might not have been so at the first meeting because there were 3 meetings scheduled, I think, that night, and I had my staff divide up, and I wasn't at that first meeting. But the next meeting when I was there, I made it very clear that no alcohol.
Thank you.
And it's, by the way, this is kitty corner across from All-American Park and from some other athletic activities that are there. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, I respect that. I just was thinking it's
No
an
liquor.
exerting, yes, I do. It's an exertion. It's a sport of considerable exertion. And
You can have
what's
water.
better than a good cold beer after a couple of sets of tennis?
A really nice, cold, clear drink of water is better.
Okay, thank you. Go, and please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Trudy Lytle. This is my husband, Alan, and on September 19th, we had sent all of the council members an email concerning this, and we're in favor of this project, and the letter, or the email that we sent states all of that. I don't know if you want me to go over any of that, because we individually sent it to everybody. We're still in favor of this project. This project is a win-win for everyone. The neighborhood gets the aesthetic value of a country club type facility built on a corner that has been a blight and an eyesore to the neighborhood for 20 years. The city and the state collect taxes that they would otherwise not realize. Las Vegans get introduced to a new sport for both recreation and physical fitness. We strongly urge you to pass.
Thank you very much. Did you wish to say anything, sir?
If I just might add, the physical exertion part, this is a RH type sport, not the young'uns. The courts are about a third the size, is my understanding, but obviously the applicant would have to verify that. It's not like what you see tennis on TV. It's not that kind of type of sport.
You haven't seen him play.
I should think they should be allowed to grunt.
But you haven't seen him play.
Well, grunting is allowed, I thought.
I'm sorry?
Grunting is allowed, it's just peculiar, that's all.
Well, Commissioner
But we
Carrera,
allow grunting, but no drinking beer.
Right, no alcohol, correct.
at the Planning Commission meeting, Commissioner Creer had said that he had played it in college. And in talking to the people at the neighborhood meetings, by the way, we attended all 4 neighborhood meetings and the commission meeting. And the way the sport was explained is there's much less exertion. So there's no grunting. You don't hit with force with this. It's a much different type of sport.
Thank you, but you haven't seen Councilman Coffin play yet. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Oh, I'm just talking to the noise issue.
I know, I'm just kidding. Does anyone else wish to be heard while the public hearing is still open? Seeing none, I do see the representatives, applicant's representative here. I deem the public hearing closed. Ms. Gronar.
Did you want me to?
It's your turn.
Yes, I needed to make some comments here.
Okay, please do.
For the record, Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant in this matter. The first thing I'd like to do is get you oriented to the site itself, because there's a few things I need to make sure I put into the record so we're all on the same page. You may be familiar with this piece of property. As the councilwoman has already mentioned, you have Great American Park, which is kitty corner to our property. This is Oakey and Buffalo Drive. We're right on the corner here. This is essentially an infill piece of property. The 2.5 acres to the south of us is already approved for a church. It is very important for me to let you know that, as the councilwoman has said, this is not a zone change application. As a matter of fact, we're not asking for any variances with respect to the property itself. We are actually asking for a little bit of a waiver on some of the landscaping on the front of Buffalo, and the reason is because I'm going to get into the discussion quickly, is in working with the neighbors in this area, which I call the Pago Court neighbors, that we've had numerous meetings with, and also a separate meeting with them at their place to talk about the facility itself. They wanted to make sure that we put more landscaping and bigger separation on the east side of our property than on the west side. But for all intents and purposes, we are meeting the landscaping trees. We're actually going to be exceeding them, and I'll go through that fairly quickly. But I thought it's very important for everybody to know that in addition to not being a zone change, it's absolutely correct. Initially, we wanted to have alcohol uses within the facility. After the first neighborhood meeting, we made a bunch of changes. We've addressed that concern. We told the neighbors that we weren't going to be doing alcohol any longer. That was taken off the table about 4 months ago. So for me, that's been a non-issue. As a matter of fact, we actually added a condition in there to make sure that there is going to be no alcohol uses there also. So with respect to the map that I showed you here, fairly quickly, we've gone through 3 significant reiterations to the plan itself, and it's very important so I could show you how closely we've worked with the neighbors in this area. Otherwise, you'd see much more neighbors here today in opposition if we did not address the issues, which is all those conditions that Mr. Perigo mentioned into the record. As you can see here, this was our first site plan. This is Oakey, this is Buffalo. Our first site plan had parking down to the south and east of our property line here. We had about 8 to 10 feet of landscaping along our east property line, which is, as I call the Pago Court neighbors, which is located over here. We had our clubhouse facility located here and our paddle tennis courts located there. During the first neighborhood meeting, there was some concerns about having the driveway and parking so close to the south and east property line. So what we ended up doing is we revised our plans, as you can see here, and what we did is we moved the circulation to Oakey and Buffalo. We moved our parking along Oakey and Buffalo in this area. We actually came in with 2 rows of trees of landscaping. We had a significant buffering along the east property line here because one of the key issues for the neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Mahoney who live in this area, very familiar about making sure we put enough buffering in here as we could. This plan was approved at the Planning Commission unanimously by your Planning Commission. After that, we had another neighborhood meeting to continue to work with the neighbors, and the plan that I'm showing you here is the plan that's been submitted and is the plan that we're moving forward with. And the reason why I say that is I've done thousands of zoning and land use cases. I've typically come in with double rows of trees of landscaping, and I thought about this long and hard when I was preparing for this. This is the first time ever I could tell you we're actually coming in with 3 rows of landscaping of trees along the east property line here to address any of the concerns that the neighbors, there's like 3 houses that actually touch the east property, our east property line. So because of that, I wanted to make sure for the record, I know they're not here, but believe me, we've been working with them on this. There's one change I do want to make on that condition 4 in the site development plan review is Mr. Perigo mentioned African sumac trees. Right. Mr. and Mrs. Mahoney asked me if I could change that to the Leland cypress trees. And that would be just for the east property line there. I'm doing that. I know they're probably listening on the TV or watching it on TV. I want to make sure I put that change in that condition in there. That was a specific request by them along the east property line. We're totally fine with that. And as a side note, it was very important working with the neighbors here. We've gone back and forth on all types of trees, what to plant there. So I want to make sure for the record that that's clear on that condition number 4. With respect to the rest of the plan itself, we believe that this is a definite amenity to the area. And I think as the councilwoman mentioned in the one of our neighborhood meetings that she was at, is that there's really nothing else better that you can look at putting on this corner instead of waiting for something else to come in. This is as low of an intense of a use that you can get on the corner of Oakey and Buffalo in this area. It fits the character of the area. It's a private country club. I'm very proud to come in here with a use like this where you're keeping the zoning as RE. It's subject to the use permit. And the long list of conditions, I won't go through again because I plan on discussing those conditions, but Mr. Perigo mentioned them all. But please understand, these conditions were worked through with the neighbors in the area, and we wanted to make sure that they're attached to the application. So one day, if we're not around, we all can look at those conditions and make sure that they're being adhered to. So with that being said, we would ask you to follow your staff's recommendations, your planning commission recommendations, along with the additional conditions that we put into both applications.
I'd just like to add another note if I
Please,
can.
Councilwoman.
I understand why Mary's very concerned about this. My very first meeting as a council person was a vote in the ward I was elected to represent just the week before on the Social Security building. I voted no because I did not feel it was right to have that there. I think that my vote has been justified by some of the problems that have occurred. And Mary's been aware of that, as have the other people. And so I know that weighs heavy when you think of that, because that was a very emotional thing for the people in the area. And if the people on Pago Court had gone along with their original feelings, I probably would not have recommended that we do this. But you worked with them, you gave them everything they requested, and my understanding is they all agree now that they support this. Is that correct?
It's my understanding is Mr. and Mrs. Mahoney and everybody else who we've been working with would be down here. I know we had a conversation, my colleague Liz Delk talked to Mr. Mahoney yesterday. That's why we're making that change on the trees, because we initially came in with African sumac trees, learned way too much about trees on this application, but nonetheless, we've been communicating with them. We had a separate neighborhood meeting at the Mr. and Mrs. Mahoney's house to go through everything. So, and we're going to continue to be in contact with them as we go through the project. So I would presume, because otherwise everybody else would be here in opposition if there were concerns.
Right. I believe they would too. And the word that has been sent to my office is that they're all right with this now. Originally, when you came out with the first, I would not have supported it. And I had a lot of other people who would not support it. But as time has gone on, the changes have been made. I've noticed the changes in the letters that come to me, people who support it. I just got one this morning, someone who lives, Francis Del Vicio, who lives a block away, who just wanted to let me know that he supported it. I want you to know that it's very hard, as this is just educational, to let you know how it is for city council people. There's a very fine established neighborhood that's near Rainbow, and in any case, they had a lot there. Remember where that old country inn was? Mm-hmm. The old country inn. And they had then sold it to somebody else, and then to somebody else. And then it was vacant for a very long time. And the only people who really came forward was someone who had a funeral home. I took it to we had 2 or 3 meetings with the residents, and I had a very close friend of mine who objected to that funeral home. And that was a Mr. Bengachia, and I said to him, I just know you're not going to get a big house on that corner. I know enough now from what I've learned on the council, it's not going to come. So they built the funeral home, which Mr. Bengachia thought was going to be so noisy and all these problems, and it looks beautiful from the outside. I asked him just last week, how's it going there? Are you having any problems? And he said, not a sound, not a sound. And I just feel in my gut that this lot will not be something sought after for one big, nice house with the way everything's going at that intersection. And this, with the beautiful landscaping and the quietness that you're doing with the wall, with the sound engineer, and my gosh, isn't 12 conditions pretty strong? So I just think that this is what we need to have there. And I believe that before I leave the council, one of you will tell me that, yeah, we were right. But right now, the majority of the people who have contacted me, although there still is a number who are not for it, but the majority are for it, and so I move to approve.
On agenda item 67, Councilwoman has moved for approval. Please vote.
Mayor Pro Tem, do we need to make sure that's with added conditions?
I think condition 4 is on 68, the SDR.
I'm sorry.
You're the planning director.
You're right. Well, no, we had conditions on the SUP as well.
Oh, okay. Councilwoman, I'm,
So should I move it again?
yeah, you'd move to approve, I guess, with those,
Yes,
subject
just
to
with
those
conditions.
conditions.
Yes.
Yes, my motion to approve is subject to all those conditions. I would like to add also that I know there was some concern about the traffic. We have added traffic lights that are already being engineered and will be out there soon on Buffalo because I feel it's not safe for the park itself, which would.
Councilman Coffin? Sorry, I need your vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
On the racketeers?
Yeah.
On the racketeers.
Okay, and then item number 68, I move to approve with all conditions.
And with the Leland trees, not the
Yes,
sumac
which has been
tree.
pointed out as the Leland cypress
Leyland Cypress along the east property line.
instead of the other, right.
Okay, please post.
That's what the neighbors wanted, and I want to tell you, I appreciate that you worked so much with them and you made so many changes in the plan. And as far as, you know, Mary, where you live, I really feel that with the landscaping and the distance from the sidewalk to where any game's going to be played, and the fact that you have to cross Buffalo, that the noise of Buffalo will be greater than anything you're going to hear there. I believe that. I hope I'm right.
Councilwoman, you want to vote?
Oh, yeah.
Please post. And that motion passes.
Thank you, council, and I want to thank the neighbors that we've been working with. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Onauer. Thank you, Councilwoman. We are now moving on to agenda item 69. This is SDR 64479. It is a public hearing. Applicant, Opportunity Village, owner of State of Nevada Division of Lands, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for proposed 22,720 square foot expansion of an existing social service provider, revised building elevations and other site improvements with a waiver to allow a 4-foot perimeter landscape buffer along portions of the south property line where 15 feet is required. On 6.94 acres at 6300 West Oakey Boulevard. It is zoned civic, and it is in Councilman Tarkanian's Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant with us? Please
Yes.
state your name.
Good
for the
afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem. Giovanni Pezzi, 241 West Charleston Boulevard. Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman. Representing Opportunity Village, as you stated in your address, what we are doing on the project is adding a 20,000 square foot addition to the existing Oakey campus. Currently, the OVIPs, or the clients of Opportunity Village, are unloaded in the north parking lot here at CSN parking lot. What we're doing with the new design is creating a new drop-off on the south end. With that, we're allowing a couple of parking spaces through there, and with that adjustment to create a drop-off, some of that parking, the 15-foot setback, is being compromised by the angled parking. It only occurs within a short amount of space there. The rest of the landscaping along Oakey satisfies the requirement, 15-foot setback, and that's what we're requesting with this.
Thank you, Mr. Petsy. This is a public hearing. Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
There's also additional parking from the community college. That's right behind you if you're needed. You have that arrangement.
Yes, that is
Any-
correct, ma'am.
Okay. I move to approve with all conditions.
I think Mr. Pergo would like to say
Oh,
something.
I'm sorry, you want to say something?
Mayor Pro Tem, through you, my understanding is that there was a request to add 2 conditions. If you'd like, I can read those, and then you can decide.
Probably a good
1,
idea.
traffic signage denoting no left turn shall be installed at the driveway located closest to the intersection of Verdinal Drive. 2, a revised landscape plan shall be submitted to the Department of Planning prior to or at the same time applications made for a building permit depicting intense landscape improvements adjacent to the 3 proposed prefabricated buildings so as to mitigate their visual impact from Oakey Boulevard.
Okay, those are the conditions. So you want
I
to,
move to approve with all conditions.
there's a motion to approve, subject to all conditions on agenda item 69. Please vote. Please post when ready. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You got, we are on agenda item 70. This is MOD 65948. It is a public hearing. Applicant owner THM Enterprises Incorporated for possible action on a request for a major modification of the Lone Mountain West Plan. Land use, let me start to say that again. Lone Mountain West Land Use Plan from L, Low Density Residential, and ML, Medium Low Density Residential, to PF, Public Facilities, on .041 acres on the west side of Eagle Nest Peak Street at the western terminus of Stangs Avenue. This is in Councilman Anthony's Ward 4. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It is a public hearing, and I do declare it open. Please state your name, and obviously you're the applicant.
My name is Jason Thompson. I'm here representing THM Enterprises. It's located at 9205 West Russell Road, Suite 235, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, it is a public hearing. Anyone wants to speak? Did you want to talk about it?
Yeah, if I can present it,
You bet.
if the camera can focus
To
on
get the
it.
overhead?
Yeah. So just kind of a general layout of our site. It's for a 322 lot subdivision. This is Lone Mountain on the north end. This is Stang Avenue. This is Peaceful Dawn. For this subdivision that we're building, there's currently no water pressure zone available for these houses. So in order to build these houses, we had to work with the water district and come up with a location and a plan to build a pump station. So the lot we're talking about today is just this lot right here. It's approximately 0.4 acres. And we're asking to change it from low density and medium low density to public facility, which is of course the proper zoning for the pump station. It's been recommended for approval by staff, and we just want to go with that recommendation.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much. It is a public hearing. Anybody wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will turn the time over to Councilman Beers.
Well, I'm feeling the pressure. Councilman Anthony asked for me to move approval. Are there any conditions, Mr. Pardo?
None other than the standard conditions.
Then I will move approval with the standard conditions.
There's a motion for approval of agenda item 70. Please cast your vote, and please post when ready. And that motion passes. No more under pressure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We are on agenda item 71. This is ZON 65952. It is a public hearing. Applicant owner, C.A. Charleston Owner, LLC, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RPD 22 residential plan development to 22 units per acre to R3 medium density residential on 6.14 acres located at 8401 West Charleston Boulevard. It is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff have both recommended approval. This is a public hearing. I do declare it open. Is the applicant present? Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council Dave Turner with Boffman and Turner representing the applicant. We appreciate staff's recommendations, and I think with your approval of this item, we can finally bring this site into compliance.
Wonderful. It is a public hearing. Anybody wish to be heard on this item? Hearing none. Mr. Perigo, do you have any input before I turn it over to Councilwoman?
I will, given that it's a request for a rezone to R3 medium density residential zoning district, conforms to the existing M medium density residential general plan designation on the site and is compatible with the existing multifamily developments to the east and west. Therefore, staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Very good. Councilwoman, it's all yours.
And how many units can be built on this per acre? They're moving from 22 units per acre to R3. I just wondered what's the difference? Do you know?
I believe it's 150. There's currently 144 there now, but the site is already fully developed. I don't think we can get any more units on that site, and we don't intend to either.
Okay. Thank you.
That is correct. The site is fully developed, and this rezone will just bring it into conformance with the zoning.
I move to approve.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 71. Please vote. Please post. And that motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Turner. You bet. We are now on agenda item 72. This is SUP 65894. This is a public hearing. Applicant owner, Concord Real Estate LLC, for possible action on a request for special use permit for a proposed 91-unit single-room occupancy residence at 1000 North Main. It is C2 General Commercial Zone in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff have both recommended approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes. Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Liz Sorokak here on behalf of Concord Real Estate. Address is 8965 Southeastern Avenue, Suite 382, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89123.
Thank you. Did you want to talk about this?
Sure. I do understand. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank Councilman Barlow's office for working with us on this, and I know there are a couple additional conditions that will be added, one regarding a one-year review and one regarding the use itself, which we are agreeable to. The property is on the northeast corner of Main and Washington, and it was recently acquired by my client in May of this year. My client is American Addiction Centers. They are a drug and alcohol rehab company. They provide a continuum of care that includes inpatient, outpatient, and sober living. They currently have their inpatient facility and outpatient facilities are both located in Clark County, and they're on Eastern between Flamingo and DI. This particular property will be the sober living portion of their continuum of care. So essentially, the people who are in this facility will be staying there anywhere from 14 days to 45 days, and will be going to outpatient treatment either at another outpatient provider or at the outpatient facility that American Addiction Centers runs. So this property was previously operated as a hotel, and most of you are probably familiar with it because it's been there since the 80s. Once my client acquired the property, we meet with staff, and staff, their determination was that we should go with the single-room occupancy residence use, which I know is kind of a unique use, but that's the category we fit under, mostly because the people are going to be there longer than 7 days, so we don't fit in the hotel-motel category. Like I said, with that, I know there are a couple additional conditions that we're agreeable to, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you very much, young lady. Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The site contains 3 existing buildings that contain previous land uses of a hotel and motel. The single-room occupancy residence use is defined as a residential facility in which furnished rooms are rented on a weekly or monthly basis, and which provides common facilities and services for laundry, cleaning, and meals. The proposed use meets the definition, as the applicant states that the facility will have guests that will be billed daily, monthly, or weekly, and the facility will offer services for laundry, cleaning, and meals. Staff finds the proposed single-room occupancy use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing and future surrounding land uses. If approved, the following conditions are requested to be added to the special use permit. Condition A, a required review to be heard at public hearing before the City Council shall be conducted in 1 year from the date of issuance of a business license. Condition B, the proposed single-room occupancy residence shall be limited to residential rooms rented on a weekly or monthly basis and which provide common facilities and services for laundry, cleaning, and meals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perigo. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, Councilwoman Tarkanian will be handling this for Councilman Barlow.
Yes, on behalf of Councilman Barlow, I move to approve.
There's a motion for approval subject to all those conditions as well, I would assume,
Subject
Councilwoman?
to all conditions.
On agenda item
Excuse me,
72.
Councilwoman, I apologize. Can I just make one clarification? The second condition that was read in regarding the use, that the way that it's written, I don't think would prohibit any permitted use on the property. It's just saying for the use permit that's before you for the single-room residence occupancy, that it's limited to the daily or weekly rental of the room. Is that correct? Sorry, I don't know if I was very clear.
The condition is a restatement of the description of the use itself.
Right.
The use does not allow for daily, so the business operation would not allow for daily rental. It's only
Okay.
weekly and monthly.
But it wouldn't prohibit any permitted use that's allowed by the zoning.
No, it's simply a restatement of what the
Okay.
actual use is.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
You bet. Councilman made a motion to approve agenda item 72, subject to those conditions as read into the record. Please vote and please post, and it passed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You bet.
Have a nice afternoon.
We are on agenda item 73. This is SUP 65973. It is a public hearing. Applicant owner KT Lomboy LLC for possible action on a request for special use permit to establish a swap meet indoor use at 3130 North Rainbow Boulevard. It is C1 limited commercial zoned in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff have both recommended approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and the applicant is here. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Brandon Phillips, the outside counsel for KT Lomboy. My address is 3993 Howard Hughes Parkway, Suite 470.
Thank you. Go ahead. It's all yours.
Yes, this was a previous retail large, it's 33,000 square feet. It was previously a one large retail. It's being broken down more towards a swap meet indoor mall type usage. Now, we've worked with, the actual facility there is a large open shopping center, and it's owned by 3 separate property owners. And we've worked with the other 2 property owners, and we've received approval from them to move forward.
Well, we've got 6-0.
Thank you.
And we've received approval from them to move forward with this. It really doesn't change much of the previous use. It just kind of divvies it up. And then there were conditions about adding a couple more handicap parking spaces, and those have been done.
All right. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll go to planning first. Gentlemen, any input?
We find that the use is appropriate and recommend approval.
All right. Councilman Tarkanian.
On behalf of Councilman Barlow, I move to approve with all conditions.
There's a motion for approval of agenda item 73, subject to conditions. Please vote and post that vote. And that motion passes. Thank you. Have a great day. There on agenda item 74, this is VAC 65723, public hearing, applicant owner Anthony Girard et al. For possible action on a request for a petition to vacate Jarrett Avenue. This is in my ward, Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff have both recommended approval. It is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant present? Please introduce yourselves.
Yes, sir. I'm Anthony Girard, 5177 Jarrett Avenue. And this is my wife, Kimberly.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Did you want to put anything on the record and just throw
We
it
just
in the
hope that
wind?
you
and
approve this.
just approve it? All right, this is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on this item? Sergeant Major, good to see you.
My neighbor is present. If necessary, because of the vacate, it does affect him as well. So,
Sergeant Major, go ahead and introduce yourself to us, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Councilman Tarkanian. As you know me by my affectionate name, Sergeant Major, I approve of this. This has been a headache in our neighborhood for a long period of time. Jarrett Avenue was supposed to go all the way straight through, has been used up until this point as a private access driveway to the residence that is currently at what is quote-unquote the end of this, which should have gone all the way through to Tom. It just makes it much easier on us as a neighborhood, one, and two, it's very accommodating for the kids, my dogs to run down there and play with them when they're out riding their bikes in the neighborhood, etc. It's a good thing that this gets voided.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Please state your name for the record.
Michael Adams, 6875 Unicorn Street. I am the neighbor that is also affected by this. So I'm absolutely in full favor of it. The family is very good neighbors, long-term educator here in town. So I see us as being neighbors for the next 20 years. Full approval, please.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Appreciate it. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Kim Clinton Green. I live just up the street from them at 6810 Unicorn Street. And I also just want to say we're all in favor of that, too. So.
Good. All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Perigo, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. While Jarrett Avenue is considered to be a public right-of-way, its only practical purpose serves to provide access to the adjacent single-family dwelling currently addressed as 5177 Jarrett Avenue. As a condition of approval for the proposed vacation, the residents of 5177 Jarrett Avenue must meet with the Planning Department to be reassigned a new address off of Unicorn Street, as well as they will be required to provide a private access and utility easement if necessary to ensure that the property is not landlocked. With conditions, staff supports the applicant's request.
Thank you, Mr. Perigo, and I imagine you guys agree with those conditions.
yes, sir, we do. If you state, I guess the statement is that with those right-of-way conditions, I believe that there'll be, once this is vacated, we plan for that to be the parcel map will be drawn up, and that parcel map will be mine in a quitclaim deed. I believe that is in the paperwork.
Mr.
The
Perigo,
staff has
correct?
recorded it.
Or Mr. Anderson?
We do have a condition that requires them to have a survey establish the parcel lines, and if all the property owners agree that it will be part of his property, then that is what will happen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson, appreciate it. With that, then I will motion to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval of agenda item 74. If you would please vote and please post. Councilwoman? Thank you. That motion passes. Good luck. Thank you guys for coming down. We are now on agenda items. First, I better ask, does anyone need to take a break up here? We all good? Staff good? Okay. We're on agenda items 75, 76, and 77. 75 is VAR 63577 on a request for a variance to allow a no amenity zone where such is required for proposed residential subdivision. Agenda item 76 is WVR 63579 on a request for a waiver to allow a 154-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to allow no interior streetlights where such are required for proposed residential subdivision. Agenda item 77 is TMP 63580 on a request for a tentative map for a 57-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is D.R. Horton, and the owner is Lexington Partners, LLC, et al., on 11.86 acres adjacent to the north side of Durrell Lane, approximately 425 feet west of Decatur Boulevard, R1 single-family residential zone. Staff recommends denial, and Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are in Ward 6, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Ron Portero, 7958 Lookout Rock Circle. Ready to proceed.
Thank you for being here, and I'll let you go first. We'll have public comment after you give your presentation.
Okay. It's a pleasure to be here, and as I open up, I'd like to just draw attention to someone who's here today that is sitting with us in the audience. His name is Ryan Vega. Ryan works with the applicant, and Ryan was showing a property about 3 weeks ago, was stabbed by a irate resident, as a realtor he is, and was in ICU for 2.5 weeks, surgery last week, and he's here today, and we're just grateful to have him with us, period. So,
yeah, clearly.
Yeah, and I just thought it'd be good to mention that. We're here on 3 projects in the Northwest, and if I could have the camera here. The first of which is...
let's just do 74, 75.
Yes.
Or 75, 76,
yeah, I'm going
77.
to show these together.
Okay.
Yeah. There are 3 projects, the first of which is 75, 76, and 77. And 57 units. We've worked very hard with the neighbors over the course of 5 Planning Commission meetings, 2 of which I've been involved in. And I would first mention that on this particular project, we started this project back in probably February, March. The previous applicant was D.R. Horton. After 3 Planning Commissions, they withdrew, and I was invited to take over and work with the applicant and the neighbors to try to bring something that would work for getting this passed. This particular request is for 57 units, and I would note that there are 65 allowed, and we are asking for, first, a variance that would allow an offset for the driveway on this particular, or the entrance on this particular property off of Durrell. And I would mention that the offset is asked and requested as an offset to what is currently a crash gate across the street that is not being used. So it's a technical offset, nonetheless it's required, and we are asking for that. And I would also note on the connectivity ratio, it's because it's the way it's designed north and south. It's we ask for 1.0 where 1.3 is required. And then lastly, on you want me to take all 3 items together, Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. We had originally proposed no lights, and the neighbors at the last Planning Commission asked that the lights be put back in, the interior lights. And so I don't know if staff will raise that. I did get a chance to mention that in an email to staff the other day, that the Planning Commission approved that the lights go back in. But the variance request says take them out, but we'll have to make that adjustment. And then the tentative map is, as we say, 57 units. And you'll note on the tentative map, if you have a, if you can do your overhead, or I'll bring mine up here. I think we'll turn it around. That would help. We are backing out 11 units onto Durrell. We worked with Public Works And not that there was a traffic study done or even necessary, but Public Works said that backing out onto Durrell was acceptable. The neighbors did object to that, but to redesign this whole project would have required going back to square one, and we've gone so far down the road, and we believe that there's not as much traffic as one would be led to believe, and that backing out onto Durrell is acceptable. And I would also say we have a letter from the people who live, if you can see right here, Art and June Lowe. They are most impacted by these two projects, particularly this one. And Art and June have expressed their willingness or of support, spent 3 hours with them. And so just making sure, and I know that I submitted that letter to staff, that Art and June Lowe are expressing their support, and I think Mayor Pro Tem, you have that as well. Okay. Spent 3 hours with them explaining everything, and they are in support as the most impacted resident, and of course they back out onto Durrell too. So with those variance requests, getting the lights back in, and also the sidewalks, if I'm not mistaken, we had taken the sidewalks out, but the residents and the neighbors wanted them back in at the Planning Commission, they went back in. So with those variances and requests, and with the less density than is allowed, we would ask for your approval on items 75, 76, and 77.
Thank you, Mr. Paterno. This is a this is a public hearing, so anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward. Please introduce yourself again for the record on these items.
Michael Adams, 6875 Unicorn Street. I'm one of the neighborhood representatives, which several of us are here because of constraint of work, et cetera, et cetera. We don't have 200 people sitting in the audience. First, I'd like to remind the council that as this has been going forth, item number 75 through item number 83 have all been lumped together technically as one project. The 3 different projects have been all negotiated and worked with as one entity. So I just like to make that clear. So if you do want to keep them separated, then what you're going to have is you're going to have all of us coming up 3 times.
Then let's do this, Mr. Just state what you want to state on agenda items, all the agenda items, and
Yes,
I'll read them in the record when the time comes. We're
Yes,
going to take them this way, like they're each separate projects.
Okay.
Because of different APN numbers.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
And the record will reflect your one-time comments on all of the agenda items. Sound good?
Okay, so you want me to comment on everything all at once?
You certainly may.
Okay.
Brad, you want me to read them all in the record then?
Yeah, you can read them all on the record, just be very clear as we go through the motion process as to which one we're voting
Then
on.
give me a few minutes. I'm going to read these into the record.
Yes, sir.
Agenda item 78 is VAR 63584 on a request for variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0 where 1.3 is required and to allow no amenity zone where such is required for proposed residential subdivision. Agenda item 79 is WVR 63585 on a request for a waiver to allow a 187-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required and to allow no interior streetlights where such are required for a proposed residential subdivision. Agenda item 80 is TMP 63586 on a request for a tentative map for an 8-lot single-family residential subdivision. Applicant owner D.R. Horton and the owner is RMH Trust on 1.9 acres at the northwest corner of Durrell Lane and Decatur Boulevard. R1 single-family residential zone. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval of all items. These are also Ward 6. Agenda item 81 is VAR 63587 on a request for a variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0, 1.13 is required, and to allow no amenity zone where such is required for proposed residential subdivision. Agenda item 82 is WVR 63588 on a request for a waiver to allow a 183-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to allow no interior streetlights where such are required for proposed residential subdivision. Agenda item 83 is TMP 63589 on a request for a tentative map for an 8-lot single-family residential subdivision. Again, applicant is D.R. Horton. The owner is Precedent Properties, LLC, on 2.10 acres at the southeast corner of Durrell Lane and Unicorn Street, R1 single-family residential zone. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval of all items. They are also in Ward 6. Now, since we got that taken care of.
Yes, sir.
And if you guys could keep your comments to 3 minutes, which I think you can probably do.
And I'm also going to try and give my basic presentation without stepping on everybody else so that we're not repeating ourselves also.
Perfect. Yeah,
Because this has been going on now for...
Just as a point of order, we
Yes,
haven't had a presentation on any of the other items yet that have been read into the
Correct.
record. It might just be a good idea, yeah, if you could just hold off on the public comments for a moment.
And let Mr. Patero.
Get Mr. Patero to put all the comments on regarding all
Okay.
3 projects. No?
Absolutely.
Too much?
Sounds good to me. Come on, Mr. Patero, bring it on.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Ron Portero, 7958 Lookout Rock Circle. Let me say that we've worked really hard, I think, over the course of the last 2 months with staff and the neighbors to get where we are. The second item, Donald 2, is the 8-unit subdivision over here off of Decatur, and Durrell, and Durrell is here, but the entrance is off of Decatur. Again, 16 units would be the maximum allowed, and we're going in for 8 over there. There's an offset request because of the closeness of this intersection to that private entrance, but we do have a transition lane, not necessarily a turning lane, but a transition lane that allows the traffic coming south, and Public Works has stated there is not that much traffic coming down south in Decatur, and we do have this transition lane that gets get folks in and out of this particular property. I will also tell you that we are asked, the record shows we're asking for a variance or a waiver of the streetlights, but at the last planning commission, the neighbors requested the streetlights go back in. So that was a condition passed by planning commission.
And sidewalks?
And sidewalks, what we're doing with the sidewalks and landscaping are going in. The amenity zone, as an amenity zone is noted, has sidewalk, amenity zone, curb, amenity zone, sidewalk, and landscape. And what we're doing, and I can show you this right here, this is the property as you can see it. I don't know if you can see it on this, but if you look over to this property as it's landscaped here on Decatur, we are going to match what's across the street. Now, that doesn't have an appropriate amenity zone per code, but we're going to take what's here and going down Durrell, and we are going to match that and turn that right here, because this is the subject property that we're talking about right now. So no amenity zone, that's why we're asking for the waiver or the variance, but we're going to just be matching what exists.
Okay.
So with those conditions and the requests for the variance and the waiver and the offset, that is Donald 2. Donald 3 is probably the property that has been the most contentious of all. The neighbors that you're going to, I think Mr. Adams, and let me say Mr. Adams has been a pleasure to work with as a neighbor rep. He's been representing his neighborhood very well, and I think we've worked well together. This was, as I show it to you, the original Donald 3. Entrance off of Durrell, walls everywhere. In working with the neighbors, after the last planning commission, so this was not approved, this was approved at the last planning commission, but we went the extra yard and we resubmitted a map that looks like this. And so the formal submittal and request today is this particular map. We've moved
We'll take a break after these items.
the private entrance to the east wall, east boundary line. Therefore, the offset requirement on this variance is no longer required because we're plus 220 feet. And if we could even withdraw that or have that condition that go away, we've done the takeoffs. And then there is another request for no interior lights. Our map shows it right here, and we do not want that interior light there, because the residents have stated they do not want that, and we are willing to take that away as well. So the offset requirement and the no interior street light, the no interior street light stays. Okay, but since it's shown on the map for public record, just wanting everyone to know that that does go away per our discussions with the neighbors. What we have as a landscape feature along here is the decomposed granite And then over here, we have sidewalk, and then over here, sidewalk and landscape. There's landscape here as well. Sidewalk, landscape, urban gutter. So Donald 3 has been changed, and I will tell you, Donald 3 has been the subject of a lot of contention, and I think we've moved to a place where we hope the neighbors are going to be happy. I know that they have some disagreements on probably some of the things we've done, but we've moved substantially after 5 planning commission meetings, 2 for me, and numerous conversations, neighborhood meetings, phone calls, emails, and we would request your approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Adams, we'll open it up, that public hearing, and you can all let it all out. And before you get there, yeah, 3 minutes on the timer. Before you get there, I think Mr. Patera was talking about agenda item 82 for, and I'm not sure we need 81 and 82, so we'll get to those.
Agenda item number 82, the WVR 63588 is still needed. The intersection offset would be withdrawn per condition, but the street light is still applicable.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, you'll plumb me up when we get there. Mr. Adams, please, the time is yours, 3 minutes.
Would this be the appropriate time to say that I think we're in agreement that the street light goes away?
In that cul-de-sac?
I mean, as a neighborhood, the street light that he was in reference to, at the end, we have no argument with that street light going away.
Okay.
Let me just state that this has been going on for way too long. It has been contentious at times. I believe that we were falsely accused of being a hostile neighborhood, where we're actually just a very passionate neighborhood about our homes. We're a very professional neighborhood with doctors, business owners, Sergeant Major. We are very, very concerned, and we are a very close, tight-knit neighborhood. So with that being said, there's a couple of things that I did want to bring out. Yes, I have been one of the primaries working with Mr. Patero, and let me just state that as this continues, however you vote today, when we get into the next phases, it would be my recommendation that hopefully all parties remain and that we don't wind up changing players in the middle of a stream, in the middle of a game, that the players remain here. There has been movement on the Doral Unicorn property, not enough as far as the neighborhood is concerned. On the 11 acres, our two biggest primary concerns on the 11 acres, number one is density, because even though it may fit into R1 zoning, it is not the density level of the surrounding neighborhoods, which were originally D.R. Horton built neighborhoods themselves. Also, in the next phase, we still have not had anything in writing as to our concerns for one-story homes or the value of the property. So there's a lot of questions that for the neighborhood still have not been answered at this point. When this all started, we basically had 3 things that we were asking for. It was really simple. Number one, honor the RNP. We bought into the RNP. We like living in the RNP. Honor it. Number 2, fulfill the promises that were made to us, such as horse trails, such as the conditions of the neighborhood that we live in, and build according to what we bought into, which is density level. Every argument that we've had has come from those 3 statements. I would also like to remind that every one of the variance requests were never shown as being a hardship for the request. They were simply just requested for that property, and so we've been working with that premise as well. I know that the other neighbors have something that they'd like to bring out. I do like the changes, and we do like the changes as to the Doral Unicorn property. We have very little issue with the property that's on the corner of Doral and Decatur. We like the changes that were there also, except for possibly a few stipulations. I want to bring up that a little while ago, the legacy stipulation was brought forth. And when we went before the Planning Commission, when we were bringing up items of legacy, such as going back into fulfilling promises of what we were bought into, we were told that we're bringing up old history and it's irrelevant. And that is a problem because we still live there. That's why we originally bought there. I think our number one issue with the 11 acres is the density because it doesn't match the density of the area. But other than that, I have absolutely no problems whatsoever with continuing the conversation. I hope the parties remain.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Anyone else, please come on up, state your name for the record, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Mr. Gerard, Tony Gerard from 5177 Jarrett Avenue. I have an aerial view of, because I was here for another reason, of the area. And so if you look at the aerial view here, if I can actually turn it this way. So Donald 3 is right here. Would be right here, and that would be Durrell would be running across here, and then Donald 1 and 2. So the density that Mr. Adams is talking about, you can see the density. This is a single family residence. This is a single family residence. This is a single family residence. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lots here. I believe this one is 0.7 acres, which I currently live in. If that gives you any correlation to the amount of rural preservation that we're talking about from this area, some of the things that we are concerned with is possible two-story homes that are going to be set here and acres of 5,000, 6,000 square foot lots. We do want to request that the builder have some kind of stipulations of single-story homes to provide with the aesthetic nature of the surrounding homes. This is a D.R. Horton neighborhood project, I believe, on this. Is that correct? On this side of Unicorn, and as you can tell, they are all single-family, approximately quarter-acre lots. They're not actually as large as the lots on the other side of Unicorn, but they do keep with the kind of the look, the aesthetic look of the entire neighborhood. I think one of our major concerns is that we're going to have, even though it has somehow gotten an R1 zoning, we're going to end up with the maximum amount of homes per square footage with, although they have worked with this, I think that's the main concern is we're going to be selling houses for $200,000 right here when we have $500,000 homes just south of that.
Thank you. Yes, please. State your name again for the record.
Kim Clinton Green, 6810 Unicorn Street. I've been in my home for about 20 years now. It's one of the half-acre homes there. And I was one of the people that worked with the developer when they were building homes right across the street from us. And one of the things that the builder at that time did was work with us. And Mr. Jarrett mentioned that those were about quarter-acre homes. That was one of the requests we had, and that's the kind of work we'd like to see with these other homes. We do have a concern about density. We do have a concern because we have not been guaranteed that they'll be single-story homes. I've put down a map that talks about the density and zoning around us. And really, our most important concern is that the character of the neighborhood and, honestly, the value of our homes be maintained. As Mr. Jarrett mentioned, our homes are they're our investment. They're our security, and they're worth more than $200,000 to $300,000. We want to make sure that we're able to maintain that kind of value going forward. Mr. Adams mentioned that they worked with us. We don't have a concern about the housing development on the corner of Decatur and Durrell. We think that that's just fine for the most part. We do have a few concerns about the Unicorn Street, but we appreciate the changes that they've made. And I just want to let you know that, all we're asking is that the character of our neighborhood is maintained. Thank you. And if you want this, you can have it. So I don't know who I give it to.
I just give it to the city clerk.
Okay.
We'll put it in the record. Thank you very much.
Hi again. Kim Gerard, 5177 Jarrett Avenue. I just wanted to let you guys know that we bought this forever home of ours less than 12 months ago. We bought in this neighborhood just for the exact reasons that we're trying to keep in the character of the establishment of the developed homes that are currently there. So first of all, I want to say thanks to Mr. Potero. I think that they have made significant changes. We are definitely in favor of the new changes, especially for the Decatur Donald 3 at Durrell and Unicorn, which backs up to the Limerick and Sinning Gearheim's property, which we're right up against as well. I think that single-story homes, as you can see on the thing that my husband had and kind of the area, quarter acre, half acre, 2.5 acre lots, there isn't a 2-story home within viewing distance all the way around if you're standing on Unicorn. So single-story homes, I think for us is a definitely wanting to keep that in that area. Second is we do support the development of these 3 areas. We're excited and eager to see these plans and details. We are not in favor of the interior streetlights. We would like for those to be removed in the projects, developments to keep that consistent as well. And I know that he had made a statement about that South Decatur Street with, I think it's the Decatur Donald 2 that comes right off of Decatur. That is a very, very busy intersection. It isn't not busy, as he had said. It's very busy. There's a DMV that's right there within a mile. So we just want to ask that, the safety evaluation, if there is one that needs to be done in that area as well, just to keep the safety of that area, as there will be a lot more families and a lot more children walking, taking the bus, that be evaluated at that intersection as well. But we are in favor of this, and we do appreciate what they have come forth with and are eager to see the plans and the details that come forth. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gerard. Appreciate it. Give the Sergeant Major 2 minutes. I'm just kidding. Give him 3 minutes. Just picking on you.
Mark Christensen, 6817 Unicorn Street. There are 2 items that I would like to address. One is the Decatur's. I got it. As it's oriented correctly here. First and foremost, this homestead here is grandfathered in. Between the stables and the house, from that property line to the nearest dwelling can only be 50 feet by code. I would go back to the legacy stipulation, which was established in 2004 and is carried forward, signed by the City Council at that point in time, that this property was to be established at no more than 3.0 dwellings per acre. That would basically conform to that 50-foot standoff. That is my only issue with this piece of property. The property across the street, which is the 11 acres, we just heard from D.R. Horton that they're putting 96 homes on 40 acres. This development is looking at 57 homes for 11.5 acres. I guess somebody's going to have to help me with the RE standoff here. 1, 2, this isn't a rural development area. Rural neighborhood planning, it's still identified not only on the city map, however, also on the state map as an RMP. So I would like to work with the developer a little bit more on how many homes are going to be there. You're asking to dump out 11 homes on a 2-lane street. If you look at 2.5 cars per acre, or correction, per home, you're looking at an additional traffic flow increase in our neighborhood of approximately 185%. So I would ask for a traffic study be done as part of the site plan. Additionally, I would like to look at the right-of-ways here. We have horse trails all the way around. The city has already spent $2.5 million in putting horse trails in that area. We've got 5 horse properties in and around just this one development that ride their horses on these streets. Just heard the mentioning of increased children in the area. I'm looking at a safety factor here. Additionally, at the corner of Decatur and Durrell, we have to take a look at the fact that this is not right now currently ADA compliant. There's no sidewalks that lead from the corner of Durrell and Decatur across the street where the sidewalk is. That sidewalk is going to go down and end at nowhere. Hate to tell you this, but I'm going to be in a wheelchair in about 6 months. So if I need to get to DMV, or people that live in the supported housing which was built on the Las Vegas side of Decatur, they have no access across the street other than to go up to where the crossing is at the Walmart. And
I'm keenly aware of that, Mr. Christensen, so thank you very much for your comments.
so we're looking at putting in streetlights, et cetera, and I would ask that the city take this into consideration, either that or have them extend the sidewalk all the way down to Elkhorn.
That's not going to happen. Not from this developer, prospective developer, but thank you for your comments. All of you, thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
You bet. And then I've got several comments I'd like to make to help put your minds at ease. Mr. Patera, do you want to come back up, please?
Can I make a suggestion as we go forward from this time, because we've got 3 items for it. Please come up, Mr. Patera. I propose that as you take these, if you're talking about discrete projects, we refer to them as Donald 1, Donald 2, and Donald 3. Donald 1 is the 11.86 acres on the north side of Durrell, west of Decatur. That's items 75 through 77. Donald 2 is the northwest corner of Durrell and Decatur. That's the 1.9 acres. And Donald 3 is the 2.1 acres southwest of Durrell and Unicorn. And if we could take those in 3 discrete blocks, and then staff will have individual comments on each one of those projects.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Sherbick. I appreciate it. Did you want to add anything else to that, Mr. Patera?
Well, the only thing is, these properties were zoned some years ago as R1. I struggle sometimes either way, depending on if I'm a resident or an applicant rep. When you go to buy a property, you look at the zoning and how many units you can or cannot get. It seems to me, and although I wasn't around at the time, that these properties were zoned properly noticed, properly heard, opportunities, and so the density issue, I hear the neighbors talking about it, but we're well within and far less than the density on the 8-unit, 8-lot and 8-lot where 16 and 17 could be allowed. And then this was previously approved, the Donald 1 for 65 lots before the crash, and now we're back in at 57. So, and I will remind Mayor Pro Tem, we did put that tot lot in there, and so that exists in there as well at your request. So you've heard the neighbors. You know, I think we've worked pretty well together over the course of this. So on 75, 76, and 77, which is the 11.87 acres, we'd like your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Patera. I'm going to make some comments based on what you guys said for your public comment. I had the opportunity yesterday to visit with Mr. Limerick, I believe, and all the same concerns, certainly. Liked the newer design of that cul-de-sac more than the other one, so he was pleased with that. But I had to explain this to him. There's not a home builder yet. I'm not sure D.R. Horton's on these applications because I think that's who they were dealing with the first time.
That is correct, and they had committed to a 1-story, but they're no longer there, and so we don't have control over that.
And that's what I want to point out. So what I point out to Mr. Limerick, there's no home builder right now. This is a tentative map. These are waivers and variances for street distances in the whole 9 yards. I explained to him also that when you're surrounded by R1 and these properties are zoned R1, it's very difficult for any council member to say, sorry, you can't put R1 next to that other R1. It's very difficult to do that. The example I shared with him is used to be a grocery store out in farm in Durango that had a packaged liquor license. Another user wants to go in there that needs a packaged liquor license. Just because it's a different user doesn't mean I can say no. That's a lawsuit, I believe, towards the city. So I hand it to you, Mr. Patera, and all of you for working so closely together with him. Would you explain one more time the streetlight issue and where that came about from the Planning Commission, please?
We had requested the waiver of
Right.
streetlights on this project. And going into last Planning Commission, we had requested that it be waived, thinking that previously the neighbors wanted it. At the last Planning Commission, on record, and I even went, because I was just making sure, viewed the video, audio, and the neighbors asked that the lights go back in. And so we said, yes. And so we really didn't have a dog in the race on that, but the neighbors wanted it back in, so they're in.
Okay.
Because the neighbors asked at the last Planning Commission that we put.
Okay. That being said, I want to make one comment to Mr. Adams, because you mentioned something about, I hope you're still dealing with the same players. We probably won't be. This is going to come back to us, to a Planning Commission and a City Council meeting. As soon as there's a home builder that wants to build X, Y, Z, when that day happens, that's the day we start talking about all these things. Setbacks, we start talking about single-family two-story, or a single-story or two-story. That's when we start having those conversations when they come back in. This is, in my opinion, a real estate guy trying to flip some properties to a home builder. And hopefully it is D.R. Horton, because I've got a very good relationship with them. They make a very good product. But we're not there yet. And I want all of you to understand that right now. So that's when those discussions will take place. So I want you all to understand that. That being said, you've gone the extra mile by working with them, and I appreciate that. It's kind of like meeting in the middle, and I know your property values are important to you. Again, we'll have that conversation when we have a home builder, and we're going to say, show me elevation, show me where you built this product somewhere else in the city or in the valley. What are your price points, because I understand that, I get it. That's when we have those conversations, and you'll be there, because I'm very consistent with every home builder. Go meet with the neighborhood before you come see me.
May I, Mayor Pro Tem, we did have a home builder. This started with the home builder, D.R. Horton. One story.
I know.
They withdrew.
I know.
And so that was there, and so I'm just making
But
for
I
the
want
record.
them to understand
Yep,
that
no, I understand.
process, so they're still part of the
Yeah.
conversation, whether
Oh,
you're
understood.
representing whoever it is next time or not.
Happy to.
So I want you guys to have that comfort. This isn't, we're keeping an eye on this, eyes on this as well. Let me think. 2 stories. Mr. Anderson, does this require a traffic study for that cul-de-sac?
No, sir, the amount of traffic generated is underneath our standards for a traffic study.
Okay. And so you guys made comments about the homes being turned to the street. And I want to make a comment to that because that's how neighborhoods are built. And planners don't like making boxes, and you guys can shake your heads up and down. You don't like making boxes and walls and then forcing everybody inside these small communities. That's how neighborhoods used to be growing up. And I think I learned that from, I don't know which one of you guys taught me that a long time ago, but that makes a good neighborhood. You have your neighbors across the street. Now, I don't have that. I got a block wall across my street, so I can't, talk to my neighbors too much. Nonetheless, I know that doesn't make any of you happy. Well, we got to move this along. You've had far too many neighborhood meetings on this. So I'm going to move forward with agenda item 75, I believe. Oh, Ms. Perigo, Mr. Lowenstein, you want to add some stuff?
Mayor Pro Tem Peter Lowenstein from Planning Department. Based on the input from the September 13th, 2016 Planning Commission, the Commission denied the request for interior streetlights. It actually reflects that in the conditions of that waiver. But if approved on the variance 63577, just to be clear, sidewalks shall be provided at back of curb within right-of-way as a condition to be added. Thank you.
Okay. And that's on agenda item 75?
Correct.
Then I will follow Planning Commission's recommendation. You agree to those conditions? Mr. Perry?
Yes, we do.
I'll move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval on agenda item 75. Subject to that condition. Please post, and motion passes. On agenda item 76, Peter, you want to add anything? Take away anything? I would also follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item 76. And that motion passes. 77, Mr. Lowenstein? Nothing? I would also follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of 77, subject to those to conditions. And that motion passes. On agenda item 78, changes? Mr. Lowenstein?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Once again, the same condition added to item number 78, VAR 63584. Sidewalk shall be provided at back of curb within the right-of-way.
Thank you, and I move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of 78 as well. Yes, with the added condition. Thank you, Councilman. And that motion passes. Did you guys keep track of the changes? Okay, so nothing on 79?
Mayor Pro Tem, that actually at the Planning Commission, they withdrew the request for the interior streetlights on this application and is reflected in the current conditions.
Okay.
And we agreed to those.
Huh? We agreed to those?
to those,
Okay.
yes.
Well, that'll follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of 79 with those conditions as well. And that motion passes. And on agenda item 80, I would also follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. Please vote. And please post. And that motion passes as well. Agenda items 81, 82, 83, 81, VAR 63587, I would follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of that one as well. And do you need to make a change there, Mr. Lowenstein?
No, sir.
Okay, that's my motion. Please vote. Please post. And that motion passes as well. Agenda item 82, I'd also follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Mayor Pro Tem, on this one, as the intersection offset's no longer needed, we'd add a condition stating that the intersection offset waiver is withdrawn by the applicant.
Got that. Add that to the motion
Yes.
and the condition. Ms. Patero, thank you. Please vote. Please post. And that motion, Councilwoman? And that motion passes. And likewise, on agenda item 83, I will follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval as well.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Please, Mr. Perry.
Is this the one where, I thought I heard the discussion about a single-story as a condition on the tentative map?
Do we place single-story, do we place that as a condition on the tentative map now, or do we do that when we get the site plan?
As
did
this
not.
is straight zoning, no site development review would be required. Therefore, they would come in and just meet code requirements
I
and
think
unless
I'd like,
limited.
how do you feel about that, Mr. Patero?
Well, no, we don't have a builder as yet, so that would be a desire, but not necessarily a condition that we would want to put on anybody. We would think that they would do that as a...
Why don't we place the condition on, and if you get somebody that wants to review of condition, they can come in and we can review that condition at that time? Because clearly that's
Yep.
the biggest
Oh, no,
issue.
and I understand it. It's just that
But that would give, our neighbors a little more.
Yeah, no, comfort, and that's fine. If you can put that on there, we were unaware that you could do that because it had not been discussed previously.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem, can Mr. Lowenstein read that then, just to be clear?
The condition to the tentative map would be all 8 homes to be constructed shall be limited to single-story.
Okay. And like I said, if you get someone that wants to build two-story, they got to see them first. Keep that in mind.
We don't have an issue with that.
All right, that's the
Never
motion.
really did.
And please vote, and please post.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to take a 10-minute break for council's benefit. Thank you, guys. So we'll meet back here at 5 minutes after the hour. All right, we'll call this meeting back to order and get these items done. Agenda items 84, 85, and 86 have been obeyed to November 2nd. We are then on to okay, so 87 through 91. That was withdrawn without prejudice, so that's gone. That helps. We are on 92. All right, we are on agenda item 92. This is GPA 64786 on a request for a general plan amendment from R&P Rural Neighborhood Preservation to R Rural Density Residential. Agenda item 93 is a ZON 64787 on a request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to RD Single Family Residential Restricted. Agenda item 94 is WVR 64788 on a request for waivers to allow no streetlights where such are required and to allow a 188-foot street intersection offset where 220 feet is required. Agenda item 95 is WVR 64789 on a request for a waiver to allow private streets to be developed to non-public street standards behind a gate. 96 is TMP 64790 on a request for a tentative map for a 17-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant owner is Culca Land LLC on 5 acres at the northwest corner of Elkhorn Road and Grand Canyon Drive, RE Residence Estates Zone, proposed RD single-family residential restricted. Staff recommends approval of items 92 and 93 and denial of items 94 through 96. The Planning Commission recommends approval of all items. They are in Ward 6. And our public hearings, which I now declare open, is the applicant present.
Yes, good afternoon. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant in this matter.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to be fairly brief here because I'm sure everybody's excited about the presidential debate, so I'll try to get this over with fairly quickly. I met with, talked to a couple of neighbors that were here earlier, and I just want to point out a few things that we've done with these applications. The application started out with 17 lots. We were coming in with R1 zoning. We had a couple neighborhood meetings. We revised our plans. Our plans have been approved by the Planning Commission for 12 homes on 5 acres. That was a condition that was approved with subject to the tentative map. At the Planning Commission, we requested and received only a condition that required only single stories along the west portion of our property. However, we'd like to amend that condition on the tentative map to require single-story homes on the entire 5 acres, which would be for the 12 homes. And on solar, on solar to the north of us, we will be coming back to ask for what we call out in the northwest rural street standards. The neighbors have asked us to do that, not to come in with full off-sites. We don't have a variance or a waiver today for that, but that's what we're going to come back with. One of the variances and waivers is to remove street lights interior to the street, which, as you know, in the northwest, they like it dark out there. And with that being said, we're going to ask you to follow Planning Commission's recommendations, along with just amending the Planning Commission condition number 1 on the tentative map by requiring us to have single-story homes on all 12 lots.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parrott. Mr. Gronauer, whatever your name is. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on these items? Seeing none, Mr. Perrigo. I close the public hearing. Mr. Perrigo, Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Staff is recommending approval on the general plan amendment and the rezone. We think is appropriate for this area. We do not support the waivers. The revised condition, the condition that was placed on, as Mr. Gronauer said, at Planning Commission was single story on the western portion, and we'll change that for Mr. Lowenstein as a condition to read in for that.
Mayor Pro Tem, we'd like to amend condition number 1 of TMP 64790 to reflect all 12 homes to be constructed shall be limited to single story.
Thank you. Sounds good, and I'm sure you agree with that.
Yes.
Then,
Mayor Pro Tem, I just might point out for the record, I don't know if it's necessary or not, on item 96, TMP 64790, it was advertised for a 17-lot single-family residential subdivision. Given that it's fewer than what was advertised, I think we're well within meeting the requirements for notification, so I think we're fine.
I agree.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Mr. Perrigo. All right, no one else has any other comments on these? Then I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda items 92. Please vote and please post. And that motion passes. Likewise, on agenda item 93, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. Please vote and please post. And that motion passes. On agenda item 94, I would also follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. Please vote and please post. And that motion passes as well. And then agenda item 95, I would follow Planning Commission, make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval as well. Please vote and please post. And on agenda, that motion passes. On agenda item 96, I would also follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval with that additional condition of single stories only, and that's my motion. Please vote and please post. And that motion passes as well. Thank you, Mr. Groner.
Thank you.
84 through 86 was obeyed till November 2nd for Councilman Coffin. That takes us to agenda item 102. Am I correct? Because items 97 through 101 have also been obeyed. Okay. To 12.7 here. Okay, we're on agenda item 102. This is ZON 66029 on a request for rezoning from R3 medium-density residential to R4 high-density residential. 103 is VAR 65380 on a request for a variance to allow 20 parking spaces where 29 spaces are required. 104 is SUP 65379 on a request for a special use permit for a mixed-use development on the east side of 10th Street, approximately 50 feet north of Garces Avenue. 105 is SDR 65382 on a request for a major amendment of an approved site development plan review, SDR 59513, for a proposed three-story mixed-use development consisting of 140 square feet of restaurant uses and 18 multifamily residential units with the waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the west property line where 6 feet was approved. The applicant owner is Jose Pichardo on .024 acres on the east side of 10th Street, approximately 50 feet north of Garces Avenue. R3 medium-density residential zone. Staff recommends approval of agenda item 102 and denial of items 103 through 105. The Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3 and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here for the applicant, owner, and proposed developer. In the same spirit so wisely set by Mr. Gronauer, and recognizing everyone wants to be somewhere else, I'll be very brief. We appreciate the staff and the Planning Commission's favorable recommendation on the zoning, and in the case of the Planning Commission, unanimous votes in favor of the incidental items. With regard to those items, we understand the staff's position of not supporting variances, and variances may drive the subordinate items. In this case, the Planning Commission did unanimously approve, and staff's conditions addressed the minor items associated with the application, and the Planning Commission added an additional condition such that there are minor technical amendments that will be needed in the plan, but upon discussion with Mr. Lowenstein, we're advised that subject to your favorable action following the Planning Commission and their conditions, that those can be resolved administratively, and we would ask you to take that action.
Very well.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilman.
I have to ask a question here of staff. Okay, so, approval here contingent on a motion to simply follow Planning Commission recommendation is sufficient then, is that right? All the conditions necessary are attached?
Councilman, before we get there, we have to have the public hearing.
Oh, yes.
That's okay.
Sorry.
I knew you were excited.
No, I just...
I do declare the public hearing open. Does anyone wish to speak on any of these items? And I declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Coffin.
Yeah, I wasn't going to make a motion, though. No, I will. On item, this is very welcome, by the way. It's well planned. Item 102, I move for approval to follow Planning Commission recommendation.
There's been a motion on 102 for approval, 102 for approval. Please vote and please post. And that motion passes. 103?
103, I move for approval and to follow Planning Commission recommendation.
All right, there's a motion to approve agenda item 103. Please vote and please post. Why not? And that motion passes. And 104, Councilman?
I move for approval and to follow Planning Commission recommendation on item 104.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And that motion passes. Agenda item 105.
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, on item 105, same recommendation, approval.
And there's a motion to approve agenda item 105. Please vote and please post. And that motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Spargo. Good to see you, by the way. Thanks for
Thank you
sticking
very
around with us
much,
as long
and
as you
we
have.
want to especially thank staff for working with us on this matter. Obviously, it's in the interest of the community there, but they gave extra effort to it. We appreciate
Well,
it.
good to hear. That's good to hear. All right, that takes us to agenda items 106 through 110. Agenda item 106 is VR 65942 on a request for a variance to allow Stubbs Street terminus where a cul-de-sac is required and to allow a deviation for complete street standards for a proposed 16-lot residential subdivision. Agenda item 107 is WVR 65940 on a request to allow no streetlights where such are required and to allow an intersection offset of 100 feet where 220 feet is required for a proposed residential subdivision. And 108 is a WVR 65941 on a request for a waiver to allow private streets to be developed to non-public street standards behind a gate. 109 is VAC 66114 on a request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements on property located on the north side of Rosado Way, approximately 645 feet west of TP Lane. 110 is TMP 65943 on a request for a tentative map for a proposed 16-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is PN2 Incorporated and the owner is GHR Holdings LLC on 10 acres on the north side of Rosado Way, approximately 320 feet west of TP Lane. RE Residence Estates zoned. Staff recommends approval of 109 and denial of items 106 through 108 and item 110. The Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are Ward 6 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Please
Yes.
introduce yourself.
Michael Gardner, 1879 Whitney Mesa Drive, Henderson, Nevada. First off, good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and fellow council members. We'll be short and brief because we know what's happening in a few minutes. We held a neighborhood meeting on October 8th, which was a condition brought onto us by the Planning Commission. We were, prior to that, not required to have one. We had local members and owners come out to the Planning Commission and asked just for us to sit down and go through the plan with them. We did that on October 12th. We felt it went very successful, very, very little negative feedback. Only one item did come out of the conversation that we did want to bring to the council's attention, which is item number 7 for planning, by Public Works. The installation of street lights shall be deferred and provide that exterior lighting shall be stubbed for later use. One of the concerns there is that they want to maintain their rural neighborhood preservation, and you can see that we have asked and been supported by the neighbors to not have streetlights in the property or on the exterior of the property. The concern came up that in the future, if we've stubbed for them, how and when could that potentially happen, and those lights actually get put in? So we would pose the question of, if we're going to stub it, what implications that could have long-term for the neighborhood, obviously as we potentially either sell the property or it's fully developed.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to be heard on these items? Any of these items? Mr. Perigo, your input? I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Lonsey will make a report.
Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, the subject site consists of 10 undeveloped acres with existing large lot residential development in all directions. Lots in the proposed development would be comparable in size. However, the request to vary from public streets and complete street standards and intersection offsets are unwarranted, and staff's recommended denial. Staff has no objection to the patent easement vacation, as it's no longer necessary in this location. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that being said, appreciate you guys getting this far. You've really done a great job working with my office and understanding the Northwest is a little different part of the city. I'll tell a quick story. When they first came into my office, you guys, this is what you said: we're going to put curbs and gutters and streetlights, and I said, no, you're not.
Breaks.
This area is a little different. That's all the waiver requests and staff's denial. But I appreciate working with you guys and look forward to a successful project and working with you on some more out the Northwest. So with
Likewise,
that-
thank you.
And now, what item was that on, the streetlight stubs?
Number 7.
Was that 107?
Oh, sorry, yeah,
What's a
107.
condition on which agenda item? 107?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, I know what our desire is, but do we really ever think that's ever going to be developed for streetlights out there?
I cannot claim to be able to tell the future. It is possible. I know that in a number of areas where in the past the city has deferred streetlights, after a couple of decades, the people are saying, please, please put in streetlights. And now at the city's expense, we have to put in those streetlights. So what the condition is designed to do is to say that if that ever happens, I ain't saying it's gonna, but if it ever does, the underground material is in place and/or the money is in place to make that happen. So our condition allows for it to be deferred. We're not saying that it ever will go in. We're just saying if it ever does, it shouldn't be a public expense.
What did thank you, Mr. Anderson, appreciate that. What did the planning commission do with that?
Well, at Planning Commission, we didn't, my partners and I didn't see any issues with that. It just was an issue that was brought up at the neighborhood meeting.
The neighborhood meeting?
Yeah. And so just to kind of branch out on that is, on either side of this property is county land.
Right.
So, you know, there's obviously would be some.
Well, and Mr.
figuring that
Pergo,
out.
I'm wondering, because of our ongoing talks with Clark County in regards to the Northwest interlocal issues, I don't think this is going to be a big concern if they don't stub those lights out there. I honestly don't. Even in 20 years, Mr. Anderson. So, you know, you guys don't mind doing it, though, do you?
No. No, it's just really a response to the neighborhood meeting.
Okay. Because of that, because of Mr. Anderson's response, I think I'm going to ask you guys to go ahead and put them in just the pipe. Just throw the infrastructure on the ground on the exterior streets. You're not going to have on the interior streets, you know that.
Yep.
And then that will make the city whole, if any, or the county, if they ever want to put streetlights down the road one day, and at least that infrastructure will be in. Sound good?
Yep.
Then I'm going to make a motion to approve agenda item 106. Please vote and please post. And agenda item 107, I also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. That motion passed, by the way. Please vote and please post. That motion passes. I would also move to approve agenda item 108. Please vote and please post. And that motion passes as well, and I would do the same on agenda item 109. Move for approval. Please vote and please post. That motion passes, and I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation on agenda item 110. Please vote and please post. And that motion passes. Congratulations, guys. You'll get
Thank
it
you.
done, and we'll see you on the next one. Okay?
Great. Appreciate all your help.
You
Thank
bet. That takes us to agenda item 111. This is SDR 65978. It is a public hearing. Applicant Chick-fil-A owner, Sahara Rancho Office Center LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 80-foot tall, 769 square foot illuminated freestanding sign on 1.47 acres located at the northeast corner of Sahara Avenue and Rancho. This is C1 Limited Commercial in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Please identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive.
Would you like to go ahead first?
Yes, I will go ahead.
Thanks for being here.
We appreciate staff and Planning Commission recommending approval of this item. I would like to request your approval, but add an additional condition to read as follows, and I have worked on this with Mr. Lowenstein, so they have this language as well. The additional condition would read, imagery as part of the north sign face shall be static, and the imagery as part of the south sign face shall be subject to the provision of the Unified Development Code.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I close the public hearing, and I'll hand it over to Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The proposed sign will be located along the southeast portion of the property, line adjacent to the elevated I-15. The applicant is requesting additional height so that it may be visible from the interstate. The sign is located more than 600 feet from the nearest residential property to the northwest and will not negatively affect the surrounding uses. Therefore, we're recommending approval.
Very
Thank
good. Councilwoman, it's all yours.
I'm in favor of this, but I need to ask a couple of questions. I got a lot of negative emails today, and 80 feet height is about what McDonald's and the others have, right?
That is correct.
And there certainly are a lot of other signs there, right? You know, you say the visual won't hurt the citizens. I just want to be able to tell them and be accurate, that's all.
Yes. Through you, Mayor Pro Tem, the sign substantially conforms with the code requirements that are in place to protect adjacent residential properties.
All right, but did you do a visual on it, you know, where you show where it can be seen from? Okay. I got you, that's all right. I have to, I certainly hope that it isn't within the vision of those homes, but you said the closest was 600 feet. Didn't someone just say that? Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Wallenstein did.
Wouldn't you know that this would come up today? But I'll handle that and I'll talk with the people. And I just want to say I move to approve.
Thank you very much.
With the condition.
With the additional condition that I read
Yes,
into
with
the record.
with all conditions, including the additional condition.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes, please. Who scheduled the Chick-fil-A sign right at dinner time? I think the city clerk's office did that.
And I hear that, I know that the company is a very fine company, a highly respected company. I have not ever had a Chick-fil-A, but I'm sure that it's very delicious. And I'm also sure that Bob Beers will rush down there as soon as he can.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, there's a motion
We
for
welcome them
approval.
to Las Vegas. We're happy they're here now.
Motion for approval of 111, subject to the conditions and the additional condition Ms. Lazarevich placed on it. That motion passes.
Thank you very
Congratulations.
much.
Have
Have
a
a good
great day.
evening.
You too. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
That takes us to agenda item 112. This is TMP 65809, Sky Canyon Parcel 2.16, applicant 95 Management LLC owner, Section 12 LLC, for possible action on a request of an appeal of the approval by the Planning Commission on a request for a tentative map for a 65-lot single-family subdivision on 17.09 acres at the northwest corner of Eagle Canyon Avenue and Egan Crest Drive. This is TD Traditional Development Zone L, Residential Low, Sky Canyon Land Use Designation. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff, the Planning Commission approved and staff recommended approval. This is not a public hearing. Is the applicant present?
Yes. Again, Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing Sky Canyon fairly quickly. This was recommended for approval at the Planning Commission. We needed to make some revisions. We have a buyer, which is Pulte Homes, so we had to appeal it, and in the process of talking to your staff, I believe this would be recommended to be remanded back down to the Planning Commission for the November 1st meeting, and we're fine with that. We're just trying to get all of our stuff in order, and I would ask you to follow that recommendation from staff.
Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not going to try and explain this. I think Mr. Gronauer did a good job. So, yes, staff would recommend approving the appeal and remanding it back to Planning Commission for
That's the
November
motion.
1st meeting.
Approve the appeal and remand it back to Planning Commission.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilman.
serious question this time.
Okay.
Mr. Gronauer, have you ever done this before?
No.
Thank you.
Please vote and please post. And that motion passes. Thank you for hanging out with us, Mr.
Thank you, and have a good night. Thank you very much.
We are on agenda item 113. Staff set the date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I would instruct the city clerk to set those public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to citizens' participation. Would anyone with us today like to come up and share your thoughts? Seeing none, we'll close the public participation part of our council meeting. On 115, this is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless the subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. And I know, Councilman Beers, you want to go first?
I have Councilman Anthony's announcements as well.
Okay, go ahead.
They're queued up back in the back. Councilman Anthony is going to be doing a zombie walk and run and fall festival Saturday, October 22nd, 8 o'clock in the morning. There will be a walk and run, and then it's just kind of plain old fun after 10 in the morning. That'll be at Wayne Bunker Park, 7351 West Alexander, and should be a pretty good time. Coffee with the mayor is going to Ward 4. Stavros and the mayor are going to host coffee Tuesday, October 25th, 8 in the morning, at Needers, 7100 West Craig Road. Kind of a new locally owned coffee shop, kind of a fun little place. Stop by and discuss issues with the mayor and/or Councilman Anthony. Finally, the Ward 4 Halloween Festival is going to be held at the Y, a trunk or treat event. That'll be Friday, October 21st at 7 p.m. Free event open to the public. Candy giveaways at each trunk for those who are dressed in costume, and free raffle prizes. 229-2524 for the Ward 4 headquarters if you have any questions about that. In Ward 2, we have Beers with Beers in Tarkanian coming up. That's going to be Wednesday, October 26th at 5:30 at Steiner's Nevada Pub, 1750 North Buffalo, the Albertson Shopping Center, corner of Buffalo and Vegas or so. This is our second joint event with Councilwoman Tarkanian. We had quite a fun time the first time. I met some Ward 1 residents, and she met some Ward 2 residents, and we mixed it up. It was a really good time. So feel free to come down and join us on October 26th, 5:30 to 7:30. Steiner's Nevada Pub, 1750 North Buffalo Drive. Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf is the location for the next coffee with myself. That'll be Friday, November 4th, 7:30 to 9 in the morning. We'll be up at the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf just off the Costco Shopping Center, kind of behind BJ's if you're approaching from the Charleston side. The Ward 2 Fall Shredding event is coming Saturday, November 19th. Mark your calendar. We'll run that until 2 o'clock or the truck gets full, whichever happens first. We'll be in the parking lot of the Veterans Memorial Leisure Services Center, 101 North Pavilion Center Drive, right next to Palo Verde High School, or right next to Rogich Middle School, depending on how old you are, or I guess how old your kids are. And we'll also be keeping that business kiosk out at the Sahara West Library, at least through the end of the year. This is an opportunity for you to go get your permits and light-duty things at a much more convenient location for Ward 2 residents than all the way down at the DSC or at City Hall. So feel free to stop by and take advantage of that cool kiosk. On this day in music history, 49 years ago today, I second that emotion by Smokey Robinson and the Miracles was released by Motown. You might think that perhaps Smokey came up with this jewel of a song after attending, say, the Detroit City Council meeting. But in fact, that's not true. He and another songwriter who ended up moving to Las Vegas and becoming a great member of our community, Al Cleveland, were shopping, and Smokey found this bracelet for his wife, and he said, "Oh, I'll bet that's a good one for my wife. I better get that. I hope she likes it." And Al said, "Well, I second that emotion." And they both laughed about it and decided to write a song about it.
True story.
And that's a true story. The rest is history. So that's all we got.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I think we should have the music like playing in the background when you do that for your music. Don't you guys think? Councilman, what have you got?
Of course, the first event is the 26th of this month with Beers with Beers. And you know, it's really interesting. I get to associate with Camelot people when I meet with him. And then on Thursday, October 27th, we have a fall festival and school safety fair at OK Adcock Elementary School, 6350 Hyde Avenue, from 3:30 to 5:30. That's our fall festival. And then on the 27th, Thursday the 27th at 4 p.m., we're going to show a movie called Goosebumps, and it begins at 7 p.m. That will be at Red Rock Elementary, 408 Upland Boulevard. And I congratulate all my fellow councilmen for lasting this long.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. I'll be wrapping mine up real quickly here. I hope I can wrap mine up real quickly. Yep. Yeah, you got to show that picture. That is Samantha and Jessica Cree helping me out at our last movie in the park for the summer. It was Fossil Day, and we watched, Christine, what did we watch? The Good Dinosaur, that's right. So Kelly and I had a blast out there, so I want to thank the girls for helping me out. There are a couple of Girl Scouts live out in Ward 6. We are having some fun. We're going to have a chili cook-off over at the YMCA, Family Fun Activity Night. Registration's October 10th through the 19th with Linda Vanacore at the YMCA to receive the rules. The contest will actually be Friday, October 21st at 5 p.m. It's free. I think I'm judging, I think is what my staff's got me doing. I get to judge the chili. So if you're not doing anything and you want to show off your chili, bring it on out to the Centennial Hills YMCA, and we'll have a little contest going on. In our continued relationship with Nevada Child Seekers, we do have a missing young lady. Her name is Roxana Alvarez. She's 14 years old, 4'10", 110 pounds. She is Hispanic. She was last seen in the area of Maryland Parkway and St. Louis, last seen wearing a gray shirt and blue jeans. Please, if you have any information of the whereabouts of this young lady, please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009, and let's get her where she needs to be. And if you need to catch me anywhere, I'm easy to find online, LasVegasNevada.gov. Beautiful new website, by the way, Councilman-S. Ross, LasVegasNevada.gov. You can call me on the phone or reach me on social media. With that said, staff, thank you for hanging in there with us today, and council members, have a great evening. This meeting's adjourned.